Now, the Congress will provide a platform for renowned experts to share their insights through captivating keynote speeches. You'll also have thought-provoking panels and immersive workshops as well, from cutting-edge technologies like AI, 5G, and the metaverse to the complex questions surrounding regulation, data privacy, and security. The Congress covers it all. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this exciting journey of discovery, collaboration, and innovation, together, let us push the boundaries of what is possible and create a future where technology empowers us all. Welcome to a new era of tech conferences. Welcome to the Tech Today Congress. We want to start off with the buzzword of 2022 and now 2023, and I kid you not, for the next 5 or 10 years, this is going to be a true game changer. I'm guessing you already know what I'm talking about, AI, or artificial intelligence. Now, I'd like to call upon our stellar panelists for the first session on stage. Jaideep Kevalramani, Head of Employability Business and COO, Team Leads EdTech. Kanish Gaur, Founder and CEO, India Future Foundation. And Vinayak Godse, CEO, Data Security Council of India, as we discuss AI, super intelligent, super trouble. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists? Gentlemen, thank you for joining us at this Signature Tech event. Ganesh, I want to start off by asking you, the last time we spoke, it was on Rahul's show, News Track, and that was a couple of weeks ago. And it's strange that we talk about how technology is advancing so rapidly, but everything has changed in the AI space since we spoke last. There's more concrete talks of a regulation in the EU. The Americans are apprised of the situation as well. China has been very vocal about their investment in AI as well. Japan is doing all sorts of things, and yesterday we also figured out that Kim Jong-un is, decisively overweight because the South Koreans use AI to decipher that. I'm just saying, ChatGPT, Google Bard, when we spoke about safeguards the last time, Kanishk, now we have a little bit of a blueprint. How much do you think it is imperative that India steps into the conversation at this point? Is this India's moment to really steer the AI revolution forward?
Thank you, Ayush. Absolutely, this is India's moment to step in. As chair of the G20, today India stands with a new approach which focuses on multilateralism. And all of us are using ChatGPT. All of us are using AI. So today in India, it's AI for everyone. Last time when we spoke, we were talking about some of the key issues with AI, but now a lot has changed. Every tech company is talking about how they want to use AI for more consumer good. They are talking about generating revenue through AI. Every new startup which is getting funded has AI or ML enabled. So a lot has changed. But at the same time, we are talking about global regulation, which is imperative to safeguard not just the developing market, but also the developed world put together. So that differentiation between the developing and the developed world is changing. We want AI which can safeguard user privacy, AI which does not have biases, AI which can prevent misuse aspects like information warfare, which is a reality today. You know, I was going through one of the plugins on ChatGPT, the new version. If you've tried using the paid version, which is for just $20, you would see that you can have GitHub, which is the largest repository on codes, being added to it. Mm-hmm. If you are a cybersecurity professional, you can put a malicious code on GitHub and everyone will start using it. So open source AI is a big issue. So how do you build out safeguards, particularly on softwares which are being provided free of cost? That's one of the key concerns. The second concern which we spoke earlier was, how do I ensure that the data that ChatGPT or any of the other products like Bard are picking up, they are picking our right sources. They are not misleaded sources. That has become even more dangerous. You know, Kim Jong's satellite just went down. We don't know why it went down. So there is a lot happening, but there is a strong need for standards, and the world is agreeing. Like we have spoken on data protection in the past, that we need global standards. Today, we are talking about AI-enabled standards which take care of user privacy, ethics, and which also prevent harm. That's where we are heading towards.
Vinayak, I'd like you to chime in over here with your work at the Data Security Council of India. In the Web 2 world, which was all about the Googles and the Facebooks and the Amazons, well, with all our repositories of data, now when we're entering perhaps, whatever we call it, a decentralized world or a Web 3 world, AI is going to play a major role. There's no two questions about that. Yeah. But does that really arise? Do some concerns arise in your head when it comes to how these language learning models and data sets will actually be governed and how the data out there would actually be safe?
Yeah, so one thing we need to understand is now there is a language, right? So the one part up is like AI is more like an infrastructure now for this society, right? And especially the AI that we are looking at now, the LLMs that we have, right? Everybody getting access to their own simple English or vernacular language. So this is now more like an infrastructure available for all the population across the globe, because and then it is being done in such a way that planetary level data is being collected, being processed, and that intelligence is being available to you, anybody basically, to use that infrastructure basically. Only, and then when it is happening, basically everybody, for example, the script kiddie, we used to look at the script kiddie is doing security attack, there will be significantly enabled. There are advanced actors, there are some very professionals in cybersecurity space. So kind of enablement it will give us in terms of identifying the vulnerability, one part. Then once you identify vulnerability, you can identify vulnerability in a more scalable way because it helps you to automate those operations quite significantly. Then it also helps you to really craft those attacks in a scalable way, launch those at a scalable way basically. So there's definitely significant part of that is what it leads to security basically. One part is how can it improve the security, but other part is how can you use this to do the damages, and these damages can be very scalable at a very different kind of a level, affecting society, affecting industry, affecting critical sectors as well. So that's one of the danger basically. But another danger that we see from the corporate perspective is like once you start using it and once it start mesmerizing, every corporate enterprise has their own AI programs, right? Yeah. But now this is mesmerizing them, and we are putting a lot of those corporate workloads on the AI system basically, which is creating a lot of challenges for the IPR, the privacy, the sensitive data going out, and not only the normal corporate, we also see critical sector organizations struggling with this basically. So this is another challenge basically. Other challenge is the privacy and ethics, and all those challenges we definitely will look at as a part of this conversation. But one part we look at from the NASSCOM DSI perspective is the entire ecosystem which has created a lot of those jobs, right? Means intermediaries, the BPOs, call centers. In our case, the cybersecurity industry, we have startups there basically. What is going to happen with this current job is another big worry that we have from this perspective.
Jaideep, there's that classical argument about, will AI take away my job? Will it augment my existing job and the workforce? But there's an interesting report which just came out yesterday, which was a Microsoft Work Trend Index. Let me just highlight one major point. And this is specific to India. 74% of Indian workers say they are worried that AI will replace their jobs. But as many as 83% of the same people polled say that they would still delegate as much work as possible to AI to lessen their workloads. Now, you understand the entire employability piece, Jaideep. How do you strike that balance between fostering innovation, embracing AI, but still not letting employability take a hit?
And thank you, that's a very good question. So let's first understand where AI is playing. All digital jobs are at risk because of AI. Because AI is based on the computers, all the digital jobs that you're doing. Humans are very safe with all analog jobs, all physical jobs. Everything that's digital will progressively become at risk because you can train the machines to handle that. What you will need is AI augmented humans who know how to use AI effectively. But that also means that as AI is entering into organizations, you will need to create two new roles. Maybe augment one and create one new role. You'll need a chief AI officer. And second, the human resources have to turn into human and artificial intelligence resources.
The existing CTO doesn't qualify as an AI officer?
I mean, for some time they can double hat, okay. But the world of AI is progressing so fast, you'll need some dedicated focus. I mean, companies that are purely technology, data, information oriented, they need this ASAP.
Okay. And when we're talking about regulations that Kanishk alluded to earlier, do you think it requires a collaborative approach now? given that people are talking about this being a 3-horse race, a 4-horse race with what's happening across the border, what's happening in the US, big tech in the US on the West Coast has capitalized on this AI race, given that they had access to some of those resources, data sets, and they're now building on them. Where does India come into this picture? And I'd love to get your thoughts on that, Jaideep.
So I don't think this is about US with the number 1 spot, China with number 2. India will far exceed everything. I mean, we know we are the technology hub of the world. Thank you. We are the technology hub of the world. All the brilliant engineers, algorithm artists, data scientists are all coming from our ecosystem. And it's just a matter of time. In fact, India was one of the first few at the government level to recognize the power of AI and set up what we know as India AI. There is a government is enabling an ecosystem. Our tech companies are very progressive. Look at the level of responsiveness. I mean, if 84% of the people believe that they should use AI, I mean, that's the level of our tech awareness. So it's just a matter of time where we leapfrog and get ahead in the game.
And should we all be working together? Do you think this, I mean, I know these are your thoughts. You called it a collective body. Is that something that you think is the way forward?
Absolutely. I mean, this kind of emerges from the question, and I'm sure you'll cover it later. I mean, should we pause AI development? The answer is no.
Okay.
Because if the good actors pause AI development, the bad actors are not going to stop. And given that the new Moore's law is applicable on AI with hundreds and billions of data points being added every 6 months, a 6-month pause will set the good actors behind by 5 years. We can't afford that. What we need is probably a United Nations of AI. All nations to come together and agree on what is possible in AI, what should not be possible. But we need the good actors to work very, very fast on developing the guardrails on preventing any misadventures.
We have to send a clip of what you just said to a guest on the show, who's also, if you guys step out, there is a special Business Today magazine AI special that you can get your hands on. And we had an exclusive chat on Tech Today with Professor Stuart Russell, one of the signatories to that letter to halt development of advanced AI systems like ChatGPT and Google Bard. And truly one of the godfathers of AI, along with a lot of other signatories like Steve Wozniak, Elon Musk, Kanishk. It's kind of interesting because in the second rendition, the diluted form of that letter, Sam Altman, the guy behind ChatGPT and OpenAI, also said that there are things that need to be reconsidered when you look at AI development. Does it worry you that all of these things are evolving so rapidly and there are no guardrails in place?
No, it does worry me because AI can be dangerous. There are certain safeguards which are required. One part of AI needs to be common to everybody. And there have to be certain aspects of AI which are required to be held by people who have great responsibility. And with great responsibility comes great power. That's the need of the hour. See, our Minister for Railways is creating new railroads. But at the same time, he has dual responsibility of creating digital infrastructure. Now, how do you power digital infrastructure which is powered through AI? That's something which is the need of the hour. And it's also about skilling. So while we are talking about regulations, how do we ensure that our unicorns, they keep on coming more and more? And in every sector, be it online gaming, where we are creating unicorns, be it edtech, where we are creating unicorns, there, mind you, there is a strong need of AI. And it is changing dimensions in terms of what consumer is able to see versus what he buys. And there is a risk with respect to information warfare, narrative, election interference. All of that can be a huge space. We have seen that Cambridge Analytica, that was one company which spoke about election interference. There would be multiple Cambridge Analyticas, and it is not going to be data science. It is going to be AI, which is going to be a big risk. You have got a 2024 Lok Sabha election coming in. How do you safeguard the users from taking decisions? How do you ensure that AI doesn't create any kind of bias? That's something which is the need of the hour.
Vinayak, it's interesting when we're talking about some of these guardrails and systems because AI tends to hallucinate. Often if you're using ChatGPT, all of you all in the audience, or even Google Bard for that matter, now that it's available, they do tend to hallucinate, which is a concern. False information or misinformation. I'm always told by developers that data sets will get better, machine learning algorithms will come into place. But what concerns me is that if we really replace the Googles and Microsoft Bings of the world with the ChatGPTs and Bards from these very companies, that they aren't advanced enough at this point for us to make it, for instance, and for the larger audience, the search engine of choice?
Yeah, so there is a discussion, and that discussion really talks about is like, if you have to really worry about AI, you have to worry wisely, right? So otherwise, there are a lot of extremes that we see. So one extreme says that you should halt it, you should pause it. Yes, there are some areas where you need to think about that, because in biotechnology field, there are certainly some areas which people are talking about you shouldn't go to that paradigm basically, right? So we are talking about cloning of human for that matter actually. So similarly, there are some areas now AI is hitting those areas where there is definitely some areas where people are saying probably we shouldn't be venturing. So there was one small experiment Stanford University is doing with Google, where they are setting up a village where these AI agents are talking to each other, and they evolve in a way to interact and engage with so well. They started forming a relation between them as well actually. So some of those worries are certainly bigger worries, and there are a lot of futuristics which talks about what kind of danger it will look at. So one part is that basically, but other part in terms of bigger worries of securities and privacy, ethics, and what we talk about, right? So we also need to be balanced that with the kind of a benefit it brings to the society, to the individual, more importantly also individual basically, kind of empowerment it gives basically. So how do we really, and at the same time we have to do it in such a way that we are addressing this quickly, right? Means that's the real danger of this one. So there are different model. One is this UN of AI, but other model which people are talking about is more like a laboratory model. Global laboratory model, where that laboratory will keep continuously looking at what is the challenge and keep throwing the challenges, and that could be used for the regulation basically. But India, last point here is the India, because of digitization story that we have created for ourselves last 4 or 5 years of time, the kind of a volume scale that we achieved, with that volume and scale, if you can really put in the context of the larger, bigger LLM ecosystem, I think we could really create our own story in this area as well. And there are definitely some startups, some companies are doing their effort in this area.
Vinayak, a lot of your work with the SCI involves speaking to the regulator, engaging with policymakers, think tanks. Now, whenever there's some sort of emerging tech, disruptive tech, and of course we will hear from the minister shortly, but what are you hearing? Is the establishment ready for what's coming their way with AI? Are they embracing AI in your opinion?
I see. I think the digitization story of India, if you look at, it's an intervention-driven story, right? And publicly supported intervention-driven story, and we have this digital public infrastructure we talk about, right? So in a way, the government intervention, and that's why this DPI we talk about, had learned how to understand, comprehend, and use that to the achieving some of the difficult problems of inclusion of economy, right? So now we could able to bring that high value, low volume ecosystem or digital payment to the low value, high volume ecosystem because of the UPI kind of intervention. So I think there is definitely some critical expertise that do exist with the government to understand this better, to put it in the context of the challenge of the society face. And I believe they are grappling with this, and hopefully we'll find better, interesting solution as we have seen in the issue of the digitization.
Jaideep, I'd love to get your thoughts on how do you really advise the workforce and young people in the workforce who are reading up on what the chat GPTs and the bards of the world are all set to do and genuinely worried, like you said, about their jobs? Should you be embracing it? Is upskilling the answer? Is really changing tack the answer? How are they supposed to approach this? Because a lot of people keep feeding into that narrative. But at this point, we're a little clueless about solutions when it comes to the workforce.
So the answer actually is very simple. You need to continuously upskill, reskill, and reinvent yourself. I mean, that's how you stay relevant. Use the tools, embrace the tools. If your organization does not have an AI policy as yet, you can practice full disclosure, work with your managers to say that, hey, I use the AI tool over here. This is the input that came from AI. I improvised on top of it. It'll allow you to show initiative. It'll give you a full disclosure within the organization without having to worry about have you picked up malicious code, as you said, or incorrect references. To your point earlier, just to digress a little, I mean, solving this hallucination is actually very easy. I mean, this technology just needs to use the references wherever there is a quote. And that's how white papers and Wikipedia is built. So, I mean, that answer is simple. But the workforce needs to have their own ethics, the moral compass, and a full disclosure policy. That will ensure you're continuing in the journey within the organization. and always, for the people who are ready to get into the workforce, who are in the higher education system right now, fully embrace all of these tools to your disposal to look at how you're being tutored, but do not use it for plagiarism or impinging on anyone else's intellectual property. And in fact, the educators must bring this into the curriculum so that it's augmented learning and not educator versus the student using AI and preventing AI. It should be evolving beyond that.
Ganesh, Jaideep really touched upon a very touchy point, especially for creators and the creative community, plagiarism. Right? I know now there are GPT tools where you can actually make out whether that particular output was generated from an AI bot. But that's concerning. There are people using, Chat GPT for step 1 to compose a song in the tone of Eminem, which perhaps would be sung by Mohammed Rafi. Then going on another AI software and using those lyrics to do it. And honestly, I wish we could play a small clip for you at some point. You can't tell the difference. Isn't that a concern? Plagiarism, the fact that originality could be a lost virtue?
It's a big concern. So, I'm trying to complete my PhD and I have to submit my thesis. So I was trying to
Are you using ChatGPT in the course
No,
of it?
so I'll tell you, that's the analogy. I was trying to tell my boss that I need to take time off because I need to write my thesis. He said, why do you need to write your thesis? You've got ChatGPT. I said, the institution I chose to do this PhD is very strict on plagiarism. And they will do fact checking very thoroughly that even specific lines, if they have been picked up from ChatGPT, those could lead me to being told that you're no more required to complete this PhD, you are not meeting the ethics standard. So today, a lot of educational institutions are moving up the ethics standard. But at the same time, there is a big opportunity on fact checking. How many fact checking tools do we know can find out if something has been written by ChatGPT? That's a huge opportunity right now. But at the same time, ChatGPT a lot of times is misleading in terms of the content which it is giving. My wife works for one of the consulting firms and they have decided to ban ChatGPT. They have issued official advisory. They've got DLP systems and she still tried, using ChatGPT just to figure out what the answer is. She figured out the answer which ChatGPT was giving was false. So you really can't rely on the information which is coming out from ChatGPT. So your reliance on ChatGPT could be misleading. You could be putting the world into trouble by taking decisions, because tomorrow if judges start taking decisions using AI, they could send somebody for a murder trial behind bars because ChatGPT told them that this murder, based on the evidence collected, collates that this person is guilty. So those are the big risks that we are running in, and across every spectrum, across every job, you would require some amount of basic analogy to verify facts. That's something which is a big concern right now.
Vinayak, how much of an issue is that? How do we eliminate bias from these data sets and ensure transparency?
Yeah, because current models are largely based on the publicly collected information, right? And people who put together their content, and that content is getting corrected and processed at parental level, and that's why the biases which is available there is biases of ChatGPT and those kind of AI models as well. We are seeing that there is cautious efforts being taken by some of these players basically in terms of removing those biases, and every country in India as well, we have responsible AI ecosystem policies and discussion which are happening, and we are trying to see how can we put together kind of a structure, kind of a parameters which can be looked at from the biases perspective, right? Because biases are multi-way, right? There could be bias from the gender, bias from the color, bias from the even a story that you are writing and the character you are putting together. So the entire the bias, the equation of the removing bias, that itself will become so complex and so contextual basically. So how do you make sure that that context of that particular thing that somebody is trying to ask, somebody is trying to look at, so that context for that particular instance is paid properly to this AI model. And there are some startups working in this area and we are supporting them basically. When you are putting together a kind of a query to this model or seeking the API call. So what can you do itself in that query, in that the kind of layer that you add on top of the such kind of LLM, so which can probably solve some of these kind of challenges at an end user level basically.
When we're talking about internet companies, Web3, all sorts of disruptive tech, also the crypto wave, which we won't speak about right now.
Yeah.
We had roundtables. Often we had a lot of policymakers, even members from the government special committees who used to speak to us. A lot of us tech enthusiasts about this. If we created one for 30 seconds for each of y'all, what would be your 30-second pitch when it comes to AI regulation, India not being left behind, and the way forward? Vinayak, let's start with you.
So we have opportunity, right? Our data protection regulation is still coming, right? And so also we are talking about Digital India Act, right? And we are also putting together some strategy for that. So how do we look at India's context of of the kind of thing that we are doing for digitization story plus digitization capability that we have basically? How do you bring that context and also the kind of population, the life and society that we all have in the discussion of this regulation basically, right? How we factor the context of India is very important part. And also look at the future that we can see for our country in terms of the opportunity and in terms of the use of these entire capabilities.
Ganesh?
So as being one of the largest democracies in the world, how do you safeguard Indian democracy and let it function effectively? How do you safeguard user privacy and you take care of trust and safety of the vulnerable group on the internet? Those are three broad principles which are much needed when you talk about AI or talk about building safeguards for AI.
Jaideep, we saved the best for last, huh?
So let me add the economic angle to this one. So, I mean, we are the only nation that is reaping the demographic dividend right now. And we just started a journey. This is going to last for another 30, 40 years. We'll be going from a developing to a developed nation. And we'll all be around to see that happen. One of the big things that all the other countries saw during their journey was the industrial revolution. What we are seeing is the digital and the AI revolution. Let's embrace it. Let's be responsible about it. But let's use that to leapfrog the journey and improve everyone's life in this economy.
Gentlemen, what a stellar session. You set the bar high. A huge round of applause for our opening session. And thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, since the first session was all about AI, we thought, let's really zoom out and give you a global perspective. The next session is what we're calling Keeping an AI for Transforming Industries and Society. AI for Social Good has emerged as a transformative force, revolutionizing industries and society at large. In the next session, we'll be joined by a very special guest. I'm guessing we'll be patching him in. Romesh Vadvani, a visionary entrepreneur and philanthropist who will share his insights on the responsible use of AI for industry, transformation, and societal well-being. Mr. Vadvani, what an absolute pleasure to have you join us here at the Tech Today Congress.
delighted to be here.
Mr. Wadhwani, I'd like to start off by asking you about the advent of AI over the past few months. When we talk about AI, it's interesting because you've really been talking about AI synonymously with ChatGPT and Google Bard because now we have a face for AI. But you set up something in 2018, which was Wadhwani AI in Mumbai, India's first AI research institute. And the whole concept seems to have changed. We were just doing a session where we spoke about how it's rapidly evolved. How has your plan changed with Wadhwani and what you're doing across the Foundation for Social Good?
The plan has absolutely accelerated because of generative AI. And perhaps to put it in perspective, I can give you a little historical context here about AI because most people didn't really pay much attention to AI till just recently because of ChatGPT and other similar large language models and chatbots. But interestingly, my own journey with AI began more than 50 years ago. So I went to IIT Bombay, got my degree in electrical engineering, came to the US, went to Carnegie Mellon University. Turned out that in 1970 in Carnegie Mellon University, two of the professors there were among the pioneers of the fledgling start of AI technology. Herb Simon and Alan Newell were two of the many professors that I had the privilege of working with. And that's kind of where my interest in the then AI began. Subsequently, after graduating with my PhD from Carnegie Mellon University, I started my first company in 10 years. My second company was called American Robot, and that was in the 1980s with the then primitive hardware compared to what's available today. I began to use AI in high-precision robots and also used AI to create the world's first artificial vision system that could be used in factories in conjunction with robots to help them see and perform better in the work that robots do in factories. And then in the 90s, when I was building Aspect Development, we were building one of the first companies using the concepts of big data and enterprise software applied to the supply chain. I began to use pattern recognition, similar to what you would consider to be the basis of AI models in that company. And then in the 2000s, when I was building Symphony Technology Group into a group that grew to about $2.5 billion in revenue, we used AI in a number of the companies that I was building inside Symphony Technology Group. Now in 2017, I kind of felt that the AI journey had gone through a whole bunch of ups and downs. There were years in which VCs were willing to invest any amount in AI companies, and there were decades in which the VCs ran away as fast as possible from the word AI. So there was actually something called the AI winter in the 1990s and the 2000s where these companies were simply not interested in investing. However, in 2017, I felt that the business to consumer platforms such as Google and Meta and Alibaba and others were successfully using AI as part of their B2C platforms, part of their recommendation engines and so on. And yet I felt that the business enterprise was a laggard in using AI technology. So I thought maybe there was an opportunity here to build a couple of great companies that would be leaders in enterprise AI and simultaneously start using AI in my foundation to apply AI for social good. So on one side, through the companies, apply it for business good. On the other side, apply it for social good. This is the AI revolution. There's no other point in the last 50 years I can think of where I felt that AI would be world-changing, game-changing, but I do feel that way right now. And it's partly because of the power, it's the power of today's technology, but even more than that, speed, the speed with which it is evolving. So sorry for that long answer to your question.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Wadhwani, you're joining us all the way from Palo Alto. And of course, there's so much action happening in the US. There's a lot of news coming in from China in terms of their investment in the AI space as well. So you're calling this an AI revolution, but I'd like to understand, where does India stand in this particular AI race?
It's an excellent question, and I've thought about it quite a bit. And I was in India in February, about 3 months ago, discussing exactly this topic with a number of key business leaders, political leaders, as well as my foundation team. And my feeling is, it is not only India's great opportunity, but actually it is India's responsibility to be one of the top 3 players in AI. Now, can India be number 1 or number 2? At least at this stage, I don't see it. But can India be number 3 in the world in AI? That is absolutely possible. Now, to do that isn't going to just happen accidentally. It's going to require massive national scale initiatives for the application of AI, ministry by ministry, program by program. And just as digital transformation has played a big role in India's progress over the last few years with, national platforms like Aadhaar and UPI and others, I think there's need for an AI transformation of many programs that the Indian government has or could have and could plan.
But I'm glad that you're at least saying that India gets a podium finish. We've had panelists who think otherwise we might just be number 1 in that AI race. But we were talking about an AI special magazine issue, which the Business Today team has worked on, and there's an exclusive conversation with Stuart Russell, one of the signatories to that particular open letter that we were alluding to earlier. And he's actually said that if guardrails are not in place, then it could be like a Chernobyl-like situation for AI. Is that genuinely a concern? Do we need regulation, or should we then risk a situation like Mr. Russell's talking about?
Yes, I'm of the same view. I would just say that the use of the word guardrails is very innocent language and probably needs a lot more than guardrails. And I'll give you an analogy here. People have talked about using comparables like the regulation of atomic energy by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Well, the International Atomic Energy Agency is, first of all, not that effective, because we can see that there's been a proliferation of atomic energy in North Korea and emerging in Iran and in Pakistan and other countries. All of them circumvented the rules of the International Atomic Energy Agency. And the second thing is, atomic energy is much easier to regulate because it takes billions and billions and billions of dollars to create an infrastructure for atomic energy. It takes $5 billion, $10 billion to build a nuclear plant. It takes tens of billions of dollars to build a uranium processing plant that can create weapons-grade uranium, or a plutonium plant. Those restrictions do not apply to AI. The problem is, even well-meaning companies like Meta have put large language models into open source. So once it's in open source, a bad actor gets it for free, a good actor gets it for free. The bad actor who gets it for free can poison the large language model with only a small amount of training data that is bad data. It's dangerous data, but you can corrupt these large language models with relatively small amounts of data, which is, I'm using the word poison data, and it can be done for hundreds of dollars with one smart hacker sitting in a bedroom somewhere, anywhere in the world. So the barrier to creating AI that can create a lot of damage is extremely low. The barrier to creating nuclear weapons and atomic energy plants is extremely high. And that is an imbalance that I don't think people have completely put their heads around yet, but they need to, because for every one country that created a 30-year program to produce, fissionable uranium, 1 billion people potentially could create bad AI that can do harm for just a few $1,000s or a few $100,000 each. I think AI has some parallels to that. It needs to be regulated for safety. It's more than just guardrails. It needs to be regulated for effectiveness. It needs to be regulated for the field of purpose. Because if you're using it for limited scientific purposes, you can give a wider license to innovate. If it's going to be released to 100 million people or 1 billion people, you have to apply far greater, validation and testing of all that.
All right, fair enough. Now, when we're talking about artificial intelligence and language learning models, these algorithms rely heavily on data, Mr. Vadvani, and across your work at the Symphony Technology Group, I want to understand how you can actually really make sure that data, privacy, and security are imperative and still leverage the power of AI. That's the key question.
I think it's incredibly important because one of the reasons that social networks in the US have succeeded is because all the data that they use to succeed is free. So in a sense, it's been a devil's bargain, right? On the one hand, the consumer gets to use Facebook or any other social platform for free, and Facebook makes their money through advertising. But to make their money through advertising, they need to sell the private data of the 1 billion or 2 billion consumers who are using the Facebook platform. The same applies to any other social networking platform. So in a sense, consumers have sold their souls in exchange for getting free access to platforms like Facebook. Well, that was fine when social networking was, sort of the baseline. But in a world of AI, where your data, your personal data, can not only be used to benefit you individually, it can also be used to benefit others that you may not want to help, and it can be used to harm others that you do not want to harm. How do you protect that from happening? And I think data privacy laws, similar to what the European Union passed a few years ago, GDPR, I think something like that is needed in the US and in India. No such privacy regulations are there in the US today. I'm not fully up to speed on what the privacy regulations are in India, but it's definitely needed.
Well, it's safe to say that you think AI has become a disruptive force. And like you said, this is the AI moment. Now, I want you to do a little bit of crystal ball gazing, 3 to 5 years from now, perhaps. What are the key sectors where we'll actually see disruptions? Because it's clear from our first session that AI is a double-edged sword. While people are worried about how it takes away some repetitive jobs, it might augment existing jobs as well.
So I'll start by answering the question in reverse, by indicating a sector in which generative AI is not likely to have a significant jobs impact. And that's really jobs in the agriculture sector, jobs in the construction sector, and blue-collar jobs in the manufacturing sector. I would say that jobs that require information processing, knowledge processing, most white-collar jobs, whether they are in the legal sector, the financial sector, the IT sector, the analysts, the creative community, all these are subject to massive disruption. Now, before I come back and talk about disruption, let me just give you examples of industry sectors where this technology is going to have an impact starting now and accelerating literally every week, every month for the next 3 to 5 years. So I'll start with life sciences and healthcare. Drug discovery is going to get revolutionized, going to happen much, much faster. Clinical trials, which currently take 3 years or longer, probably be accelerated down to about 50% of that time. The personalization of medicine, where drugs can be sort of targeted for specific individuals, that will happen, relatively soon. Now in India, obviously salaries are at very different levels, but in the software sector, there will be a lot of disruption because generative AI can be used to perform the work that is today being performed by junior software engineers or even mid-level software engineers. 3 years from now, generative AI will be doing the work of the most senior software engineers. How do they need to change their knowledge and their career plans to take advantage as compared to getting disrupted? So massive disruption coming. Unfortunately, that's not something you can regulate.
Unfortunately, that's not something you can regulate, but there will be a lot of answers to that question through the course of this Congress. Mr. Vadvani, thank you so much for joining us from Palo Alto. Huge round of applause for our global guests at the signature tech event of Business Today, the Tech Today Congress. Now, with a quick show of hands while we're setting up the stage for the next panel, I'd like to actually ask you, how many of you guys on your phone, could you all pop your phones out, please? How many of you all have 5G? With a quick show of hands. All right, clearly, Bangalore is better equipped than Mumbai because a lot of us in Mumbai, especially on one particular network, are still struggling. I'm here using hotel Wi-Fi whilst we conduct this particular event. Now, it's a 5G revolution along with AI. We're going to be covering through the course of the day several disruptive technologies. The potential with some of these technologies is immense and endless. So it'll only be fitting to move on to our next session, the 5G revolution, the tech, the connect, collateral benefits. The advent of 5G has sparked a technological revolution promising faster speeds, lower latency, and a multitude of opportunities for innovation and advancement. In this session, we will be exploring the transformative power of 5G tech and gauge its impact on connectivity and the collateral benefits it brings to various sectors which it disrupts. Can we please have our panelists on stage one by one? Mohan Rao Goli, CTO, Samsung R&D Institute, India. We also have Murli Krishnan B, President, Xiaomi India. Manoj Gurnani, Head Strategy and Technology, India for Nokia. Harmanpreet Dhillon, CTO, Airtel Karnataka Circle. And this particular session will be moderated by our managing editor at Business Today TV, Siddharth Zarabi. Can we have a huge round of applause for our next session?
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this wonderful gathering. Very warm welcome on my behalf as well. And what we have here is people who are actually making sure that we communicate, and we communicate at higher speeds with lesser call drops. But in the 5G world, call drops are the last thing that we are all worried about. This stage is going to get adjusted. I'll request everyone to just make the time for that. But what we want to do on the session today really is to dissect and hear from this panel about what is really happening as far as the 5th generation of mobile technology is concerned in India. And on the stage, you have Samsung, India's largest multinational by far by sales. You have a company that's been here for almost 10 years, coinciding with the advent of the Modi government in 2014. You have Nokia, which is the best known, oldest brand. And you have Airtel, again a pioneer in this space. So, a very warm welcome once again to this entire panel. And before we got started, I was having a word with Murli, if I may call you that, the president of Xiaomi in India, and he gave me some food for thought. But that food for thought is my cue. Harmanpreet, the mic is now coming to you. The first question comes to you as a representative of the network operators in India. Now, we are not talking about the dynamics of network competition, but the question is 5G just another version of faster 4G in the Indian context? Harmanpreet, that question is to you first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would say it's not. It's a very, very disruptive technology. It's the new kid on the block. What I would like to say here is, unlike 4G, where the spectrums were limited, 5G comes with a 10x kind of spectrum, 10x kind of speeds, 1/10 of its latency, and I think we can connect a lot of devices. If I have to talk about 5G, what 5G brings on the table, it gives you enhanced speeds. What you see in 4G is 10 Mbps, 20 Mbps, but in 5G, you can go up to 1 gig of speeds.
Can I interrupt you here, Raman, so that we make it interesting and interactive?
Yeah.
You are obviously on Airtel. Pull out your phone and tell me what speed you are getting here in this hall.
Okay. When it comes to the speed,
maybe he has some special codec in his phone, so he's getting more than 1 gig.
Yeah, we are in the rollout phase, but as we speak here, sitting here, wherever our 5G has been rolled out in Bangalore or across anywhere in India, we are getting the speeds of 500 Mbps to 1 gig kind of speeds. But since we are in the rollout phase, so I think it will be unfair to really benchmark right now. And I think when it comes to the benefits of 5G, I think the biggest thing that we bring on the table here is the IoT piece, which I think we can connect as many devices as we can to the 5G technology, what it brings on the table. Smart agriculture, smart homes, smart cities, everything can be connected on this 5G technology, and we can get the benefit out of it.
I don't know how many of you, obviously very few would probably know that Harmanpreet was an expat amongst the millions of well-read Indians who have worked overseas and earned a good name for India. He came back to India 2 years back. So I'll at some point come back to you and ask you about how the network situation is in that country where you worked first earlier.
Yeah.
But I'm coming to you, Manoj, and Nokia itself has evolved. The first mobile phones that were basically invented by Nokia were due to a certain communication need. The company has undergone various evolutions, and before I come to him, I want a show of hands here. Your first mobile handset, how many would raise their hands here to say that it was a Nokia? Okay. Actually, somebody should take a picture of this once again. Somebody should actually take a picture of this. And if that was the state of Nokia, great companies undergo great transformations also. So this is not a question on the Nokia journey. Coming to the topic of 5G, from your standpoint, how would you describe the advent of 5G in India? We have given enough spectrum. It was a good auction. All of that is, but really from a country perspective, how do you see 5G in India, Manoj?
Thank you for having me here. And first of all, thank you for making my day. I mean, you mentioned about Nokia. I mean, I'm sure you would have seen recent Nokia brand refresh, right? So we are now projecting ourselves from a mobile device company to a B2B technology leader, right? So the leadership which we had in the devices, we have pretty much the same leadership in the network side.
Absolutely. There are largely two companies, Nokia and Ericsson, which are on the network side, apart from a bunch of few others. Please continue with that point.
Sure. So coming to 5G, I think 5G is not only telecom. Right? 5G is about all the industries. It's about agriculture, it's about healthcare. I think that's the difference which it brings compared to the older technology generation. I think that's the first thing which we have to talk about 5G. Now, there was a very interesting research which was done by Nokia Bell Labs, And this research basically categorizes the industry into three broad categories. The first type of industry, which we call it, was digitally mature industry. These are the industries which have already experienced a fair amount of digitalization, finance, banking, insurance, media. And then we kind of measured the technology benefits which are coming by virtue of the digitalization, right? And these benefits were measured in terms of safety, productivity, efficiencies, etc. We actually figured out that almost 50 to 60% of digitalization has already happened, right? And there have been huge SPE benefits, safety, productivity, efficiency benefits which have been realized. We then actually looked at the second category of industries, which we call it as physical industries, right? So factories, industries, manufacturing. I think these are the industries which will have a huge potential for digitalization and therefore the SPE benefits which I just spoke about. Let's talk about transportation, for example. India today, on account of inefficient logistics, sees a loss of $15 billion or thereabouts, right? And now we have the use cases which are trying to address that. Right? Similarly, healthcare, road safety. So, 5G, in short, is not only about telecom or connectivity or user experience or gaming, but it's much more than the consumer part which we talked about. So,
okay, that's a very interesting point. And Mohan, I'm coming to you on that very point that Manoj made. For the average person, we saw successive generations of mobile technology. We saw the user experience evolve. I remember the outrage when telecom operators in India started charging higher rates for festival time weekend SMSs. And I don't know how many of you here used a phone before calling party pays came into effect. Okay, so the missed call era, that was the Indian jugaad. So just think of what we have done. And today you have WhatsApp actually fueling so much commerce that probably WhatsApp itself doesn't know how much of it is being done. So, but sticking to the 5G core, do you agree with what Manoj said, that we really need to look at it from more a B2B kind of approach? The layman, to understand that 5G may not immediately translate into some massive speed on his handset, but it is fixing so many other things, invisible things with his life and productivity.
So actually,
Just keep it closer.
Yeah. If you see the introduction to the panel itself, the 5G, the people told that it is enhanced mobile broadband, ultra reliability, low latencies, massive machine type of communications. I feel that 5G with the enhanced mobile broadband, which is we have seen, many people are experiencing right now, they are seeing the throughputs and the speeds, etc. But what we envisage, I think I agree with the people, the panel here, that there are a lot more services is going to be evolved. For that, 5G will offer the spectral efficiency, more number of sensors is going to be added. And there is a study that there will be 30 billion connected devices by 2025. So all these will be connected through the internet, through the 5G. Right? So if you have to handle that kind of massive devices, the massive machine type of communication piece of the 5G has to be evolved. Right? So currently what the majority of the deployment in the world is through this EMBB piece of that. So that is why there is a little bit of confusion among the industry and everyone that, hey, what is 5G is talking about many use cases, but what we are seeing end up is having is only the throughput speeds.
I'm glad that confusion is not the kind that existed in 2G, Coal G. Thank God 5G is also not mentioned in the same thing. But you head a very large company's R&D. You're the CTO at Samsung, and massive brand in India and globally. I just want you to, for the general audience here, tell us one use case that you think of 5G which is uniquely Indian. Like something like missed call, if not exactly that.
So I think I agree with the fellow panelists actually. So if you have to use the 5G, so far in 4G, I think the YouTube download is introduced in India because we have the scale of the people and 4G connectivity era is there. I think that will convert into the streaming. The download use case will convert into the streaming with the 5G because we have the huge bandwidth is available with the larger throughputs. That directly the consumer use case. But like I mentioned, these IoT sensors and IoT devices, etc., once they evolve, they will become like a more connected world, and then they will realize the various vertical services that 5G is going to offer.
That's a very good point, what Mohan is saying, and I'm just kind of adding to that. From downloading YouTube and trying to save bandwidth cost, and because you did not get uniform bandwidth everywhere, you downloaded it and kept it for watching later. What he's saying is live stream, which is you are consuming broadcast signal on the move. So that's a great thing. I'll come back to it, and also to you, Harmanpreet, later about how our networks are being optimized to handle that kind of shift in consumption. Okay, now to the man who's been very patiently waiting. Murli, you sowed this opening point of the debate because you have done some research as a company on 5G and the Indian consumer. And like we discussed in our BT multimedia newsroom, first we used to say Dunya Muthi Mein hai, now our life is in the handset, and without a handset you are nobody. Tell us what are the key things, if I were to put the same question to you, is 5G just faster 4G?
All right, good afternoon everybody. So I'll come from a very strong consumer perspective here. And in some ways I'll play back Janta Ki Awaaz, as it may be. So we did this, okay, let me take a step back. Look, there are three key stakeholders in this entire puzzle. There are the mobile network operators, there are the handset manufacturers like Xiaomi, and then of course there is the consumer. And if you look at how each one of these three is going to be excited about 5G, of course handset manufacturers are excited. 5G creates a new opportunity to upgrade your handsets. We can sell more handsets. We can go up the price point, higher ASP, great for us. Same case for mobile service providers. This becomes a competitive advantage. More people can opt for your network, and hence it is a win-win for you. But what is it for the consumer? And a few months ago, we went and spoke to, I think, upwards of 1,000 consumers and asked them a bunch of questions to understand, boss, what do you really think about 5G? At that point of time, if I recall right, about 60% of the people had tried 5G. I don't know whether they are regularly using, but 60% of the people had tried 5G. Of the balance, they said, look, 8 out of 10, 80% said we will definitely want to opt for 5G. And then we asked them, okay, why do you want to opt for 5G? They said faster speed, uninterrupted connectivity, right? I mean, very, very smart term. So we probe deeper. What does that mean? And very similar to what the gentleman said, look, in 4G there is buffering, in 5G I hope there is no buffering, right? I want consistency in my connectivity regardless of wherever I am, and whether I'm in my office, at my home, or whether I'm on the move. And then we said, great, so what will you use this 5G for? They said, well, there is faster internet, faster bandwidth, and maybe I can download stuff faster. Maybe I can game better. Maybe, streaming online entertainment is a lot more smoother, sleeker, cleaner, and so on and so forth. And then I took a step back and I wondered, look, what is this customer actually telling us? They just think 5G is a faster version of what used to exist in the past. And let us take a step back. We've had references to WhatsApp and YouTube. 4G had a few killer applications which are uniquely Indian. And maybe with some global implication. Video calling, WhatsApp video calling, anybody? Everybody here is in WhatsApp video calling, right? That is a unique child of 4G. YouTube is the #1 most used application in terms of time spent in India, right? YouTube would not be what it is without 4G, right? So 4G has created very, very clear, unique killer use cases which force a consumer to adopt 4G. My question is, what is it there in 5G? I would love to sell more 5G handsets. Today, above 15,000, most people are buying 5G handsets. But I'm asking myself, what are they going to use that for? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are fantastic use cases for 5G. Telemedicine, AR, VR, industrial automation, mobility. Perhaps there are many of such cutting-edge use cases. My question is, कि यार ये consumer के लिए क्या है? आप और मेरे लिए क्या है इसमें? And that's the big question that perhaps the entire ecosystem needs to come together the answer. It's not something that the mobile operators can solve by themselves. It's not something that handset manufacturers can solve by themselves. Perhaps it's a question where the startup community needs to come together, the government, the academia, everybody needs to come together and figure out what are these unique 5G use cases that make a difference to us. Now, let's not keep talking about AR, VR. Is it going to change the Aam Aadmi's life? Perhaps not. Like, what is the WhatsApp video calling? What is the YouTube equivalent of 5G is the question, and it's $1 billion question that I think merits answer.
Have you found answers, even if partial, to this question that you are posing?
Answer in which one?
To the same question about what is that unique YouTube equivalent for 5G, have you found an answer to that, partially or fully?
Not from a mobility perspective, right? In fact, I believe the first killer use case for 5G will actually be 5G at home, like Air Fiber, Jio has Air Fiber and so on and so forth. Why? Because fiber is not that widespread in India. So people might actually use 5G for their home broadband, and that could be the first killer use case for 5G, but that's not going to help my mobility use case.
Okay, so will that drive connected devices, connected TV? Anybody can answer, please, if you want to. Mohan, come in on this. Please jump in. Let's keep it.
I want to elaborate on that particular point. I think there is is interesting discussion actually on this topic. Actually, yeah. If you see in India, actually the fixed broadband penetration is about 3%, and most of the Indian consumer access to the internet is through the phone. And there, if you want to talk about the agricultural or any sensors, they need connectivity. How do you get this connectivity? Either the FWA, fixed wireless access, or the last mile connectivity should be the 5G for the fiber, where from the last mile of the fiber to the homes and to these particular sensor devices. That means I am little bit going towards not just the direct consumer use cases, but through the B2B consumer use cases. Finally, consumers will benefit. Second case is that when I talk about this FWA, fixed wireless access, right, is that many consumers rurally will get connected, right? So if you see fiber optics is ended there, and then there you put the 5G network coverage over there, and then I think the tremendous improvement since we launched 5G in October. And the last 6 months, I would say that one of the speediest deployment happened by all the operators. I think by the time we reach the end of the year, mostly India will be covered.
Okay. Harmanpreet, please come in on that point.
Yeah, I think more from consumer perspective, I think it is more from less. So what I say, more download, more speed in lesser time. That's what he was mentioning too, from a consumer perspective. But when it comes to connectivity of devices, we have carried out many use cases, but it hits the consumer directly or indirectly. But yes, it makes a difference. For example, we carried out successful trials with Apollo, right? We have created the live ambulance where the doctor is sitting. They have created a virtual setup of medical services inside the ambulance. The stats of a person is going live to the doctor sitting at Apollo Clinic, and there was a doctor was sitting overseas. Everything happened on the 5G network. Because of this ultra low latency, he was able to monitor all his health stats real time. Now that is directly or indirectly hitting the consumer only, because the consumer who is using the 5G handset, probably for YouTube, will be happy to see that yes, I'm able to get these services. Second piece is, he spoke about FWA, right? Now, I think we have the solutions, like fiber is very important for rolling out 5G because of the higher capacities required. But we have carried out successful trials for FSOC also. It's a free space, optics communication. You use a laser kind of, link, and you can connect a village up to 50 kilometers sitting from here. You don't have to roll out fiber there. So,
I just want to interrupt you here. Again, for everyone's understanding, are we looking at a situation where 5G, which is the fastest mobile broadband wireless technology available, is now going to, in some ways, drive fixed access at the consumer premises? I kind of am confused on this. Is that the best user case that is coming out?
No. FW, what he was mentioning was in remote areas. In urban areas, you are already connected. Wherever we have been not able to reach, where we have been not able to give a differential experience to our rural population. Example, Pan-India, I think around 70 to 75% of the population resides in rural. They have the equal, they'll get the equal opportunity of, virtual classes, medical facilities. You can create, these Apollo clinics there.
Right.
People can go and just with one nurse, you can get all medical facilities there. They'll be guided there. So I think that's the biggest.
That's the key point you make, Harmanpreet. Manoj, explain this to the consumer. At home, I have to continuously keep investing in my Wi-Fi. I have recently tried to fix dark spots at the home, which has meant more wiring and in buildings, in flat solutions. Externally, I am using 5G. For my television experience, I have now moved to a operator who bundles in that service also. So as a consumer, 5G is just becoming one more thing. I am having to still work with so many things, and 5G was sold to us as being the solution for everything.
Yeah, that's right. I think India is an amazing country. I mean, India is the only country where you see coexistence of 4 generations of technologies. Right? You have 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, all coexisting at the same time. Right?
And
I think it depends.
Postcards are also used.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So it depends upon the use case we talked about fixed wireless, right? So it clearly depends upon fixed wireless,
but to the point, sorry I'm interrupting you, Manu, but who will drive the use case? The way I understand what Murli is saying, somebody has to drive the use case, right? I'm just buying a handset, and the device industry offered 5G handsets even before the first network signal became public. But is it just vanity? मेरे पास 5G है, मेरे पास माँ भी है, 5G भी है. Yeah. What is the use case?
Yeah. So I'll come to it. So let's talk about fixed wireless, right? Now we are talking not about fixed wireless in the urban India. We are talking about rural India. It is not economically viable to lay down fiber, because these are all far-flung areas. So FWP makes a much more economical sense. So that's what I actually meant, the relevance of the ROI.
In rural areas, will 5G only still be used for streaming YouTube?
There will be many more use cases. I think we talked about healthcare. I think another use case, if you talk about rural India, would be drone-based precision farming, for example. Right? It's needed. Makes so much sense.
Okay, one more quick interjection here. Will all these apps, and I'm assuming applications, 10, 20, 30 of them, will they ever end up justifying the network cost that the telcos have paid? YouTube has milked the networks. They have made so much money on the network investments that companies like Airtel or Vodafone or Jio have done. So will it
add some color to this question?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So here's a real life situation. Let's take, any market. It could be an upcountry market, a tier 1, tier 2 city, or it could even be the outskirts suburbs of a large metro. There's a small store, call it Sharma Ji ka mobile store, whatever it is, right? And there's a customer walking in. So let's say an entry level customer. Now the customer has a choice between a 4G device, which is well endowed. It's got a good camera, it's got a good display, it's got a good battery, and it's, let's say, 12,000 rupees, right? But it's a 4G device, 12,000 rupees 4G device. And I'm specifically choosing this price point. But there is also a 5G option. Very similar specs, but that 5G device is, let's say, 15,000 rupees. 12,000 versus 15,000. And there is that specific demographic which is able to afford that device. Which device do you think that customer would buy? Number one. Number two, how do you justify to that customer that the 3,000 rupee premium on that 5G device is worth it? That is where the rubber hits the road. And that is the penny drop moment. That is the question that at least I am seeking an answer for. That is the question that the retailer, thousands of them in India are seeking an answer for. That is the question for which
what is the
millions of
real
potential customers are seeking an
What
answer
is the real life data? Are consumers paying that 25% premium कि मेरे पास 5G है?
Depends on the price point. Today, okay, at least as of middle of 2022, above 20,000, pretty much all devices, upwards of 90% of all devices sold were 5G. Over a period of time, Diwali last year, Q3, Q4, Q1 this year, 15 to 20,000 also became majority 5G. Because 4G chipsets aren't available, we have friends from MediaTek here. I'm sure they will understand when I say that, right? So even 15 to 20,000, a majority of the devices today sold are 5G. But below 15,000, right, there is a combination of 4G, 5G chipsets available, especially below 10,000, it's all 4G chipsets.
So Murli, are you saying India के पास 5G और भारत के पास 5G नहीं है?
It's the wrong way of representing it because there is Bharat and India and there is India and Bharat, right? So there are various metros wherein you have small pockets that resemble the demographic and behavior of tier 1, tier 2 cities. And therefore we often make this mistake of looking at these as two distinct buckets. They're not.
Okay, let's again do a show of hands before. One sec. How many of you have 5G handsets? Oh wow. Not everybody here, okay? And, those who don't have 5G, is it because the handset was too expensive or you don't have network signal? Just raise a hand. Okay, they don't seem to know the answer to that. So,
I think to answer to this, I have seen a good adoption of 5G handset. I would say the numbers. So in last 1 year, I could see the percentages of 5G adoption, 5G handsets, which support handsets in my ecosystem, going from 3% to 10%, and now it is almost hovering around 15 to 17%. So that tells
17% of Airtel network is now 5G handset.
No, 5G handsets which supports 5Gs, right?
Which support 5G.
So out of those 15%, probably 10% are users of it who are using download, but I'm saying these numbers are really very encouraging. In last 1 year, right from the news that 5G is coming up when our Prime Minister announced that we are going to do a disruptive change, we are going to bring in 5G. Post that from 3% to 9% to almost 15%, we are sitting handsets that support 5G. I'm telling my numbers, probably everyone will be somewhere around this because I'm talking, typical numbers.
Yeah.
So.
And in terms of the traffic shift, I think we did a lot of internal studies. We figured out that 6 to 8% of the traffic has actually shifted on 5G. So it's happening.
Only 6 to 8%?
To begin with. And you're talking about massive India, right? I mean, you talk about device ecosystem, which is maturing. Yeah. You're talking about the rollout. We are already on the first track.
I am asking a question which is a B2B question, but to you, I will still put it, does 6 to 8% after so much time and investment justify 5G investments?
Yeah. Let's not forget that we have just done 8 months of rollout. And so it's going to take time.
So it's wrong for me to get impatient.
If you double click this, into urban and rural market, 6% would be rural. Urban, we are almost at 13 to 14%. Already traffic shifted to 5G.
Almost 50 plus.
Closer.
50 plus cities are having the 5G rollout pretty decently, I think I would say that.
Okay, who can compare the Indian 5G experience as of now with what is happening globally? Just so that people understand, because we like to do these comparisons of scale and otherwise. Who can do that? Mohan, you want to give it a shot?
So I would say that personally, I have seen the US deployments, the T-Mobile USA. If we have to compare that, I think that this is the very faster deployment in the coverage for the 5G compared to the T-Mobile USA. Of course, US nation coverage is very high compared to the Indian geographical coverage. But the kind of rollout, I think it took about 2 to 3 years for the USA to cover the...
Can you comment about China quickly?
China, I don't have the data in my fingertips, but the point is that, that is also has been one of the good coverage. But I would say that based on my personal experience, India, last 8 months, I think that it covered decently.
Okay, closing comments. Amanpreet.
China, I think Koreans and Americans, US, they have been the fastest. But as far as the pace of rolling out things are thing, he's rightly saying we are the best across the world.
Very nice. Manoj, and then to you, Murli,
Yeah.
to close the show.
I think after China, we are the fastest. I mean, in terms of the number of base stations which you roll out, I think we are doing 35,000 every month, which is enormous. And in terms of how much percentage of 4G coverage you are converting into 5G per month, we are doing around 3.5% to 4% every month. 4G coverage getting converted into 5G, which again is the fastest in the world.
Okay, that's good to note. The final word on today's
Thank
discussion
you.
to you.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to stir the hornet's nest as it may be. But don't get me wrong, look, I am not trying to say that, look, 5G doesn't have a future in India. It will have an enormous future. But think of this as a clarion call. Think of this as a clarion call for the entire tech ecosystem to actually come together, because I firmly believe that people will happily and excitedly adopt 5G if there are unique killer use cases. And perhaps the best minds of the country need to come together to think of those use cases, because only then will the trillions of rupees that have been invested in the networks and everything else actually bear fruit. And that's what I'm hoping will happen. Good luck with the rollout, and good luck to mobile operators for quick rollout, as well as handset companies for producing fantastic handsets which are affordable. Thank you.
One, you wanted to.
Yeah, I just want to give the two points. The first one is that the 5G, I believe that it's a transition point from the direct consumers B2C market to the B2B market. I think that going forward, it is all going to be the B2B markets. And the second point is that it is not just the consumer use cases, consumer requirements. I think the 5G is going to play a very important role to transition not just the consumer requirements, but the machine requirements also, because there are many connected devices will be available. Those device requirements are humongous, and 5G is going to be a stepping stone.
Wonderful. And you know, it's not just a mere coincidence that we are having this discussion at the first Business Today Tech Conference in the city of Bengaluru. Clearly will always remain India's Silicon Valley. And also when there has been a change of policymakers in the state, and we are going to very soon hear from them, in a 5G India, what can be done to improve people's life, because you know, this is a country where all G's survive, from Mahatma Gandhi to practically every other G that you can think of. Many thanks to this panel for being such sports and taking all the questions, and to the audience for being such sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a fascinating session on 5G. And we thought we need to, well, crank things up a little bit and bring you, well, something. In technology, we believe in last in, first out. So we're bringing you the freshest news right here at the Tech Today Congress, where tectonic movements will be happening. And we're going to start that off. I'm going to call on our news director, Aaj Tak and India Today, and executive director, Business Today, Rahul Kaval, to introduce the next session.
There's a very important meeting of the Karnataka cabinet which just got over literally minutes before now. And we were at the Vidhan Sauda, and our two guests who are joining us now. at the Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru are two of the star ministers of the new Congress government in Karnataka. And they've agreed to come here to the Business Today, Tech Today Congress straight after that cabinet meeting got over. So thank you very much, Mr. M.B. Patil, the Industries Minister, and Dinesh Gundu Rao, the Health Minister of Karnataka. Thank you so much. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we welcome our special guests to the Tech Today Congress. I want to start by asking Mr. Patil about the promises which were made in the manifesto of the Congress party before the elections, which you've operationalized and announced today. And since that happened literally moments before now, before I get to industries, which is our key thrust, do you just want to take everyone through, because there's so much curiosity about where the Congress will find the money to be able to finance these 5 promises, which the opposition at this moment thinks could be fiscally ruinous. Mr. Patil, welcome.
I'll tell you, during 2013, when we had our manifesto, before Siddaramaiah took over as the Chief Minister, we had around 165 promises then. We did implement 158 promises, and another 30 which were not part of the manifesto programs. So 188 programs we delivered. But it was popular schemes like Annabhagya, Kshirabhagya, Kshibhagya. I was the Water Resources Minister. That's major and medium. 50,000 crores was promised, and I spent 58,000 crores. So like that, we have a track record of our son, and particularly our Chief Minister also, the Congress government. We have delivered whatever we have promised to the people. And today the same thing. We had given 5 guarantees, which you could see in the... We had a cabinet meeting, we all deliberated. And our Chief Minister has a track record of his own experience of as being a finance man. He knows finance of the states on his fingertips. He has calculated everything. How do I raise this money? Should I deliver? And accordingly, everything stage has been set now. And when these programs will be delivered, how it will be delivered, and what is the money involved. And all arrangements have been calculated, made, and now today we have promised the people that we are going to deliver it in the next few days.
Dineshji, especially after 2014, the Congress has been so used to losing. How does it feel to have won such a big victory in as important a state as Karnataka? And what was the bonhomie and the chemistry like in that cabinet meeting which just got over?
No, it's not that the Congress has been losing. The perception has been created that the Congress has been losing. If you see the state elections that have happened since 2017, when we lost Karnataka, after that, 2018 we lost Karnataka. Subsequently we won Rajasthan, we won Chhattisgarh, we won Madhya Pradesh. Then we had won Punjab, we lost Punjab this time. Then we have won Himachal recently. Now we have won in Karnataka. And perception has been built that, the BJP never loses. But apart from winning some of the heartland states, they have lost many, many states. It's not that they've been able to win in the southern states now. They've not been able to win in Andhra, Telangana, Orissa, Bengal, Bihar, so many states. If you look at it, Punjab, Delhi, they've lost many, many states. But unfortunately, when BJP loses, it doesn't become big news. But when Congress loses, it's huge news. And when...
I thought it's the other way around, because the BJP usually doesn't lose. When the Congress wins, it's bigger news nowadays.
That's what I'm saying. So if Congress wins also, you make it a big news. And if Congress loses, you make it a bigger news. But whenever BJP loses, it's not much of a news. Like Karnataka, it's a huge loss. And we know how the election was conducted in Karnataka, with the Prime Minister himself being around, Ms. Amit Shah being around. It was like they put everything into this. And they were thrashed. Literally, they were thrashed. But that didn't make big news. Otherwise, it would have been like Rahul Gandhi came and Rahul Gandhi was lost. But nobody is saying that Modi came and Modi lost. So anyway, that apart. But for us, it's a great victory. And it has actually, I think, earlier, I remember when we had a show earlier, I was also saying with India Today that we need a balance. And in this country today, that balance has been lost in terms of the way the political dispensation in the center is working. It is almost dictatorial. And we need a balance in the sense that the opposition also has to be strong, and the voice of the people needs to be heard by the people in power, and they need to listen to voices of dissent, differing opinions, different versions of what is happening in the country. Unfortunately, today somehow there's an atmosphere that people who speak against the establishment tend to get suppressed, or there's a fear factor also amongst many people. So I think winning Karnataka, I think, is a step towards the direction of bringing about a balance in our political system in the country.
But the opposition in this state and the government nationally would counter what Dinesh ji is saying, Mr. Patil, by saying that Karnataka is not India and Bengaluru is not Delhi. And even if you won a localized election in Karnataka, this has no bearing on other elections, and especially on the 2024 general elections. Why do you think that Karnataka's victory could be a turning point for what happens from here, especially in the big elections next year?
So if you, one question already Dinesh ji addressed. Modi ji did campaign here, he and Amit Shah, the Home Minister, the Prime Minister, Home Minister. They're almost residents of Bangalore for few months. Nobody was there in Delhi to take care of the nation. Secondly, whenever you see, it was Karnataka which has given a change in the country's politics. For example, Indira Gandhi ji, when she was out of power, it was Chikmagalur. She contested Lok Sabha in Chikmagalur, and it was a comeback. So now you'll see in 2024 elections, in Karnataka, we will win a minimum of 20 seats plus. Minimum 20 seats.
No, but the same polls which were showing Congress popular at the local level was simultaneously, Mr. Rao, suggesting that Prime Minister Modi retains his popularity for the national elections by a percentage positive jump of 8. So at the same time when you're polling, people seem to have different preferences for the state and for the center.
I mean, I will not say that the parliament elections are going to be very easy, but I think this election results has also galvanized the opposition parties, also is going to bring about a change in the way things are going to happen politically in the country. And I think voices which are, voices of dissent, voices of the opposition will be more clearly heard. And I think this gives confidence to all of us, not only to the Congress, but across to all other political parties, that BJP is not impregnable, BJP cannot be defeated, the kind of perception that they've been trying to build, we've punctured it over here. So definitely, like what Mr. M.B. Patil said, Lok Sabha is going to be hard, it will be a hard-fought election, no doubt, and it will be more or less just between two political parties. And we are confident that with our performance in the state, and by giving a good government, a clean government, we can also impact the Lok Sabha election. And I think there is a lot of time, another 10 months to go. 10 months is a long time in politics, and I think the whole situation can change. And we are very confident, Karnataka at least, we are going to do very well. And in the southern states, I do not see BJP being able to make any headway in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, and even Telangana also. So I think these states can bring about a huge change, I think, for the parliament election.
Mr. Patil, the Prime Minister has accused the Congress of trying to buy votes by offering all the freebies, some of which you operationalized in the press conference that just happened this afternoon. But essentially, some calculations done by the Data Intelligence Unit at India Today show that the fiscal deficit of the state of Karnataka could rise from 60,000 currently to 1.14 lakh crore rupees as a consequence of the implementation of your 5 promises. And as a percentage of the GSDP, it could go up from 2.6% to 4.89%, which the Prime Minister and the BJP say might be good for the Congress's finances, but bad for India's finances.
See, Rahul, you could go back to 2014. What our Prime Minister, before being a Prime Minister, what all promises they made. He said black money in Switzerland, Kaladan will bring it and give it to everyone in 100 days, 15 lakh rupees, 2 crore employment every year per year. 9 years now, 18 crores employment. And here also, and then said even for farmers, their farm income will be double. Dugan ho jata hai aapka. Kuch bhi nahi ho aisa. Neither he could control the essential commodities price, whether it's petrol, diesel, gas cylinder, take it to farmers, fertilizers, anything on this. Neither has unemployment and price rises to the maximum in this government. And if you take, when a Prime Minister says all these things, many freebies have been promised by them also in 2014. 2018, for take the example to Yediyurappa here, Karnataka. When we promised 165 in our manifestos, in programs in the manifesto, we delivered 158. They promised in 2018, 600 promises they made. They could not deliver 48. It was not even 10%. And now when they say these things, didn't they have the manifesto of their own? 23 now also they have the manifesto. You go through their manifesto, how many promises? So why this double standard? When BJP promises something, it is different, and Congress promises it is different. But we deliver.
The
We have
investment
delivered
bank
in the past, but we will deliver in the future
financial
also.
services company Morgan Stanley put out a report yesterday saying that India has transformed in the last 9 years. Now, this is the same bank which was earlier saying that India is one of the fragile five. And it says 1/5 of global growth over the next 10 years going up to 2031 will come out of India. And talks about India outperforming China for most years by a 3% positive advantage when it comes to GDP. And that the BJP government cites as evidence of how a new India has been built in the last 9 years.
See, I think it's definitely a great opportunity for India because of the way the world geopolitics is playing out. With the way China, the influence of China, people are getting very wary of the way China is operating. So naturally, all developed countries are looking for other options. And India is one of the best destinations. India, they're looking at some of the other countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, they're looking at some of the other countries also. But India, I think, is one of the greatest options to balance the whole China angle. So that's a natural advantage. But I think there were many things that have been done by this government which actually has hurt our economies. When they did the demonetization, it hurt our economy. Unnecessarily for 1 year, we lost huge GDP growth. When the GST was forcefully implemented without any preparation, it unnecessarily hit our GDP growth. So India has got inherent advantages, not because of BJP or Congress or anything else. It's the way this country has evolved over a period of time. And the kind of people that we are. We are open people, we are tolerant people, we accept people. So that is one of the great things about this country, right? That is not given by any political party. It's been the movement, it's been the freedom movement, it's the way people, this country has evolved. So when, during after post-liberalization, things changed also. So now to give credit, I can name 50 reports which are so critical of this government, which this government will just turn around and say that this report is not credible. World Bank reports, UN reports, so many reports on press freedom, on hunger, on poverty, on so many things. There are 100 reports. Will this government recognize that? No. They will pick out any report which says something good about that, about the government, and naturally every government will do that. Say, see, look, this report is saying the situation is very good. But I'm saying situation could have been far better if you not troubled this country so much with your foolish decisions and allowed this country with this, because that time when all these things were done, we were making a huge killing on the profits on petrol and on oil imports, because we were getting cheap oil and we were charging huge amounts of money on our people. So we were profiteering at the cost of the people. So when the good advantages were there, we lost out. It's not that we had great growth during the UPA years. The greatest number of poor people came out of poverty during the UPA years. We had, nobody can discount that. So growth, everything is part of, it has happened. And now even in this government, growth has come down because of certain decisions.
Yesterday,
now it's maybe picking up also.
They revised the GDP upward to 7.2%. And the same Morgan Stanley report that I was quoting, Mr. Patil, says that by 2027, India would be the third largest economy in the world. And the government says when we came in, we were at 9, now we're at number 3, or we will be at number 3. And that is what the Prime Minister claims to have helped India achieve.
You should understand who kick-started all these things. The entire credit should go to Prime Minister then Narasimha Rao ji. Narasimha Rao ji started these reforms. During his period, the globalization, the liberalization process started. Then as Finance Minister Manmohan Singh in the cabinet of Narasimha Rao ji, thereafter he being the Prime Minister. So all this foundation was set by Congress. It is not Modi ji in the last 9 years. If you go on talking, we can talk about many things over there. The IITs, IIMs, all aims have not been started by Modi ji in the last 9 years. It was in the Congress legacy. Neither the foundation for this economic reforms and a strong financial foundation, it was laid down by Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh ji. Thereafter, it was carried out by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji also. I should credit him also.
Now,
So not that, as you say, that Modi ji came and this country developed, everything started in Modi ji's period in the last 9 years. No, not at all.
Now, you are the new Industries Minister of Karnataka, and Foxconn has just formally announced that they will be setting up a massive semiconductor unit very close to Bengaluru, and the Congress government naturally is wanting to announce that very proudly and at some level seek to take credit for what happened. The BJP says, "Arey, kya kar rahe ho? To humne kiya, aapne kya kiya? How can you take credit for something that the BJP government of Mr. Bommai claims to have delivered? It just so happens that they got voted out and that announcement has been made."
Rahul ji, you can cross-check with the Foxconn people only. See, I started as an industries minister. I started and they came and met me, and immediately we said, what are the bottlenecks? There are small issues and all this. We concluded it on those issues, and we have promised a date which I will deliver. This government will deliver. Okay, all these things happen. You know, the process had started in the previous government. All this process, they're going to continue. But we have taken a concrete, this one, we are concluding not only this Foxconn issues, there are many more issues. I had a detailed review of my portfolio. I have done my homework. I'm setting up agendas. There are so many issues.
So do you want to talk a bit about the project and the kind of benefits you think it brings to Karnataka, employment over here, and possibly as a bellwether for other companies looking at setting up manufacturing units in the electronic space in India?
See, one thing I'll tell Rahul, Karnataka is not a preferred destination, not only in India. The entire world looks at Karnataka. And nowhere you'll get this atmosphere, you know. See, there's maybe in the last 4 years there was a little beating when it happened into communal lines and all this. But Karnataka has been a peace-loving country, state, and a very progressive state. And you will see now, down the next 5 years, we'll see that brand Bangalore, brand Karnataka, again will be the number one in the country, and the world looks up towards us. And that we mean business, and we want to ease out many things here, no? Yesterday I talked about single window clearance. We are taking up the single window clearance, which has many windows there. We want to make it ease it out to a real single window clearances and all these things, ease of doing business. There's so many things. We are going to decongest Bangalore also. Beyond Bangalore, we are going to be another thing, so that industries come up in the entire state of Karnataka. So there are so many things. I am heading all the infrastructure ministry also. So major industries and infrastructure, they go hand in hand. We will see that I do work hard, as I worked in my water resources portfolio. Dinesh knows about it, and we will deliver. The entire under Chief Minister, who knows about finances like nobody in this country, and together as a team, we will see Karnataka. See, I do not want to talk about other states. No state can match Karnataka.
Mr. Rao, you want to talk a bit about this, how the vision of Karnataka from an economic tech industry perspective is different from the vision that was followed under Chief Minister Bommai, and then before that under Chief Minister Yedurappa. How do you see your Karnataka being different, and how do you respond to the concerns that potentially corruption could go up on your watch?
No, I think what happened in the last 4 years has been bad for Karnataka, no doubt, because there was no vision for the state. And the corruption levels were so high that even industry also, why industry was not able to establish itself fully in the state was the way the governance was taking place in Karnataka. So and you were also talking about how we will deliver on all our promises. It's all linked, because so much of money was being eaten away by the previous government. I mean, even if we just reduce the corruption, there's so much of funds available for the state's development. And like what Ms. M.B. Patil is saying, is that Karnataka has got inherent advantages, and that need not be claimed by any person or any political party. That's the advantage Bangalore had because we were the first to, actually you can say Congress did it because we were the first to liberalize education. Bangalore became the education hub in the 1980s when we had engineering colleges, medical colleges, diploma colleges. People from all across India used to come and study in Bangalore. Why did Bangalore become IT hub? Because of that liberal progressive reforms that we had in education. And the city itself has got a great culture. So IT, BT is going to be the mainstay. I think artificial intelligence is coming up in a big way. So I think Bangalore should leverage itself and make itself also as the AI capital of the world, or at least definitely of India it will be. So it should become the AI hub of India. Aerospace is becoming big in Bangalore. So, so there is so much of things happening which are, because of our inherent advantages. So we have to exploit it, bring about ease of doing business, reduce the corruption. To start an industry, it takes almost 2 years. If you come in here to get the land, to get your permissions, to get it kick-started, it's taking 2 years. So I think under Mr. M.B. Patil, who is a very dynamic minister, and with the support of CM, we need to bring that time down. Okay. So you can come in and start within, a shortest possible time. So investment-friendly policies, and I think things can look up. It's up to us as people in government, as policy makers, for us to deliver, and we will deliver. I am very confident of that.
Okay, we are coming to the end of this conversation, and before I end, I want to ask you this question about the kind of public posturing we saw between Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister Shiv Kumar after the verdict came out, the race to be Chief Minister, which has now been settled, at least it seems from the outside. A lot of people sitting here would wonder whether it is settled only temporarily, because we are seeing the manner in which both of you are smiling, saying, "Kaun bolega?" Like, who's going to respond to this? Because we are seeing the manner in which Ashok Gehlot ji and Sachin Pilot are slugging it out in the desert in Rajasthan. Is there a fear to the future of this government that at some point in time, what we saw after the verdict, we could see similar posturing of the kind that we are seeing in Rajasthan?
Rahul, you were there in the press conference after the arrangement was there, announced. Venugopal ji, our AICC General Secretary, organization, he told you the thing. So he is the official this one. So he is told many things, So it is ultimately, we have to go by that. So no worry, it's all the political thing. It's a business conclave. Why do you worry about the political things over here?
No, but
Congress,
ultimately,
business conclave. See, whoever comes, the person is not important here. The Congress government here, it will deliver. It will see that it will be industry friendly. And as in past, what we are doing as SM Krishna's government also in previously 1999, how they have done it here. And as rightly pointed out, now aerospace also in a big way. Artificial intelligence is going to take away. We have another young friend, Priyank Karge, whom we know very well. He was having his IT and BT portfolios. He is also a very capable young man who can deliver things, who can think beyond the box.
Mr. I want to draw you on this because you quickly look towards Mr. Patil wanting him to answer instead of wanting to answer yourself. But business is about continuity and stability. And the concern that there could be stress in the system of the kind that we saw for a few days after the verdict came out, it's a very real fear. How do you allay it?
No, this fear has been spoken about since the last 3 years. That how will they work together? Will they be able to bring the Congress back to power? Will the entire Congress leadership be able to handle, not only them, there are other leaders also. So will they be able to all work together? So this has been expressed repeatedly for the last 3 years, and we've got tired of answering these questions from people like you and so many else, that no, we are all together, we are united, we are going to fight the elections and we're going to win it. So there's always the naysayers. So now we proved them wrong then, and we'll prove them wrong again. We are confident, and we also understand the whole, actually to tell you seriously, we also understand the whole political dynamics in the country today. And we have a greater responsibility to prove that, that Congress can deliver, Congress can give good governance, good government, and Congress is an option. Because unfortunately there's so much of blind belief today that people are not willing to look the other way because they're just sold on certain ideas and their minds have become closed. So we need to open up those minds and look at the harsh realities that exist on the ground. And I think the real issues of the people, unfortunately, are not being discussed. We are only talking about issues which do not concern the people. That's what's also happening today. So we understand our
My colleague
our
Sagai
role
has a
also.
question for you. Sagai, quickly, just wait for a mic to come to you, or let me just hop across and give you the mic. 1 second. Here you go.
Sir, since it is a business conclave, I just want to ask a question about how we are going to improve the infrastructure in Bengaluru. There are several companies which is contemplating to move out of from Bengaluru to other cities, and even other cities like Hyderabad is accommodating. And earlier you had criticized BJP government on infrastructure, especially when the infamous flooding which had happened in the IT corridor. How your government is planning to change this perspective of Bengaluru?
No, I think it would have been better if our Bangalore Minister, Deputy CM was here. But of course, what Bangalore requires, it requires a cleaner city. It requires a city that can move faster, meaning transport issues to be solved. And because the environment of Bangalore is great. So we need to reduce the pollution in the city. So those are the important things. And infrastructure, like you said, roads and all those things people know. But the main important part is how do we execute the works. So I have seen, because I've been MLA here, the amount of wastage that takes place or in our contracts. So we need to see that the quality of work and also the execution of the work and reduce the wastage and have a vision. We need to have a vision for not only Bangalore, but how Bangalore is going to grow across because of the satellite towns. Bangalore is growing north, Bangalore is growing towards Mysore. So how do we manage the growth? Better vision, better planning. And one of the things that Bangalore requires at the earliest is the peripheral ring road. So we've been talking about it for the last many years now. So that is something that we need to see that it's done. So those are the priorities, I think, peripheral ring road, cleaner city, garbage management, waste management, and transportation. I think if you do that, Bangalore can take care of itself because it's got a dynamic culture on its own, it can run.
I can add up to what my friend Dinesh told you. See, one is we have a minister, Bangalore Development Minister, who is our Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar. So he also is a dynamic person. He'll also take it forward, all the infrastructure works. And I'm an infrastructure minister. So I'm open to, because infrastructure, we handle all the private partnership projects over here. So together we all will move. And Bangalore has to give a trust now. Because many years in the last maybe 5-10 years, so there has been a little, we hear from the people that infrastructure in Bangalore has to give an importance, and it is paramount with us, and we'll see that whatever the industries, whatever the people want, and this one they want, we will see that the infrastructure in Bangalore will be one of the best in the country.
Mr. M.B. Patil, Dinesh Gundu Rao ji, I can't thank you enough for agreeing to join us here at the Tech Today Congress. Also on such a big day, on a very busy day where your promises were finally at least announced. They need to be implemented. The money and the benefits need to reach the last mile. And as you said very correctly, that people are watching Bengaluru much more than usual. For the reason that you mentioned, that the Congress hasn't been winning, and if it wins, what's the kind of governance that it can provide? And can it provide a governance model which is genuinely different from that of the BJP, which people then start buying into? So you carry with that great victory, great responsibility, and we wish you all the best for the journey ahead.
Last word.
Yes.
I asked you about, not in a business summit, you were asking me a political question. I have a political answer for you. I saw your this one during the exit poll, and you said about what you said about the state came true. But at least I'll tell you, you're going to be proved wrong in the parliament things, And take it from me, we are going to win more than 20 seats.
Okay, from a Congress perspective, we wish you all the best. From a polling perspective, we'll stick to the sanctity of our poll, and that's very important for us. But you are two stars of this big victory, Mr. Patil, especially, getting a part of that Lingayat vote bank of the BJP to move away is a very, very major achievement. Is it sustainable? Can it get replicated? Is it a one-off? A lot of that will get known as you get an opportunity to implement the vision that you just spoke about. I want to thank you, Dinesh Gundu Rao and Mr. Patil, for joining us here at the Tech Today Congress. Thank you very much. Really appreciate this. Thank you.
you, Minister Sirs, for that fascinating session. And thank you, Rahul, for really making this a tectonic event with those announcements. Now, moving on to the next session, catching a cold, tech winter, and weathering the storm. Because here at Tech Today, we want to give you solutions to some of these problems in this ever-evolving world of technology, gripped with phases of uncertainty and downturns. Adopting the right strategies and an adaptable mindset is crucial to survive and thrive in what we call a tech winter. In this session, we will explore the challenges and strategies for weathering that storm and opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and emerging stronger in the face of adversity. I'd like to call upon our panelists, Siddharth Pai, founding partner, 314 Capital; Mahakali Srinivas Rao, Chief Executive Officer at T-Hub; Anas Rahman Junaid, founder and MD, Hurun India. And this session is moderated by our editor at Business Today, none other than Saurabh Majumdar. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you, Ayush. And after that very engaging discussion on the high decibel world of Karnataka politics and politics in general, we are back to a slightly chilly discussion on the funding winter, the tech implications of the funding winter on the tech startups ecosystem, the startups ecosystem in general, and what these eminent gentlemen on the dais have to say about the implications of such a winter, if I may keep calling it that. And I'm sure all of you have heard this term repeatedly about the tech winter and the startup ecosystem and the implications. The Game of Thrones said winter is coming, but winter, as we know in the startup ecosystem, is already here. It's hit the entire global tech ecosystem pretty hard, and it has had implications for India. We've had a situation where very few, or rather no unicorns were created in the first quarter of this year. We've had this SVB collapse and its implications, at least for a very brief, terrifying weekend on the Indian startup ecosystem. So without much ado, I will start off by asking Siddharth, who has dealt with so many of them and continues to do so. Siddharth, and I will go around this panel asking for a bird's eye view at first of what you think is the current scenario and the road ahead in terms of the tech winter and its implications.
So happy to. I think the tech winter has been one of the most hotly debated topics that we've seen for a long period of time. It's a contradiction in terms itself. But I think one thing is very important to understand is that valuation is actually a function of fundamentals, a function of potential, and a function of market sentiment. I think the market sentiment is a macro factor that has adversely affected the entire startup ecosystem to a large extent. If you study the rise of the startup ecosystem since about 2016, 2017, you'll notice a massive dislocation happen in 2020 itself. Now, 2020 is where the federal governments and the federal banks across the world ended up printing a large amount of money, and interest rates actually came down to zero. Now, when that happened, larger institutional investors started actually chasing alpha. So in order to generate that kind of alpha, fixed incomes were almost giving them zero yields. The stock market was severely dislocated because of the sentiment was bad. So startups in the private companies emerged as the hottest asset class, followed by crypto itself. Now that the interest rates have started to rise and fixed incomes have actually increased in terms of their yield, we're seeing a massive pullback of capital from all these particular areas. So this is actually the market sentiment factor that's actually affected very strongly upon that. Now, on a fundamental basis, I think one of the biggest changes we've seen in the startup ecosystem is a shift from growth to profitability. Now, when the value of a dollar today versus the value of a dollar 5 years later was actually the same, because interest rates were extremely low, every investor encouraged the startups to start following growth, saying that once you have growth, profitability will end up actually following. Now that interest rates have actually risen, we've seen them actually change their tune to say while growth is important, profitability is actually key. The ability, any company that has free operating cash flows is king. Now that switch, this is 6 to 7 years of learned behavior that has to switch within a short period of time. And we're actually seeing this actually play out amongst all of India's unicorns for that matter. And one more thing that needs to also be said is even though everyone actually chases the amount of capital coming in and investments is a function of burn. How much money I end up burning, therefore I end up having to raise a large amount of capital. But if the ecosystem is trying to actually turn profitable, and many of them are trying to turn cash flow positive as of now, the need to end up raising as much capital as it did previously actually goes away. So I wouldn't call this is a winter. Yes, there has been a funding slowdown. There will be a number of business models who I believe are actually children of a low interest rate environment. They could only survive when they had an infinite pool of capital available on tap. Some of these business models honestly need to actually die. This creative destruction that's inherent to the startup ecosystem needs to actually end up showing up such that more innovative businesses can come in. So it is, every winter is actually followed by a spring. We are fairly certain that the spring is actually in the offing itself. And the startups that come out of this are going to be far more resilient than anything we've actually seen in the past.
That's very well put, Siddharth, that if winter is here, can spring be far behind, as they say. MSR, you've created this wonderful ecosystem of startups at T-Hub. You deal with a lot of them, you provide mentorship, there's mentorship available, funding available. What is the sense you get? Is spring likely to come sooner than we expect now, or is the worst over? What was the sense?
Sure, I think, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer to that. So I think, 2021 was an anomaly, right? It is what you call a scorching summer, followed now by a
harsh winter.
Right? So having said that, and I think Siddharth referred to a number of factors, interest rates, Ukraine, etc., right? So all of that is reality. Now, again, one has to look for silver linings sort of thing. So obviously, if you look at numbers, if you look at, for example, the Q1 of this year, funding dropped by about 75%, right? And if you look at even the last month, right, overall investment came down to about, from 1.91 billion, it came down to 1.05, almost a 47-48% drop. So reality is, there is a slowdown, right? Now, but I think just building on what Siddharth said, clearly I think the push now is to get your unit economics in place, figure out how, is there a path to profitability, right? I think it's hard to envision, a situation where businesses can keep continuing to burn money endlessly with no clear path to profitability. So I think we are starting to see some sanity return. I think good businesses will continue to get funded. We are also seeing, interestingly, in the work we are doing, we are also starting to see a lot more. Today, again, I think there's one more factor we have to think about, which is, end of the day, I think the VC world, and Siddharth, you can add to this, I think is there's a recognition that, our overall pool is still fairly shallow. I think a lot of businesses which got funded, particularly in the B2C space, were predicated that the consumption will keep, it's an ever-growing spiral. Reality is, I don't think there are more than 100 million consumers. So think about this, right? If you think of Zomato, they have, end of the day, for a business which has been around for as long as they've been, they have about 50 million consumers, right? You think of PhonePe, for example, or UPI in all. Right. It's only about 250 million out of 1.3, 1.4 billion. So I think there has been a correction. I think people are starting to recognize that growth is possible, but you have to be frugal. And second is, the market is not as deep as they thought it should be.
Anas, you deal with a lot of billionaires and you come out with the billionaires rankings and all of that. What is your sense of the fact that, the startups now, with the funding going down, unicorns not happening at all this year, as opposed to last year when the same quarter had, I think, 14 of them created. What is your sense of where we are in that? Is it a valuation game still, or have the lessons been learnt? Like, both MSR and Siddharth seem to say that now the path to profitability, and VCs and PEs are clearly insisting on that path to profitability. And we see that actually in a lot of the listed big former startups as well. I don't call them startups anymore because they're listed, they've become big, but they're also now concentrating on profitability, having learned their lessons in a sense at the public markets. What is your sense?
Thanks for the opportunity. I think the way we compile a list and through Hurin, what we try to tell is a story of India. I think Indian story has to be spoken from a decade perspective, not 1 or 2 years, right? I think in 10 years from now, there will be massive amounts of wealth creation that's happened in the country. Only then can India hit a GDP of 8 trillion or 10 trillion, whatever we're after. And this after effect of that will be cash flow and family offices and traditional families getting into active investments in alternative assets and so on. So I think this wake-up call has been fantastic from a startup perspective. And even from our fund, we launched our first fund in January. And we invest in pre-series, a very early stage kind of opportunities. So at that stage, this is really a cool position to be in, to get companies with good valuation. So it's really a great opportunity from an investing perspective. And for the startups which are at that stage, it's a great opportunity to look at the operating model, revenue model, how would they achieve. It's like we look at startups as a mountain. The founders will have to climb that mountain. And so far, a certain path has been taken by the startups to climb that mountain. Maybe that path has to be changed now, and this funding winter is a wake-up call for that. And I really believe that this will be a great opportunity for investments. And from an Indian context, over the next 10 years, one would see a lot of activity from billionaires and family offices being an active participant in the whole ecosystem.
Siddharth, startups are all about innovation. Innovation is what defines them in that sense. You and people like you invest in that innovation and, the dream which some of these entrepreneurs have. Is there then, with this funding winter or this drying up of funds, is there a clash in a sense between the need for constant innovation, which in a sense will also be guzzling funds sometimes, and the need for profitability, which is now uppermost? How do you balance this innovation versus profitability, or is there no conflict?
No, there is. I think so. Both of them actually go hand in hand. Scarcity is one of the strongest drivers of innovation around. When you have constraints artificially placed upon you, you actually turn very, very innovative as to how you can maximize the limited number of resources that you have. And indeed, startups are actually, have actually proven this to a very large extent, except for the last 2-3 years, where we've seen massive amount of overinflation in valuations. But that overinflation and valuation has always been a function of slightly later growth stage startups. Even in the metrics that MSR actually spoke about, even though the funding has actually come down by 77%, that funding decrease hasn't been uniform across all the cluster of startups that are there. Your seed stage companies and your early stage companies actually saw an increase in the amount of funding they got on a year-on-year basis itself. The greatest dislocation of funding is actually happening in larger companies, where the expectation is that you should have turned profitable by now. If you start looking at it, we have so many larger unlisted companies that I'm very sure their founders and companies feature on Hurun's list as well, where actually have listed market companies which are far more profitable, but actually suffer a lower market cap. So the growth narrative, or the narrative that was a very inherent part of the valuation story, has actually now clashed with reality, where people want to see how is this dream. This ROI is not return on imagination. It's actually return on investment. So all the imagination and dreams that you have, how does that actually translate to reality? And I think the innovation that we're seeing right now, given the fact that the digital public goods have actually been laid extremely strongly, we're seeing immense amount of innovation come out of India that will actually transmit to the rest of the world. It's Silicon Valley that built for the first 1 billion people coming onto the internet. It's going to be India that's going to build for the remaining 6 billion people who are coming on the internet right now. I will actually like a neutral kind of space for what they end up doing. UPI, anywhere else in the world, would have been a $100 billion company. It's free. It's completely free for that matter, and we've actually built unicorns on top of that. ONDC, for that matter, is going to actually unlock e-commerce, not just for the 50 or 100 million people that most of the startups end up chasing. It's going to unlock it for everyone across the whole of India. You'll actually see a mini Flipkart in almost every district in the entire country. We're going to see the biggest defragmentation of e-commerce, which is consolidated now. There are top 2 players, before Reliance and Tata, etc., actually came in. So this cycle of creative destruction will actually continue, and innovation is the foundation of this, and innovation will always thrive in this scarcity. The moment you have unlimited resources, you turn lazy, you turn complacent. And that's actually going to be the death knell of larger companies. So the more nimble you are, the hungrier you are, the better you can actually combat this winter, and the more stronger you can actually end up emerging.
That's again very well articulated, Siddharth. MSR, do you think, what Siddharth is saying is that, and because of that, you're witnessing that funding is actually coming to the smaller and seed stage companies rather than the profligate ones which have really spent and overvaluation and all of that. So do you see that sense settling in at the startups which you have sort of dealt with at T-Hub?
So if you, again, just to build on what Sid said, if you look at just 2 data points, right? if you look at how many companies actually raised more than $100 million in the last couple of months, just been two, PhonePe and Baiju.
That's right.
And clearly, while there's been a overall slowdown, the funding drop-off has been much more in the later stage because of all the factors we said. Now, coming back to the innovation piece, right? I think there's a large untapped opportunity in several sectors. For example, if you take deep tech as an example, right? So we have whatever 85,000 plus startups. But if you look at the number of people who are actually focused on deep tech, it's less than 7 or 8%. It's about 5,500 sort of thing. And clearly now we are starting to see some very interesting plays in those areas. So for example, space tech. So we have a tremendous opportunity. For example, two of the companies we incubated, Skyroot and Dhruva, right, have been able to raise large capitals of money, a large amount of money, and have been able to do it very frugally. Right? They still have a lot of powder left.
And have done a very good job as well.
Yeah, right. So I think there are several areas. So I think space, he alluded to a few. So space, clearly, I think there's an opportunity in health, with the digital stack, etc., getting built in that space, apart from obviously fintech and so on. So including in sectors like insurance, for example, where despite everything that has happened, penetration is still extremely low. People have to figure out models. Of course, it will take some time. But clearly in several areas, which I think are going to solve fundamental issues, right? Not about delivering something in 10 minutes, okay? I think there are opportunities for good, viable businesses to be built. And I think one more thing which I think he talked about, startups are going to be the engine for job creation. We all know that in organized industry, thanks to automation and everything else, job creation is not going to be what it was. So clearly, the next vehicles of job creation are going to be startups.
Anas, we're coming to the end of the session, but I want to spend a little bit of time with all of you about talking a bit about governance. This whole issue about profitability, the path to profitability is one factor, which of course VCs are considering. Now, I spoke to several big VCs over the last few weeks. This concern about governance is real, and we see it everywhere, right? Where do you see this playing out in the startup ecosystem, and how does this affect valuations, you think, eventually?
I think great question. I think in 2021, maybe I don't know how the due diligence was conducted, how robust it was. Maybe there was a fear of missing out as well, right? So you have a deal on the table, you want to be there, you want to get the allocation, somehow get part of it. Just last couple of weeks back, we passed a deal after doing DD for about 2 months. And this kind of environment, we have the flexibility to take that much time to do a proper due diligence and even backward of a deal if it doesn't work out. So one thing that's really happened, this funding interest, both for investors and also for the startups, right? The DD is more extensive, possibly, and also much better awareness in terms of how do you price innovation.
Siddhartha, yes, this is very important for you.
So I truly believe that good governance is a lot like personal hygiene. When you do it well, most people don't notice, but the moment you don't, there's nothing that can possibly hide that stink. I think right about now that stink is something that nobody can actually end up ignoring to a large extent. Now, governance is one of the fundamental factors of actually building a business. If a company goes down because of business dislocation, something major happened, etc., investors are forgiving of it. They will actually fund the entrepreneur again. They believe it's a good person. They can end up actually doing that for that matter. But the moment a company goes down because of bad governance, there is no one in the ecosystem who will possibly end up funding that particular person. We're seeing another case play out now of a serial entrepreneur who's actually had numerous run-ins with governance, and that's actually playing out to a larger scale. It's the third time that's actually happening. Yes. I think from a governance perspective, the premium that you earn on governance is something that we've actually seen play out in the listed markets also. We've seen great technology companies in India who've actually had a fantastic premium compared to their peers because of the strong governance philosophies that they've actually spoken about. Mr. Naren Murthy just actually walked in here. He's actually done the greatest contribution to corporate governance that India has actually seen. And indeed, there are a number of startups who wish to emulate the success and the governance frameworks that have come about. And when things go bad, you don't compromise upon the core principles that you have. And that actually keeps you going strong. See, this is a long-term game. Valuation, etc., is a short-term metric. It's a shorter dopamine that actually makes you feel great. But the next day when you wake up, you actually have to go back and actually go through the entire grind again. And strong principles and good governance is something that will always keep you on the straight and narrow, and then actually make sure that you can compound. And long-term compounding is ultimately the aim of every company and every startup. And good governance is the most crucial ingredient in that.
MSR, the last word from you from the T-Hub side. What are startups learning the lesson now that governance cannot be a good thing to do? It is a must-do, and you'll not get any valuation at all or lose valuation regularly if you do not, fall in line with the governance norms.
I'll just pick up on what he said. So I think in 2021 it was fear of missing out. 2023 is joy of missing out, right? So we've seen, we've seen in many cases when investors start digging deeper and start recognizing that these people have been chasing growth at all costs and breaking all rules. So I think this is a good time for us to go back. I think, exemplar of good governance is here, right? To go back and start looking at how do you build not just for the short term, build value over long term. That has to be based on a strong foundation of ethics, probity, and governance.
Talking about the joy of missing out, JOMO now, if you want to call it that, a very, very large VC, actually a CEO of that VC actually told me that he dodged a bullet by not investing in an edtech firm, which we, keep reading about. So, that's something which is something to think about. Thank you very much for an absolutely fantastic session, and you can't get better people than that to talk about this. And thank you, and welcome Mr. Narayana Murthy also to this gathering. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for an absolutely insightful session. And the next session, we're talking about FOMO and JOMO. This is a session you cannot miss out on. An absolute honor and pleasure to introduce the next one. We'll be chatting with an absolute icon of the tech industry. Tech as we know it has been defined by the next gentleman coming up on stage. Entrepreneur, founder, and former chairman of Infosys, Narayana Murthy, having played a pivotal role in shaping India's IT industry, to share his vision and perspectives on India's future tech landscape, the necessary skills, the workforce, and the vision for the next decade. The skills, the people, and the vision for the next decade. May we please have on stage Mr. Narayana Murthy. This particular fireside chat will be had with Saurabh Majumdar, editor, Business Today. A huge round of applause for India's Tech-Aid.
Yes, yes. Now, facing Mr. Murthy itself is a daunting task, and he has turned his chair a bit and said that it's easier to face each other. Now, I don't know how many people would be up to that task, Mr. Murthy. First of all, thank you very much for gracing this BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru, your city, and having you talk to us about the digital future of India in that sense, and what India needs to do going forward. I would like to start off this discussion, Mr. Murthy, on, with hearing your thoughts on what are the key pillars on which you think India's digital future will be based in the next few years.
Well, I think any culture, any civilization, or any nation that has made impressive progress has revered and practiced meritocracy, number one. Second, it has revered and practiced values. And third, it has in some way lived in peace with neighbors. The reason is you don't want too much of the hard-earned money to go into defending yourself against aggressive people in your neighborhood. But that doesn't depend upon a nation, it depends upon neighbors too. But the reality is you watch any nation, which has over a period of, I'm talking about last 50, 60 years, okay, which have gone up, I would say, meritocracy, a set of values amongst leaders of all avenues in the country, and third, a mechanism to live in peace with the neighbors. These things are very important because if you, I don't know if you have noticed, the first byline of emphasis was powered by intellect, driven by values. That's what we chose because we realized that for emphasis to grow to our satisfaction, to the satisfactions of our employees, and to the satisfaction of our investors, it is very, very important for us to show growth. Not just in top line, as it is happening in many cases, both top line and bottom line, because at the end of the day, if you don't make money hand over fist, in, legally and ethically, obviously, in anything that you do, it is not worth doing. That's been my philosophy right from 1981, when I founded Infosys along with my younger colleagues. Second, in any journey, to do that, you need competence, you need intellect, you need good ideas, you need to learn very quickly from others who are better than you, perhaps improve on those ideas and use them to become better and better. And second, you want to innovate some ideas and create solutions which provide a differentiated business value, differentiated value either to corporations or to consumers. So therefore, competence is extremely important. Second, values are very important because at the end of the day, if you want to have a sustained relationship with your customers, trust is to be built. If you want your employees to live, to be with you for a long period of time, they need to respect you. They need to have trust in the fairness of transactions in the company. They must come mentally and physically refreshed to say, I will add some value to the corporation. Third, if you want long-term investors, then they need to trust you with their money. In other words, they should say, these people are working hard, they are not into profligacy, they lead a reasonably simple life, and therefore they will provide a good growth rate both in the top line and bottom line. And then finally, I don't know of any corporation which got into big fights with its competitors, just as I said about nations. Neither of them has prospered. As they say, in a war, the winner loses and the loser dies. Let me stop here because I can go on and on. Yeah.
No, absolutely. So you're absolutely very well put about the value system being a very important part. Yeah. Now, you talked about Infosys, which in a sense, not in a sense, actually is the country's first real startup. And I was speaking recently to Nandan Nilekani, and he also mentioned very, very fondly about the early days when he said, when Murthy calls, you just go. And this was because it was a company which was created with the basis of having a core value system, not just for the purpose of doing business. Now, that is what Infosys is the gold standard of. In the sense of what we see around us today, Mr. Murthy, in the startup ecosystem, and we were just discussing a bit of it in the previous session as well, what is your sense if we are to have this digital decade, India, taking forward the enormously good work which has been done on the digital side? Governance has to be at the core of it, right? Otherwise, it cannot happen. How do you see? Are you a bit dismayed at what you see of very, very interesting startups, really struggling because of governance problems? How do you see it? And do you think that this is just a blip and it will not last for long?
Well, let's first of all remember that these are all youngsters. They're pretty, young in their age. They are highly impressionable. So therefore, they're prone to committing mistakes. So we should not be extremely harsh on them. But as long as they're willing to learn from those mistakes, quickly change their path and move towards what is in the interest of every stakeholder. So I would not use a strong word. I would only say that they need to accept their mistakes. They need to change their path. And if possible, they need to tell all their stakeholders, look, some of you have lost some money. Therefore, what we will do is we will run the corporation very well. We will create a certain kitty and we will do good social service as a penance. And second, for those of you who still have a part of your stocks in the company, we will work 10 times hard and make sure that that money will grow. Whatever little is left with us will grow very well and compensate for whatever loss you have made. I think those are the only two ways that we can atone for whatever happened in the past. And the thing that some ways slightly disconcerting is the fact that it's my own experience. When we were raising money for just before our IPO, because we had to take our own kitty to 1.2 crores, because those days 3 crores was the total equity required, and we were supposed to have 60% of it come from the public. But even to make that 40%, we had to go to a lot of our friends and relatives. Almost everybody who was well-to-do, they asked us hundreds of questions and they didn't put in any money. The only people who put in money, I come from...
They would have been very, very rich now, sir.
No, now they are angry with me. That I didn't persuade them to put that money. That's a different issue. But the only people who put money were my sisters, brothers, people who had very little savings, cousins, who had tremendous confidence in me. At least the guys that I raised 65% of the amount and Nandan raised 35%. Others did not. But anyway, so they did it because they had observed me from my childhood. They had seen that we were very, very careful with money. They had seen that when my family took some loan for the education of my brother or whatever it is, they paid it back very carefully with whatever interest. All of that they had observed. So therefore, the disconcerting point here is there may be a lot of people, a lot of lower middle class people who may have put some money in some of these companies. Now, the question for us is, how do you ensure that these people who lost money do not lose out? That I don't know. I think all the governance experts in the country must sit down and then say, is there a way that in the future, if these corporations were to do extremely well, that a part of that money could be given back to those people maybe below a certain income level? That is possible. I think some innovative ideas have to come from governance experts. I mean, Pai's son is here. He's a very bright person. I have known him ever since he was a small child. So I think people like him should think about, and there are a lot of professors from institutes of management and all of that, if they can sit down and say, this is how we want to ensure that everybody is a winner without hurting the major investors, without hurting the founders, etc.
So digital India, also digital, the footprint has a societal impact. Now that brings me to the topic which is being hotly discussed now, that of the impact of AI. Now you have been a public votary and you have said that AI is a good thing. It increases productivity. It will not really take away jobs. But a recent Microsoft survey also says that a huge majority of Indians actually fear for loss of jobs. That is one part of it, sir. The other point is about the whole impact on society itself, of AI, generative AI going haywire, going rogue. And that's a concern which even the, people who have actually come up with ChatGPT, like Sam Altman and the others, have actually talked about having guardrails or some kind of regulation. There has been a whole number of people signing, asking for a halt to that. How do you see this vis-a-vis the whole productivity aspect versus the impact on society itself?
Well, I have said this many times. As long as we use any technology in an assistive manner, and in particular AI in an assistive manner, then we will all become better and better. Now, how can we use AI in an assistive manner? There are so many ways. For example, you can build expert systems. You can improve productivity in a corporation. You can improve your own work productivity. You can help AI diagnose new diseases. You can help AI help us in conducting complicated surgeries using robots and all that. So there are many areas, agriculture too. For example, in India, I would like to use AI in food and in agriculture first, because we are short of water. So if AI can help us in growing food with minimal agriculture. Second, we also have floods. If we can leverage AI in managing floods and also in reducing damage to agriculture, I think our country will be very, very useful. There are many others, it's just not that. But what happens to India is that India is a follower in technology. By and large, I don't think there is any technology that we have invented, right? Almost. You may look at iPads, look at phones, look at this, whatever, lights, LEDs, solar power, you name it. All of it was invented somewhere outside. But our education system has made us capable of using those inventions to make our lives better. That's good. There is nothing wrong with that.
UPI is a good example of that. The payment system, UPI. of taking it forward? And
well, there are two things that I'm very happy in India. That is, one is, of course, Aadhaar, which Nandan headed. I think it's a very, very good experiment, very good, very useful thing. It has added tremendous value to the country. And the second is what's happening right now, ONDC. If ONDC succeeds, I think we will bring the power of online commerce to small shops, everybody. So I think, yes, in some way, and UPI, of course, has done a good job. But then the seeds for UPI, were there elsewhere too. So it's not just India, but in a different way, in a different form. So I think the most important thing for us is to think of areas where we have big problems and use AI in tackling those problems. And I see that, for example, I wish somebody worked on a paper on how do we use AI to incentivize couples to reduce the population. Because that's a huge problem in our country. We all know we have already, according to World Bank, we have exceeded China, right? So we have to reduce our population, otherwise all the good things that are happening today may be reduced considerably. So use AI in population reduction, use AI in improving agricultural productivity, use AI in making sure that our water resources can be utilized better, use AI in reducing pollution in the air, etc. So there are many, many problems which are unique to us. And if we used these technologies to solve those problems, I believe we will be a better country. I don't think, we need to use it in autonomous cars. I don't think we need autonomous cars in India. Anyway, they may not work. But I think just because it is used in San Francisco today, we say, no, we'll bring autonomous cars here. That cannot be our priority. Maybe some people may want to use it. That's up to them. But I would focus AI on improving public governance, reducing corruption, in improving water availability, in improving agricultural productivity, etc., etc.
But Mr. Murthy, are you also in favor of at least a pause, like many of the global thinkers, including the biggest entrepreneurs as well, are talking about, to assess these very instances of how you can make them productive, AI productive, rather than make a deep negative societal impact? Assess it and then go to the next level of AI.
Well, I am now 77, therefore I should be consigned to the dustbin. But I'm pretty old, so this is not the age when I should be doing that. There are a lot of intelligent people in India, in our IIMs, IITs, IISc, many institutions, and there are also thinkers here from Business Today itself. You produce such wonderful articles. For me, there is so much data in your articles, so deep. So I just have saved so many of your articles.
Thank you,
it's
sir.
unbelievable.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is that the deep thinkers of our society, all of you that I mentioned, should say, what are the 10 grand challenges for India? And how can we use AI, machine learning, big data, etc., and other technologies so that we can make our lives better? I would say that if one of the IITs or IISc were to call a conference and call all of you, some 200 people, and then, form working groups or all of that, I think we will be. If we keep on following the West, that they did this, therefore we will do, I think, it is not a good.
So you don't really, you think there is a lot of positive elements of AI which need to be then sort of prioritized and taken forward. You don't really want to...
As you know very well, the other day, US Air Force was conducting a simulation test on AI-assisted drone. And first somebody said the operator died because that drone, killed him. The drone took him as the target and killed him. Later on they said, no, it was not, it was only a simulation. What happened in that particular case was, they had put in a maximizing function to locate the target. And somehow the loop where the human could intervene and say, no, don't go after that target, didn't work. In other words, a little bit of a faulty software. And then what happened was, it, I believe, destroyed the tower. Now, I don't know whether it destroyed the human being or not. That is, later on they denied. So, yes, you are right that it all depends upon us who are the creators of those technologies. We can use it for good purposes, we can use it for not so good purposes. For example, you need AI in handling nuclear plants, because human beings should not go near that. So there are many, many areas where AI can be used in an assistive way, and we don't have to use those applications that have been utilized in the West, because there the population is small, and we have, we're the country with the largest population in the world. Why do we have to do that?
So we are at the end of our time, but before that, I will take the liberty of asking you one question, which is not a part of AI, Digital India or something. Now, what is your advice to the Prime Minister of Great Britain? What is the British, do you give any advice to the Prime Minister, British Prime Minister? I'm sure you do.
No, as a matter of principle, I do not discuss any foreign issue, particularly in the political circle, on any platform. So you'll have to kindly excuse me. Anything in India, anything, regarding whatever I have done is all welcome.
No, but how do you spend your time now? Is it difficult to move around freely in London when you go? I mean, this is not linked to any political issue.
I don't want to talk about those.
Okay, I shall respect your wishes, sir. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Murthy, and for an absolutely exhilarating discussion. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurav, for an absolutely exhilarating session. Mr. Murthy, an absolute pleasure. Standing ovation for you. And we expected nothing less. Could I please request you to stay on stage? And I'd like to call on stage Mr. Venkat Sastry, Director, Career Center at SRM, to, well, present a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sirs. Now, in today's world, few industries are as important as semiconductors. After all, our daily lives are largely controlled by the processing power of these chipsets. In the next session, we have leaders and experts from the semiconductor ecosystem sharing perspectives on advances and trends in the fast-changing chipset landscape and on issues and opportunities for India as an alternative destination for semiconductor manufacturing. The session will, of course, be moderated by Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Siddharth Zarabi. And let me also welcome the stellar panel that will be joining him on stage shortly. David Reed, CEO Vedanta Foxconn Semiconductor. Neil Shah, Vice President Research at Counterpoint. Hitesh Garg, India Country Manager, NXP Semiconductors, Santosh Kumar, President and MD, Texas Instruments, India. Gentlemen, can we please have you on stage, and the audience, a huge round of applause, please. Let me move this on the side.
Welcome. Once again, we had NRN talk about broader issues, including ethics and ethics around the use of technology. And now, something very basic, very fundamental, and very, very important to India's future, as well for our own individual usage. This is the world on a chip. And obviously, we are not talking about potato chips, we are talking about wafers. Before I start, again a show of hands here. How many chips does your mobile phone contain? 5, 10, 15? You know, maybe a show of hands. Is it at least more than 10? Do you think so? Okay. Does anyone here know about how many mobile semiconductor chips India has produced? Okay, so that sort of sets the context, but I have a great panel here. And David, I'm coming to you straight up, the mic on your left. The search for silicon on and a wafer fab. Where do we stand? And I ask you this question because you are the company that's in the news. We've seen certain policy announcements by the government virtually 24 hours ago. What can you tell us to kick off today's debate?
Okay, can you hear me? First of all, we welcome the government's decision to open the application under the new policies. One of the things in India, we have to have some gravitas, some mass. And be it one wafer fab or 10 or 15 wafer fabs, the more the merrier. Because we face, and I say we because now I'm Indian, since I've lived here now since February, and you can tell from my accent. That's Texan accent. You know, number one is the supplier infrastructure, the applied materials, the LAMs, the TELs, the software, all of that stuff. The second one, when you're spending 8 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion, and some of these wafer fabs are hitting 30, 32 billion in the world, you want to staff it with experienced people. And the dilemma with India is you have the world's brightest people, the youngest people, but there's no experience on actually working in a wafer fab or a foundry. And the third big thing is the I would call it the soft thing, is the social aspect of it. If you're going to bring a bunch of foreigners over here, how do you get them to want to come? Long story, but what we face is a unique opportunity right now for India to be like Taiwan was in 1988, or I would say China was in 1999.
Okay, unique opportunity and obviously unique challenges. And David, I remember of a time when every year Intel and other companies would hire from a company in Mohali near Chandigarh in Punjab. I would urge you to go and visit. That was India's first and only wafer fab. and it is still operational with the small facility in Hyderabad doing gallium arsenide work, but obviously it's from a completely different era. I come to you, Dr. Satya Gupta, for providing us an overview of where India stands today in its search and effort to be Atmanirbhar in these chips. We became pretty much Atmanirbhar in potato chips maybe several dozen years ago. But what about wafer chips? When do we get to be Atmanirbhar in that?
So when we say Atmanirbhar in terms of the chips, if you look at the global ecosystem, right, the chips are not made by the foundries. Chips are made by the product companies like Qualcomm, Broadcom, and all those people. And just like any other factory, wafer fabs manufacture those fabs, right? Those chips, right? So, on the second
For the
hand,
sake of simplicity, would it be fair to equate it with potatoes being grown by farmers and being processed by various companies?
Little difficult to say, but you can say the equal comparison is that basically Apple designing the iPhone and Foxconn manufacturing the phone, right? Yes. It's like wafer fab is like more like Foxconn, and the chip design companies are like more like Apple, right?
Another fundamental question, deliberately I'm interrupting you so that the general audience can also understand
Interaction
it,
is better.
because this is really high-tech, cutting-edge stuff. What would you say to those people who will say, why do we even need, to go down this path? There is enough semiconductor capacity minus what happened after the recent supply-side disruption. Why not just import and continue to manufacture? Why do you want to sort of reinvent the wheel?
So, as I was saying, there has been too much emphasis across the world on the manufacturing side, right? When we say India needs chips, India needs products first, okay? And the manufacturing will basically follow. But at the same time, I think it is a very strategic technology for a country to have. It's not about having this technology, it's about not having that technology. If you don't have this technology, a lot of people say India will become superpower in the semiconductor and this thing. What I say is that India needs a seat on the table when the semiconductor geopolitics is discussed across the world, right? We need that well-deserved seat because we are going to be the largest consumer of the semiconductors, okay? And one of the things which we have to do, a lot of numbers Neil and other people produce, like I look these numbers very differently. We are large consumer of the chips, but the demand of the chips is not there that much in India. Only 10% of that thing which we consume, we can call as a demand, right? Because if something comes as a kit from basically somewhere else, that's not a demand for India.
Let's in fact go to Neil to demystify this. Neil, some numbers. How large is the opportunity? How unique is the challenge? And a more fundamental question, because, for the last few years, even the government is looking for answers. And if I may say it, investors who actually sort of make the cut from a government point of view. Demystify this for us, please.
Sure. Thank you for having me here. Great question. Why do we need it? And what is the opportunity here, right? So if you look at in last year, 2022, in India, India has become a hub, first of all. India has become a hub for manufacturing a lot of electronics. Smartphones, 99% of the smartphones are made here, right, in India for domestic consumption. Beyond that, now India is also exporting phones, right? And a lot of big players like Apple, Samsung, Chinese vendors, they are diversifying beyond the usual manufacturing facilities in China and so forth. And India is becoming more of a hub because also from the policy perspective, government is laying a red carpet for everyone to come and manufacture here. So if you are setting up manufacturing unit of finished goods over here, you need to have a very robust supply chain. You cannot wait for chips to arrive to you because if you don't even have one chip, you cannot manufacture that phone, right? If you look at in China or Taiwan, the entire ecosystem of suppliers, chipsets are around the manufacturing facilities over there for any finished good product. So that helps with supply chain. But what has happened is everyone is over-reliant on these particular suppliers, and they are very concentrated in 1 or 2 geographies. And that is where everyone want to diversify. And when you look at, for 2022, we consume close to, as I said, $27 billion worth semiconductors locally, and that is going to go to $64 billion by 2026 in terms of just value, right? And that also includes exports because we have a lot of PLI scheme, DLI schemes.
Neil, in terms of the number that you gave, 27 billion going up to 64, it will still be a small fraction of global semiconductor output.
Sure.
Therefore, does it justify the effort and the investment?
Yeah, so this is like 64 billion just 2026, but as we see more and more manufacturing here, design here, we'll see India becoming a more export hub by end of 2030, end of this decade. And that is where I think, for example, India now manufactures close to 16% of the global, 16% of the global smartphones, right?
Okay.
And now, if you look at mobile and wireless, it's close to 50% of any fabs chips revenue. For TSMC, 50% comes from smartphones.
Okay. Right? Hitesh, I come to you on that question, and I'm taking it forward. Where do you see the key opportunity lying from a manpower availability, other resource availability for India? Because the semiconductor industry is massive, it's highly evolved. There are pockets of, I would say, great competitive manufacturing capability. Indians do well in design, for example, overseas, the point that was made earlier on the panel. Where do you see that unique sort of Indian possibility?
Thank you for the question. By the way, I'm product of SCL Chandigarh, so that was my first company way back in '96. So thank you for mentioning that. So yeah, I think as you mentioned, so we started this journey not recently. It was way back in '80s that we started this journey, but somewhere over the time, we thought that there are other priorities for us as a nation, and we did not pay too much attention. But at the same time, the thing which went on happening was innovation or focus on the design. So in all these 20 years, what we have been doing, all the companies, if you see global companies, have their design hubs in India. And that positions us, and that, to answer your question, is that gives us a unique opportunity. If you see from an XP standpoint, so we have 35% of the R&D workforce is sitting in India. I see the same thing is happening for Qualcomm. So there are tens of thousands of people. So we are making or designing 30 to 40% of world's most complex chips in India. So that's a very big starting point. So manufacturing, as we see, is the key focus. And you are rightly said that 64 million, that's only a fraction. But if we see 2030, it will be 110, just extending the number. So which will be, if we talk at $1 trillion, 110 billion is 11%. So we will be consumer of 11% by 2030. So that is on consumption side, but on the design side, we might reach 50 to 60% in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's where I see bigger opportunity.
Okay, bigger opportunity. Santosh, last but not the least, Texas Instruments. I mean, I wonder how many patents does the company have when it comes to the overall semiconductor? Can you recall top of mind?
Thousands.
So, you know, guys, just, I mean, pay attention to what he has to say. My question to you, yes, a round of applause, please. You know, okay, let me do another objective type question. How many Indians in your company?
I think in India it's 100% Indians, but in the worldwide there are several SVPs, several VPs who are Indians.
Okay.
That's true with any other technology company. I don't really think
absolutely, and we all need to be proud. And like David said, he's now on way to becoming an Indian. We don't know if he'll change his passport ever, but glad you said that. But Santosh, please tell me, and I know this is not a question being asked of you as a company representative. We've always believed, oh, you know, why is Intel not coming to India? There's so much. Why is X not coming? Why not coming? Why indeed haven't large-scale foundries been set up in India so far?
I think we got to look at, thank you for the question. We got to look at any of these things as really having a dot on the planet, right? In a place where we do. When we look at it, there are several fabulous companies who don't really have any presence at all. And they should definitely look at India as a place to start. When we look at companies like TI, we have 4 or 5 clear places where we already have a dot. We have a presence over this, right? And we are looking at it for the next 10 years to quadruple our production capacity. And we are making significant large investments already today. We have acquired people, land, and so many such things for that journey. So it's much more easier for us to just expand the dot to make it slightly bigger than actually put a dot in a place where we don't really have a presence, right? That does not really mean we will not look at India ever, but it's easier for us to go look at this, and big companies always do things which reduces the risk, and for us, it's a much lower risk option that we already have. And in all those places, we have clear ways. We don't really look at particularly a government investment or something like that to go and do this, right? We look at the financial viability. We absolutely look at India as a very high opportunity for us, for both people. And we don't look at India market only as a market, right? When we produce chips over here, TI produces 40% of its chip end-to-end. Complete responsibility for conceptualization to delivery out of India right today. When we look at it, we don't look at India as a market. Yes, 64 and 110 and everything will look small, but we serve the world. The products that we actually do are for the world. It's not really for India only, right? It's
I'm glad you say that. Please also explain it a bit more. Therefore, in the global semiconductor ecosystem, what role does India play? In the overall. So, we know about Taiwan, we know about other things, but if you were to sort of sum it up, where do we stand in that global ecosystem?
It's actually very high in the value chain. Innovation is very, very important, right? And design plays and test plays a very huge role in innovation. And one-third of most of the big semiconductor companies actually have their design houses here, right? And TI produces 40% of the chips, and we have a plan to increase it still further. So I do think we already play a very, very important role. And manufacturing is one piece of the puzzle. It's not the only piece of the puzzle. We got to look at it, right? And everything that we do, it must be very competitive.
So is this focus on manufacturing right or misplaced?
No, it is absolutely right, because I'll tell you why it is important, right? Because we need people who can produce products. Going back to what we heard today, right? Creating products, we need people who can consume semiconductor chips, who can actually create boards, who can create products. And we do need more and more of them. Not just in manufacturing the PCBs for it, but conceptualizing what kind of products that we can do. And there are several problems that India has, very, very unique, that can be actually solved very well by us. And electronics will play a very big role in increasing the quality of life. That's why this is important. It's not really because there is money. Of course there is money, but it also changed the quality of the life of the bottom half of the pyramid of the people. And we have a responsibility to go back and address it. That's why it's important for us to do manufacturing also in India.
Great answer. Satya, you want to take off from what he...
See, you asked that why big guys have not set up the fab basically in India.
I mean, these are questions that the average person would ask.
I just want to basically answer that question as a question, right? Okay. Recently, TSMC decided to put up their fab first time in the US, right? Samsung decided to put up their first time their fab in the US. Why? Because their customers are in the US. Okay. Apple is in US, Nvidia is in US, AMD is in US, Broadcom, Qualcomm, all of their major customers who are basically buying the premium wafers from them, not just the lagging edge, right? Wafers which go up to $20,000 per wafer. Those customers are sitting there. Okay. So that customer pull will always basically make them go near to the customer, right? Now, India, we don't have that customer base, right? That basically we don't have fabless company. We don't have electronics product company. You talked about basically electronics manufacturing. Today, if you look, mobile phone, which we talked basically in big numbers, right? While the manufacturing grew from basically, let's say, $38 billion to whatever $80 billion mobile, at the same time, the penetration of the global brands grew from 1 to 75%. And Indian brands went from 15% to 0%, right? So if you don't have the Apples of the world, the product companies out of India, that does not generate the demand for the chips. If you don't have the demand for the chips, it does not generate the demand for the fab, right?
Okay. Okay. You wanted to come in, and then I'll come to David and Neil.
I may have a bit of a different view than
Sure.
So I see a lot of opportunities, and that's what Mr. Narayan Murthy touched upon, right? India for India. So there are a lot of product innovations that we are looking that are required in the ecosystem. I look at automotive. Of course, I may agree with Mr. Narayan Murthy that we don't need autonomous cars, but we need electric two-wheelers. We need autonomous two-wheelers at some point in time. And that's what are the innovations which are innovations for India. And I see huge opportunity. And as Satya mentioned that the companies go where the customers are. So we are going to be a third largest automotive, you can say, consumer in the world. India is going to is already
with a fairly large manufacturing capacity as well in auto.
Absolutely. So automotive is going to be the driver for next generation chips, and it will also fuel growth for semiconductor needs in India. So that's where I beg to differ a bit.
I'm saying the same thing. The products are going to be driver. In the mobile manufacturing, we say we don't have the products. That's why the chips are not there. Automobiles, we have the product, so we can have the compound semiconductors and other chips. That's a very big opportunity, but that's driven by the products. We need to reverse the trend in the mobile also. I urge everybody to have 10 mobile brand companies out of India, which take 25% share of the mobile company, and everything in the semiconductor will change once we do that.
David, since you are on your journey to becoming an Indian, and very soon people will be calling you, or maybe they already call you David Bhai Sahab. David ji, can you tell us as an outsider, and you know, I certainly believe that this is part of India's process of also technology and adoption and product development and having a manufacturing base is part of our country growing up and going up globally. In many sectors we have done it. This is one sector that we are making our attempts. What's your gut sense? Is it that the government incentives are not enough? Is the government being too cautious? Or is it like other panelists who say that there are multiple other things, including, for example, nearness to customer, that plays a crucial role in an investment decision?
Okay, let me just back up a little bit. And I have some numbers here.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You can rattle them off.
Yeah, India imported in 2020 $53 billion in semiconductor. In 2023, it's $100 billion.
$100 billion of foreign exchange going out of the country.
And 2027 is $400 billion of money going outside. And there's plenty of examples around the world where countries did not pay attention to manufacturing. I won't name them. And you have some countries that did pay attention to manufacturing and look at them. And for every job in that wafer fab you create, you're going to have 7 to 10 jobs on the outside with suppliers, chemicals, materials. The economic impact of one of these wafer fabs in the U.S., and I was a customer to the wafer fabs, several $1 billion a year, writing a check to some of these guys, because my customers were Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Apple, all over. And what they wanted was a product they wanted on time with total quality, and I could do it at a profit. And you want the manufacturing. If India misses this window, the repercussions are going to be huge. You have a doubling of the semiconductor market going from 600 billion to 1.3 trillion. And that capacity does not exist right now in the next 6 or 7 years, even though there's roughly 54 wafer fabs or 61 wafer fabs under construction right now. The other point is the customers, due to COVID, realize that not all semiconductors are equal. You hear this expression, semiconductors are the new oil. Well, if I'm buying oil, I can get oil from Venezuela, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Texas, and it's oil. Now, when I'm in semiconductor, you have analog, you have digital, you have MEMS, and you have logic. And I'm sure I'm going to upset somebody you didn't name. But the thing is, if I need memory chips, there's only 1 or 2 places I can go. If one of those disappears because of a tweet or a policy decision, I'm in trouble. If I want advanced logic, there's only 2 countries, maybe 3 I can go to. So not all semiconductors are equal. And back to why are there hubs? Because of that infrastructure. If I'm sitting in Austin, Texas, and I'm a supplier, I can supply 5 different customers. If I'm sitting in Arizona, I can supply 4 different customers. If I'm in Hsinchu, I can supply 50 customers. I come to India, I got 1 wafer fab. I mean, I'm talking about a high volume 300 millimeter wafer fab. So one of the issues is India, and myself included, and Vedanta and Foxconn, it is imperative that we get this first wafer fab off the ground as a proof point that India realizes this is the future. The number of wafer fabs that can pivot, and if you're an in customer and you have diversity of your supply that's consistent and predictable, you know, they'll flex source out of Taiwan, they'll flex source out of Korea, and they'll flex source out of India. And, you know, this is the moment. If this 5-year window will determine the next 20, 25 years. And here's the other irony about India, as an outsider. Back to the comments of these very smart gentlemen, India has all the back-end design, simulation, system know-how. What's missing is the engine. And that engine is silicon. So now India will have the world's largest concentration of design, IT, software, simulation, integration, and then at the other side of it, they'll have semiconductor. Now, someone will say, well, David, you know, you don't have 3 nanometer. Well, 3 nanometer is the size of your DNA. Okay? I saw an article yesterday, 1.5 nanometer, and, you know, that's the size of a sugar molecule. Okay? So the point here is that we don't have to build all that high-end stuff. 60% of all semiconductors is on, I call the sexy mundane, which is the old, not older nodes, they're volume nodes. And that's where all the chiplets are going to come in. I mean, India, we should focus on the chiplet roadmap where you integrate all this stuff. They have all the software. We introduced 55 nanometer, 90 nanometer, right. 65. I could go on and on. So, you know, this is my platform to tell India, this is our moment.
I'm glad you say that. This is India's moment. And hopefully we'll capture that. Neil, I'm coming to you. Actually, Neil, just hold on. I want to go to Hitesh. Just on a, you are very proud of having started and coming from semiconductor complex. Why did that story not take off apart from the fire that burned that fab? Why did that story not take off?
No, I think that story, first of all, is not bad. So whatever was supposed to be served by that company is still being served. So government is, I see them always an enabler. So government started that fab, and of course there is a research which is still being done, but they were not pumping a lot of money into that fab. So of course, but that fab created the know-how that there is a fab inside the country. You can go and see it. There are some defense projects which are running, which are crucial for the nation. So it served the purpose. But what we missed is to get like commercial suppliers or commercial fabs coming and sitting and having the job here. And now that's what is being done, where government is giving incentives. Foxconn, Vedanta is coming, plus a lot of other players are coming. And I fully agree with with David that this is the time. So these 5 years are very, very crucial for us. This is the moment. Otherwise, like 20 years later, we will ask this question, why we missed the bus again?
And before I go to Neil, just a story for all of you here and those who are watching us. It wasn't as if India is now waking up to the semiconductor opportunity. I don't know how many of you know, but the late Gyani Zail Singh was very instrumental in that wafer fab coming up at Mohali. 2 chief ministers were chasing, just as you now hear, you know, competition between various Indian states, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka for various projects including semiconductor. Way back when that decision had to be made, the chief minister of Maharashtra and the chief minister of Punjab, both sides were in reckoning. Gyani Zail Singh ji went and offered that entire land for 1 rupee and caught Maharashtra unawares. That's how it happened in Mohali. So please also take into account the fact that we have had a lead of, in fact, many decades we would have had over even Taiwan, but unfortunately it went away. That fab got burnt. There wasn't enough investment. There was one attempt made in 2003, 20 years back. But those were times when we simply didn't believe that India could be a manufacturing country as well. And the jobs and the ancillary benefits that David spoke about have been missed. We'll probably get back at some point. Neil, as we wind down on this conversation, because I want to sort of end on a positive note. And by the way, just to once again add, the first chips that went into our Agni missile program were designed, manufactured at Mohali. So, there is stuff that we can be proud of as a country. Neil, come back to the most recent announcement by the government and sort of read between the lines. What is the government trying to do with opening up applications again? The questions that have been asked is, one, does it mean that, no one made the cut from the first round? Or is it that the government is thinking this very complex space through? Later on, we'll hear from Ashwini Vaishnavji also, but your thoughts on this subject?
I think it's more of a latter. It's not, we haven't got applications. I think there are a lot of talks going on, like as you mentioned. But I think it's more of, as you said, all semiconductors are not equal. There are a lot of things happening. There is packaging, which is a low-hanging fruit, which can come first. So there are a lot of different players which government can target on packaging side. Then there are a lot of mature nodes players which can come first. Advanced node might not because there are just few, right? So there are multiple players which government can target and expand the wheel, basically, expand the pie.
I'm coming to you, Santosh.
Just one
sure.
I want to make is that I think there is little bit of misinformation about opening of this thing, right?
Yes.
Lot of basically part of the scheme was already open, right? Only basically the semiconductor fab part of it, which was basically closed after 45 days, but compound semiconductor, ATMP and all of those things were already open, right? So only that particular portion, which basically yesterday's or day before yesterday announcement got opened, but rest of them were open.
Quick response from you. If all goes well, as the president of the VLSI Society, in 2, 3, 4, 5 year time frame, what kind of semiconductor ecosystem could evolve out of all these steps that are being done by the government and the private sector?
In 3 years, we will have 2 ATMP. In 4 years, we will have 2 compound semiconductor fab. And in 5 years or 6 years, we will have 2 semiconductor fabs.
Okay, wonderful. And that would obviously mean a lot of high-end jobs. Santosh, I'm coming to you for the very final sort of question. And if you could, from your own past experience, draw out, how the future would look like, given all the things that we have discussed here from overall semiconductor ecosystem in India. You spoke about your company's intentions, but a broader sort of industry overview that you could share.
Yeah, I think we got to look at semiconductors and electronics as an enabler for quality of life, right? That's the fundamental thing. Things from mechanical systems are becoming electrical systems, electronic systems have become electronic system. Over the last 50, 70 years I'm talking, right? And electronic systems are becoming intelligent systems. So there is and you take it in your cars, you take it in your homes, you take it in factories, you take it on the roads, you can take it and see it anywhere. There is a much higher percentage of electronics available in them. When world population is just going 1 or 1.2% up, semiconductor industry consistently is growing 8%, and this is despite the fact that average unit price of semiconductors is coming down. That's why this is such an important segment, and there is a lot more innovation out and available there. So my appeal is to really people who are reading this and working on this, that if you are looking for a future in which core segment of engineering that you should really work on, semiconductors is an absolute space. There are multiple things on chemical, material science, engineering, electrical, computers, all of them over there. And India has a very, very bright chance, right? Today we talk about software. Anywhere in the world, India has a prominent presence. I do foresee in all spaces of engineering, semiconductors plays, and semiconductor will have a huge presence where India will really tunnel that movement over there from what we are trying to do.
Wanted to
Yeah, just to to forward what Santosh just mentioned. I think I fully agree. Great opportunity. And we are very supportive of this and we should support this. I just give you an example. Every year we run a startup contest. So this year we had 270 startups who are in semiconductor space in India.
270 Indian startups in semiconductor
who applied
space?
for the startup challenge.
Wow.
And we selected 12 of them. We are mentoring them. So I think we, as we say, okay, we are having like working on semiconductor space for last 20 years. So we are supporting the ecosystem with the startups because we have like 4,000 heads, but startups can have 40,000, 400,000 heads who will take the ecosystem much forward. So I think there is a need and we see a lot of opportunity and fully agree that semiconductor is the area and it's a difficult area. I see, I was in Europe last week. And there I see students are not reading electronics or semiconductors. But in India, I think we see a larger opportunity to have more manpower to research, to develop, to manufacture semiconductors in India.
Well, a young nation with a lot of fresh hopes. And in this very city, if India's software revolution took birth, at least at this BT Tech Today forum, hopefully we have all got some more clarity as to the possibility of a semiconductor revolution. And imagine if the government alone is going to invest 70,000 crore, it has promised to do that through the PLI scheme, the amount of money that can come in from the private sector, and just think it through. In the last 20, 25 years, the telecom revolution, the software revolution, the IT-enabled services revolution, and now the king and the core, the heart of the puzzle, which is not potato chips, but wafer chips. Thank you very much to the entire panel for that wonderful time here with us. Thank you.
For that fascinating session. Now, for those of you who are not well versed with the Tech Today multiverse, well, just like we do on the TV show and on digital and in the magazine, this event is an immersive one. And I tell you that because on one end, you'll of course see a little metaverse of the things that we do in the hall, and outside you'll see holograms. So I urge you to go check them out, get a digital avatar of yourself made, hopefully wearing a Tech Today Congress t-shirt, and then share it on social media with the right hashtags. If you don't get those hashtags, turn to ChatGPT and it'll give you a little help from that particular friend. But the next session is a very crucial one that we've been waiting for a while. So without further ado, let me introduce my next two guests. Sindhu Gangadharan, Managing Director and SVP SAP Labs India. Irina Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer, Microsoft India, will be joining me on stage where we'll be discussing women in tech. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. And I'm truly, truly grateful that I can actually say that on the stage, because I've been saying thank you, gentlemen, throughout, parroting that. And I'm so glad that at Tech Today, we do believe in having a diverse set of views. And to kickstart that conversation, Irina, it's interesting that we call this Women in Tech. Be it at the C-suite level, be it at the creator level. There's very few tech content creators who happen to be women as well. What do you think is holding people back from really embracing tech? And from your vast experience at Microsoft, is this something which is a cultural thing? Maybe this has to be fixed at the top, or does it work the other way around?
So a couple of things. One is you talked about tech, and second is you talked about culture, right? When you talk about tech in particular, so now the intake of women in the entire STEM industry is about 43%. But what survives right till the end to go across the entire functions and statuses is about 14% itself. Why is this leakage happening? That's one question. And also, this is at the level where you have privileged people entering. And how is it translating to the underprivileged section as well? So I'll cover two things here. One is an overall ability for women to ensure that they stay very engaged in the tech sector itself. So the inflow is high. In the mid-career stage, there is a lot of support which is required to ensure that they do not fall off the grid. Now, women definitely go through various phases. And the part that you touch upon, culture, that becomes very important because it's very critical that women get the support through various phases of their life for them to see the North Star. They are invested heavily in the career. How do they see that? And finally, how do they feel that the organization itself is invested in them for them to take up a career which make them see role models, make them see various next work level and the next to charter this entire career path. I'll give you another contra view of this as well. When you go across to the underprivileged section of the society, I happen to lead a foundation called My Little Bit. The inflow isn't high either in STEM. And what prevents girls out there is this entire mindset that STEM tech is hard. Now the fact is that, so what is easy? I generally ask them, is commerce easy? What is easy for you? Nothing is easy. And I'll cite an example that I kind of started by setting up digital literacy labs in a lot of these government schools. It's the curiosity which has to be kindled in people to know what can they do. And once you do that, I think they have the hunger and the drive to go ahead. What literally happens is that once you've done that, we've seen these girls turn across and they have the grit and the determination to make a difference. There was one such girl who, in our special STEM classes, who came across from a very, very modest background. And in the recent SSLC, because of the support that they got in maths and science through special classes, came out with a flying 94%. Now, can you beat that? I mean, they have kind of beat this entire thing about a myth that they cannot do it because of their grit and the support ecosystem.
Sindhu, Irina sorted out my next question because she alluded to one particular fact, being role models. Now, it's strange that I have to ask this, but I mean, for someone who's been in the industry much younger than their peers, for me, there have been role models, so many of them sitting in the audience today as well. But is it any different for young aspiring women entering the workforce to have a role model, a mentor who could be, well, a woman, could be a man? Does that really change the game altogether?
Well, Irina, first of all, I agree to a lot of things that you said. And but coming to your question, Ayush, about role models, I think Irina and me come from a time where we had almost kind of accepted the fact that the entire gender balance is a bit skewed in the tech industry, right? That was the status quo. But if I just look at the status quo today, Ayush, to your point, I mean, today there's phenomenal role models for young aspiring leaders, be it men or women for that matter. And honestly, for women, it definitely has to be there, right? I mean, there's no question about that because like Irina said, women go through a lot of different phases in their life. And it's very important that we have role models for them. And today there are ample number of role models who've really kind of shattered the kind of myths that you'd possibly have and kind of show the way, right? Like what is possible and how it is possible. And that's very important. And of course, to back that up, you also need organizations, you need industries, you need governments, because of course, we can sit here as women who are already having a lot of privileges in our life, but to those young women out there in the underprivileged parts of the country, they need to be also brought in to organizations that really help them understand what it is to what it is to work in the corporate world, right? So initiatives like you mentioned, or initiatives like what we have at SAP, like Girls Power Tech, where we bring in women from rural parts of Karnataka into SAP, give them what it means to just be in the corporate world, no matter what. I think that's super important.
Yeah, I think I was going to ask you, how do we truly democratize the process? But just to understand, because you've already given me illustrations, I'm guessing, Irina, there's a lot of ChatGPT already working in the background. But what I want to understand was that if you're trying to really democratize the process, how do we do this given the challenges that we face here in India, so to speak? And also from, drawing from your personal experience, could you share with us a time where you felt that this was a challenge and you'd had to overcome that challenge in genuinely taking on the status quo?
So to answer the second question first, the democratization, right? Technology has such a powerful role to play in ensuring that you create a level playing field. Earlier, for a lot of women, it used to be education is the equalizer. Now it's tech, the scale, and the reach and the accessibility. So you're getting the education, but the accessibility to the opportunities to make a true difference is the equalizer. And technology has such a big role to play in this, right? Now, I mean, when I was speaking to one of the people who just joined us recently again, I was asking her that how did she upskill herself to things that she was doing? And she said that while she had faced some 20-25 interviews, was getting rejected, she kept on going through a lot of courses on Udemy, Coursera, and she told me this course was 500 rupees, this was free. And this is how I got used to doing what Power BI or visualization can do for me. So that's the way technology can really kind of democratize things. The second thing that you asked me, did I face any challenges at any point of time? I would say, of course, but having said that, not every time is a challenge. It's also a lot of mental chatter in your head. And it's a lot of support that all through that you get from the ecosystem of mentors, of sponsors, of coaches, who are people like all of us sitting here. It's not just women. It's a lot of men who kind of really propel and ensure that there is an ally. So I think the concept of having an ally who speak for people in their absence in any organization is critical. And that's a behavioral thing I think we should always model. Who are the people who are kind of making a difference? And some of the things that we do intentionally is, there are biases which can creep up, right? Biases which are related to performance evaluation. Affinity to a person, non-affinity to a person you don't know. And if you do not know a woman who's kind of been a little bit of introvert, could be the same with a man as well. You kind of have a little bit of a bias. Or during the selection process, you've created a JD which was relevant, say, maybe 2 years back. It's not even relevant right now. How do you ensure that you make these processes very inclusive and really pushing yourself for the last mile to make everything a lot more gender inclusive, right? So those are things that you have to bring in a lot of intentionality.
Fantastic. Sindhu, when we're talking about creating that supportive, inclusive culture, and like you said, women go through several stages in their career and their lives, which are unique to these situations, considering the systems have been built differently. How can the HR department of a company, let's stick to tech companies for now, really foster that culture, the supportive culture, and that culture of diversity and inclusion? I mean, is there a way in which it can be augmented, given the time that you said that Irina and you were obviously climbing the corporate ladder at a different time? Now with the Gen Z workforce coming your way, can this genuinely be tweaked to foster that support?
Yeah, I mean, before we get to HR policies and all of that, I think first of all, it's the mindset that needs to change, right? Both within oneself, but also within the organization. I think a lot starts with yourself. And I think if you set your goal very clearly in terms of what is it that you want to do, right? And of course, backed up with the right support system, the right organization, there's no stopping you, right? That's important. So I always tell, and it applies to both men and women, it doesn't matter which gender. I think very important starts with what's going on in your head. That's one thing. The second thing is create that support system, right? I mean, HR is just one element of the larger piece. Create that support system for yourself because, I mean, that can be a support system at home, it can be amongst your friends, it can be in the organization. But create that very strong support system who's going to really support you in those times where you need them, right? And like Irina said, to be able to also speak up for you when you're not around. And goes back to this whole topic of sponsorship. And something that a HR team can do is really look at who are those sponsors, advocate sponsors in the organization, because many times sponsors think, hey, there's only certain places where you need to bring up the person that you're kind of vouching for, but make it part of the practice itself, right? Make the whole policies around your organization, around having that advocacy possible. And the point what I'd also like to make from a HR point of view, today there are so many things when you put in an application and where you already kind of have some unconscious biases built into that application. But technology can help you make sure that those biases are removed, right? Like if you look at some of the AI, you talked about AI earlier, AI-based technologies that scan through thousands of resumes and find the best possible match. So I'd say we need to really embrace technology even more. And of course, have the right policies and practices in place that really give you all the possibilities to also have that support in different phases of your career. So all these things need to come together. I'd say, first of all, start from your own self. Second, find a good support system. Of course, map back into the organization that also gives you that platform to excel at different phases in your career. All of these need to play together. HR is just one piece of the whole equation.
So then building on that thought, given the fact that, you know, as tech leaders, you have so many people in the organization, men and women that you manage, how do you address the issue of attrition of women in tech? How do you manage to retain top talent? What are the key things that you look at when you're scaling up the organization?
Yeah, multiple things, right? You want to start, Arina? So, I mean, when you talk about attrition, I think the first and foremost thing is to find out why people leave, right? And many times, when you look at those exit interviews, as we call it, there's multifold reasons, right? It's never only one. And the most important one that comes up is your immediate leadership. Who's your immediate leader? What are the practices that are being followed? The second thing that comes up is what are the career possibilities that exist? And usually if people say, hey, I don't see those opportunities for me to kind of get to the next level, that is also one of the reasons. And third is compensation. I mean, no brainer on that one. So it's always these three things. So to nurture the leadership in the organization, to make sure, and particularly for women, to make sure that they have that right support system across as they grow into different roles, to support them, to make sure that this is also talked about in your talent roundtables. Who are those women in the organization that we want to make sure that take on a completely different role in a totally different part of the organization? Somebody who's driving tech today can totally run the field organization. Why not? To have those conversations very actively, I think, is super important. And to also make sure that you exemplify those leaders who stand for those practices, because it goes both ways, right? So one is to really make sure that you identify those people, talk about them, and make sure that also there are the leaders who are supported and also glorified for that.
And just add up to that, I think you've touched upon so many things, and I think another thing to add to that is the pandemic has showed us in times like now, hybrid is the way to go. Hybrid will be the future. So the previous panelists were talking about India's moment right now. I think with the opening of AI, it's technology's moment right now. And the hybrid is giving the power to the women with a flexible approach for their moment now. And I'll tell you why. In a study which was done by McKinsey, it showed that women, why they are leaving workforce, is because of the lack of flexibility given to them. Hybrid is giving them the highest flexibility. When the question is asked to men and women, 47% of the women are saying that I would stay back if I'm giving flexibility. Less than 30% of men are saying that, right? So which means that it does matter to them. And when you think about the culture, that it's providing this, three things an organization look at. One, hybrid can give you the social culture. It can give you the knowledge culture. It can also give you the human culture, irrespective of where you are based out of, right? So these three things coming together for women, and they're not losing their sleep that I literally have to show up for that 9 to 5 job. And I cannot manage that, so let me drop out and come back. That is important. Also, I think a lot of organizations are now looking at getting women back to workforce. All the organizations, SAP, Microsoft, everybody is kind of putting in ways that you create things for giving women to have a chance for upskilling themselves and then getting back into the mainstream. Because mind you, even in the time that they left the workforce, they got different kind of skill sets. If they left it for bringing up their child, they got different kinds of skill sets in terms of being multitask, great leaders, and kind of fostering those skills, which are also needed skill sets for a woman to kind of be a leader, right?
You know, it's interesting, and I must give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek to a conversation before this session. And I was chatting with Irina, and I was trying to have a cup of coffee, so I'm all charged up for this one. I also got a call from my boss, and then we had our marketing team calling as well. I couldn't manage all those things together. That's just me. I like to hide under the garb of, I'm 100% focused at what I'm doing. Irina was managing maybe 100% more than me with a smile on her face. As a multitasker, which you've now gotten, well, the gold standard in Irina, which I cannot do, how much, and I'm not going to get mauled by all the guys in the audience, but I must say this, multitasking for women in leadership, especially in tech, how much of a critical factor is it?
I would say it's important, and it comes across as a DNA very naturally. So the thing is that, what does it do to you? It brings in an element of flexibility of the mind. It also lets you know that everything 100% driven to perfection is not important. You have to do a few things and don't fret over and have a guilt that I couldn't do this to the last level of perfection. And finally, it brings in a lot of empathy as well, which are all needed traits and skill sets. And I think for women, in different parts, it's not just tech, otherwise also tech gains a lot more prominence because the overall diversity quotient here is low. These three things definitely set them up well ahead.
Irina, Sindhu, we're running short of time, but thank you so much. It's been an insightful session, and we hope to continue this in the Business Today multiverse, and these conversations should be built on. Maybe we'll start a podcast and have these conversations more often. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for our esteemed guests? Session is a very special one, and it's special because I'm going to be leaving the stage and will be replaced by someone very able who's going to now deliver a presentation that we've been waiting for a very, very long time. May I have on stage none other than Barnik Chitran Maitra, Managing Partner, Head of Arthur D. Little India and South Asia. The session is titled Digital Bharat and the New Internet. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
If you can have the presentation up, so, yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, so it's interesting that we spoke about the metaverse and the multiverse in the last presentation. So we'll talk about the future of internet and what it means for Digital Bharat. And I will cover two topics today. I have, yeah, the clicker is working. So I'll talk a little bit about what I mean by the new internet, because again, there's a lot of definitional issues. So we'll start with a little bit of definition and why we believe that the new internet is actually happening right now. And then we'll talk about what it means for India and more importantly, Bharat. Now, again, the internet as we know it started in the early 90s. And since then, while there has been a lot of innovation in the internet, from rich text, you've gone to videos, you've gone to streaming, you've got to a lot of innovation. But the fundamental way the internet has been architected has not changed dramatically. But since the pandemic, there are two major changes which have happened, which are driving the way the internet is getting organized. What are these two changes? One is the evolution of what is called metaverse. And I'll just do a little bit of a definitional thing of metaverse. A metaverse is very simply a place where your virtual reality, augmented reality, and your current experienced reality actually merge into a single reality to enable a set of experiences which could be social, which could be gaming, and which could be educational oriented. This is actually going further away from having virtual selves and virtual avatars, and there is a set of enablement which happens. The second big change which is happening is Web3, which I think is started with the crypto revolution with folks trying to disintermediate the government, but right now has become a revolution of people trying to disintermediate big tech platforms like Google, Amazon, to create far more democratized tech where the ownership of the internet lies in the hands of the content creator, lies in the hands of the user, and there's tokenization and a lot of other attributes. So these are two very clear trends we see which intersect into forming the new internet. How do these trends work? We view these trends as two different axes. If you look at today, the y-axis is the move towards immersive experiences, which is the metaverse. Currently, if you see Roblox and if you see gaming companies like Fortnite, significant investments are being made. Even in India, you have examples like Flipverse, you have examples like the recent Bangalore T2 airport, which was converted into a metaverse experience by Polygon, where you're seeing a lot of immersive experiences. On the other scale, you have the entire decentralized internet, which is Web 3.0, where you're beginning to see players like Coinbase offering crypto solutions, but more importantly, a lot of use cases. And then the top right-hand corner, which is both immersive and decentralized, where we have one notable company called Decentraland, which is offering gaming experiences via tokens, via a decentralized autonomous organization, and actually being at the intersection of both trends. So what are some of the applications we see? And I know these are a little bit technical. We have released a report yesterday talking about this. If you have some time, you can pick up some copies of the report from my colleague here. But we see several applications across the board. On the metaverse, there are applications on immersive spaces. There are applications on collaborative workspaces, applications on how people interact with each other. If you look at Web 3.0, applications start from decentralized finance to decentralized autonomous organizations, anywhere where the power of the intermediary, the current intermediary like a Google or a Facebook or an Amazon, is completely moved out. And by the way, I'm proud to report that ONDC, in a way, which comes to, is actually representing one way of doing decentralized internet, at least in the sense of decentralized commerce. So this is the application landscape. Why is this important now, and why should we worry about this? There are three signals which have been reasonably weak signals over the past few years, which have got very strong in the last 3 years during pandemic. Number one, users, right? And again, I won't do a show of hands, but if you look at metaverse, at our estimate, around 200 to 300 million users around the world have actually participated in some kind of metaverse application. This is a Travis Scott concert, which was virtually attended by 12 million users while the concert was happening in the live space. There were fashion shows conducted by Gucci where they were actually sold merchandise, and a virtual bag was sold in the fashion show for nearly 1,600 euros. Now you may ask, what is a virtual bag? A virtual bag is something your virtual avatar in the metaverse uses to actually look good. So that's the kind of value people are attributing to it. And even if you come to something like Web 3.2 and look at crypto users around the world, there are at least 500 million to 1 billion crypto users who've actually used crypto and decentralized tech over the last year. So again, there is a huge movement on users, which is dramatically accelerated since the pandemic. Number two is the entire software stack, which has far matured in the last 3 years. Again, this is a company called Roblox, which is the prime driver of the metaverse use case. Today, Roblox offers a lot of functionality beyond games. Today, you can actually have characters, you can buy merchandise. There's an entire virtual currency layer on the metaverse, which Roblox has created. Again, this is not crypto, but a Roblox-specific currency they've created. And the maturity of software platforms enable the user experiences, right, which you can experience in the virtual world, both as an avatar and also in the real world as you interact with your friends. Finally, hardware. This has been a huge bottleneck. I think next week we expect Apple to announce its first headset. The headsets we've seen over the past 3-4 years have been fairly clunky, but we expect these headsets of the future will become far more easier to use. So in a nutshell, this is what the opportunity is. Again, I'm going to talk about some numbers before we talk about the entire architecture. Now, one important thing, this is a technical slide. I won't explain this, but the old internet was a set of servers on which a bunch of applications were running, either as APIs and then software applications. In the new internet, you'll have several other layers. You will see interesting layers on human-machine interfaces, experience continuums, a layer where devices play. So this is the first time in nearly 30-35 years the entire internet will get architected in a different fashion, where you'll have a different stack for the internet. Even the way the current internet is organized in terms of dominance of big platforms and the data they have will be decentralized as more Web 3.0 applications come. And obviously there is a lot of enablers which need to be in place for this architecture to happen. So this is one of the likely evolutions of the internet, but what is sure is that the internet will look very different 5-6 years from now than what we see today. So what's the opportunity, global opportunity? The addressable market, if you look at metaverse, and again there's a debate, I think the debate is between fairly large numbers, $5 trillion to $8 trillion to $13 trillion, so I put a range. That's the addressable market. By 2030, we expect at least $500 million of metaverse-specific services, which will be the global market, which is a reasonably rapid adoption of nearly 10% within 5-6 years. The Web 3.0 market is also similarly sized. It's around $4 to $10 trillion. Again, if you look at the next 6-7 years, you would expect at least $1 to $2 billion of pure Web 3.0 revenues. Now, if you start adding crypto monetization on top of that, that number can easily be $10-15 billion. Let's look at some of the investments which have happened. Facebook, which rebranded itself as Meta, has itself spent nearly $10 billion on this. A lot of it we believe is well ahead of its time. So I think Facebook is a little bit ahead. And they've also been outspent by Microsoft, who've actually taken far more bolder gaming bets on the metaverse with acquisition of studios and software. If you look at the kind of investments which have happened in Web 3.0, let's look at 2 years, 21-22, before the funding winter set in. Around $50 billion of investments were made by the venture capital community into the space. So again, lots of investments are going. We've done a bottom-up sizing to suggest how large the opportunity could be for India. And in 10 years, the opportunity could be as large as $200 billion, which is not a small number. So it's a large opportunity for India. Let's talk a little bit about what this means for Bharat and Digital Bharat. Before that, I just want to do a little bit of demarcation of what Digital India and Digital Bharat is. A lot of panels spoke about Bharat versus India, and I just wanted to present a sense of quant, right? For me, Digital India is around 130 million users who roughly occupy $1.2 trillion of our GDP. This means their per capita income is around roughly $10,000 to $15,000. On the other side, you actually have Digital Bharat, which is the remaining of the population, which is nearly 1.3 billion people, who actually on an average have a per capita income of around $1,500. which is again remarkably 1/6 of the rest of India or digital India, and they are spending differently. Now, the unique thing to note, even today, there is different kind of consumption patterns of internet and digital applications between these two Indias. Digital India is far more focused on consumption of services for convenience, which is why you will see services like OTT services like Hotstar, now JioCinema, Amazon, Uber being used extensively in digital India. If you look at Digital Bharat, you will see IRCTC, which is actually filling one of the big gaps of transportation, but also a lot of content creator services, previously TikTok, which got banned, and now Moj, and a lot of fintech services. The big difference between Digital Bharat and Digital India is mostly consumers. Digital Bharat has the potential to be producers in the internet economy. That's why I think the decentralization of the internet presents a very interesting opportunity for Digital Bharat to participate. Let's look at ONDC again. Why does ONDC work? ONDC is structured very similar to where the new internet will be. ONDC envisages to disintermediate big commerce platforms who often charge 20 to 25% of margin or 25% of revenues from sellers, which only allows large sellers to come onto the platform. Today, if you're a small seller, you do not have the economics to come and sell on Amazon. ONDC disintermediates that and gives you a shop front to come and actually sell, and decentralizes the internet and takes away the big internet monopolies. So that's why I think the new future of internet is very important for Digital Bharat, because if you want Bharat to be empowered, I think it is important that we participate in shaping the future of internet. Let's talk of the ecosystem we have. Again, the ecosystem in India is shaping across 3 dimensions. We have dimension 1 on people who are creating apps in the experience continuum. Here, not surprisingly, you will see a lot of apps in good use cases like education, healthcare, retail, a lot of names you can spot. More interestingly, where India is beginning to take a leadership is in the enablers. These are people who are working on the human-machine interfaces, working on the services, working on the tools to enable metaverse experiences and Web 3.2 experiences. Again, I spoke about Polygon. Polygon has done work with Flipkart for creating the Flipverse. It's worked with Bengaluru Airport. So again, this is an opportunity for India to take a leadership position in future of internet. And again, some of our startups are beginning to do this. What's the picture on funding? Which is the prescient question, right? Over the last 18 months, around $1 billion of funding has flown into the space. The only shift in funding is that people are a little loath to fund experience continuum startups because there's far more risk in monetization of users, but there has been a lot of funding which has been flowing into the enablers. So we do envisage over the next 1 year that if you participate in enablers, if you have a good business plan, a lot of venture capitalists around the world are expected to come and participate in the funding, and this is the right time to make it. Let's talk a little bit about what's happening in India. And again, I've tried to present some use cases across the 2 axes, the metaverse axis and the Web 3.0 axis. On the top left of the page, you will see the metaverse use cases. There's Flipkart with Flipverse. There are virtual conferences and exhibitions organized by companies like BMW. Maruti Suzuki recently launched a virtual showroom. You can actually, even property real estate agents like Hiranandani and all have gone and created metaverses of their own. Own Bangalore T2 airport now can be experienced on a metaverse. So you're beginning to see use cases of what we call consumer metaverses. The second most interesting thing we see is what we call the enterprise metaverse, which is using applications inside the company. So here Apollo is using metaverse to do training. Training and collaboration are big use cases for such applications, and we are seeing a lot of applications. And so I see the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is here, so I'll wrap up in a couple of minutes. So these are the opportunities. Again, I'll just wrap up by giving 4 key messages, which is important. One, the new internet is here, and if you are not participating in the new internet, then you will be left out. The second opportunity for us to note is that the metaverse and Web 3.0 are going to define the way we do business and we live our lives. Our future generations are going to spend far more time on the virtual internet than on the real world. Third, this is a real opportunity to empower Bharat. So this is an opportunity to ensure a $200 billion opportunity for Bharat. And finally, we have to all work together to realize this opportunity. And this is one of these unique Make in India things that can happen for the new internet. With that, I'm done. Thank you for your time. And I welcome the Chief, you back, give it back to, thanks.
Thank you, sir, for such a stellar session. It kept the audience engaged. And now, may I please call upon Rahul Kaval with a very special guest, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar. A huge round of applause, please, Rahul.
Ladies and gentlemen at the Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru, join me in welcoming to the stage the man who's responsible for the development of Bengaluru now, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka and one of the key architects of a very famous Congress victory. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we welcome one of the stars of the Congress party, D.K. Shivakumar. Thank you very much, sir, and welcome. This is a very important day for the new Karnataka Congress government because this is the day when the government has announced officially the 5 promises which were a key part of the Congress's campaign during this crucial election. So, Mr. Shivakumar, can I start by asking you to explain, since it happened just a couple of hours before now, how and where will the Congress get the money to be able to implement the 5 promises that you've made to the people of Karnataka?
Good evening, Rahul. Good evening to all of you. First, I would like to thank the people of Karnataka for imposing faith in us, trust in us, confidence in us. So they are given a mandate. Whatever we had promised them, we had assured them. This is the land of Basvanna, whose preachings are, whatever you speak, you have to honor it. That is the commitment we place before the people of Karnataka. I am a president of this party from past 3 years and odd. In a difficult times, Srimati Sonia Gandhi appointed me as the president. COVID had just started. From that day till today, I have not slept or made my party cadres sleep. We had to do our job. In the process, we could see a double-engine government, a strong, mighty government in the national level. And in the state level also, they had a government, they took about 18 MLAs, BJP, and they formed a government here. They had a great opportunity for developing Karnataka, having at the national and having at the state level. So they could not deliver, they could not give a government with a good governance. As an opposition party, it was our bound duty to see that we expose every day incident where they were failed. It is our bound duty. In the process, we convinced what is needed. Every day there was a pickpocket going on to a common man. Price rise was the biggest hit. Government of India, BJP government, Modi ji promised that he is going to bring all the black money and give 15 lakh to every common man. He assured that there will be a Achhe Din and every income of a common man will be doubled. Every income of a farmer will be doubled. These are the main important promises, and employment about 2 crore employment every year will be done. We try to communicate to the people. These are the promises. Did you have Achedin? Did you have 15 lakh rupees? Did your income doubled? What you have got from this double engine government? Ultimately, people, they also have a basic common sense. Ultimately, they saw to it that yes, we are here to look upon. So we asked them, give us a chance. There was a fracture mandate. There was a fracture mandate in Karnataka. That mandate could not help them. Ultimately, it was a coalition government running there. Janata Dal people was there, Congress people was there, BJP people was there, and BJP leaders became down sideline. All people who built BJP were not running the shots. Janata Dal, who came from Janata Dal, Mr. Bommai was the chief minister. Only a leader will be accepted then when a leader himself, for example, when Krishna was there, Mr. Devagowda was there, he became the chief minister with this mandate. Ramakrishna Hegde became the chief minister with this mandate. Virendra Patil became the chief minister with this mandate. Mr. Yedurappa became a chief minister with 104, 1010 with his mandate. Siddaramaiah became the chief minister with his mandate. But it was not the question of Mr. Bommai. Bommai's mandate was not there. Ultimately, his leadership could not prove that what he can do. See, one thing I always tell that, a single man with courage makes a majority. When is that? When he has a majority under his leadership. That was not able to perform in the BJP regime. So I don't want to go on corruption, I don't want to go on issues, everything has been settled.
That's in the past.
That is in the past.
Now the question, now you are in power. You're the big man, the deputy chief minister of Karnataka, the man in charge for Bengaluru's development. And as we sit in Bengaluru, everyone sitting here would like to know what is your vision, because this is a city in particular with a massive infrastructure problem. Traffic jams, potholes, inundation after flooding. Do you want to lay out what are your key tangible takeaways that you'd like to get done with some speed and energy?
I agree with you. With a lot of passion, I have taken this job, Bangalore development. I studied here. Though I am representing a rural constituency, I studied in Bangalore. I am a product of National Public School, NPS. I know the civic problems of problem. In Krishna government, I was the urban development minister. For 2.5 years, I was the urban development minister. When this metro was there, when the Bangalore Airport Authority started, I was the chairman of the planning authority. I was the chairman of the BMICP. All that things happened. But today, I know the world is looking at Bangalore. Atal Bihari Vajpayee had come to Bangalore once on the foundation laying of Bangalore. By that time, last 4-5 months, world leaders, Japan Prime Minister, China Prime Minister, Poland Prime Minister, and various other Prime Minister flew to Bangalore instead of going to Delhi. Then he said, the time has come. Earlier, the world leaders used to come to Delhi. Then they used to choose whether to go to Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, or so on. Now it is not the same. The world leaders are coming first to Bangalore, then they are coming to Delhi. Not because the Congress party government was there. Karnataka itself has a very big strength. The human resources, the weather, the culture, and especially the knowledge capital, the health. We have about 60 medical colleges in the state. Example of average 200 in every colleges. How many numbers of doctors we produce? There are 240 engineering colleges. How many engineers we produce? How many MBA students we produce? The first autonomous school of this country in CBSE was from Bangalore. Till today, the National Law School was started in Bangalore. So Bangalore itself has a big strength, starting from Jawaharlal Nehru days till today. It has its own history. We have to protect Bangalore. I know, I can admit that Bangalore is not such a planned city like other cities. Some cities are still well planned in the country, like New Delhi, some parts of Mumbai, some parts of Chandigarh, Punjab, and they have been well planned city, but Bangalore is not a planned city. We can't extend our roads. Today, due to the new economy policy, new financial setup, anyone can, today morning you can decide to have a vehicle. When I wanted to have a scooter, about the 5,000 to 10,000 rupees, I had to find difficult in my college days. I had to bring one for my mortgage. I want someone to support me and all these things. Now that is not the case. Anyone can have a car within 24 hours. You can swipe a card and take a car within 24 hours. But the roads are same. Roads can't be extended.
What will you do?
That is the problem. That is the biggest challenge now. Same vehicles every day, more than 10,000 vehicles, new vehicles have been registered in Bangalore. Every day, everyone wants to settle in Bangalore. The population of Bangalore is 1.4 crores now. People are coming to Bangalore. Why they are coming? They are coming for employment. They are coming for education. They see that this weather is so good, culture, cosmopolitan, and I think they feel that they can, any language can be adjusted in Bangalore. So it has lot of attraction. The weather itself, it is always a air-conditioned city except 1 month. The entire city is air-conditioned except 1 month. This others knows the value of Bangalore. Today, I agree that there is a traffic problem. I agree that there are a lot of issues.
How will you solve
Overnight, I can't do it. Overnight, it is not possible. Anyone can't do it. Anyone not do. That is why I am just looking at how to sort out this problem. When rains come, earlier, it is not the days of Kempegoda days or Kengal Hanumantiya days or Krishna days. It is not like that. It has lot of problems. So I am just working out. First, I am just meeting all my legislators, Bangalore city legislators, parliament members. I will meet them. I will ask their opinion. At the same time, all these tycoons of Bangalore are sitting with me. Their voice also should be my voice. The common man voice should be my voice. The stakeholders should be there because I believe not only with the employee, I believe with the employer. They create more jobs. They give jobs. They are the part of the system. Government can give only 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh, 4 lakh jobs. But they give crores of jobs in this state, in any sector, in the private sector. We have to see that they are safe, they are happy, they are comfortable. Their time should not be wasted. Almost 3 hours they are spending their time on their travel. This is what I am looking at. I am experiencing it. I know, I have said already on record in your TV, or I don't know. By birth, I am an agriculturist. By profession, I am a businessman. By choice, I am an educationist. By passion, I am a politician. But again, as a passion, I have taken the odd job of developing Bangalore.
Because you've got some josh, you've got some energy, you've got some passion. Hopefully you can bring that to the development of the city.
See, I need people to help us.
How can people help? And in any case, if you have a question you'd like to ask DK Shivkumar, think about it. In a while, I'll give a couple of people an opportunity.
They have more brains than us. I agree with that. We will be occupied with a lot of things. They can give good suggestions. They can deliver. See, earlier, when Krishnaji was the chief minister here, J.H. Patel had given an opportunity to do monorail here. Then I fought in the cabinet. Ultimately, he set up a committee and asked me to take that committee outside the world. Ultimately, we came to Bangalore. We came to Delhi. One Mr. Sridharan was there. After seeing all over the 10 countries of the world, we saw Delhi Metro. That suited us. Mr. Anand Kumar was there. He was the union minister at that point of time. Atal Bihari was the chief minister. When I saw them, I presented that paper to Krishnaji. Immediately, Krishnaji also agreed and he presented the same note to Mr. Vajpayee. Vajpayee, after hearing that, he said that yes, for Indian condition, I agree that what DK Shivkumar proposition is there, what Karnataka government is. So on that cordial relationship, that is how Metro came to Bangalore. Now today also we have to work together. I don't want to go vindictive politics. whether it may be a BJP government there, either it may be a Tamil Nadu government, either it may be a Telangana there. I don't want to do any unity politics. We don't want. We want to have a larger scale. We want Karnataka should be peace. People should come here, invest here, create more jobs. Now on traffic issues, which the important issue is raising, I want to ask them this question. There are only 2-3 aspects here. Either we'd go on a flyover, or we'd go on a tube. Number third is periphery ring roads, which avoids traffic come to the Bangalore. Only 3 options which I have learned. So I am calling all the stakeholders, seeking them, how we can see that. And 2-3 suggestions the other day, Kiran Mazdar and all of my colleagues, friends, they were just giving some suggestions on that. At the time of the peak hour, how this traffic one-way problem has to be. I will have to place this before some of my colleagues, and I wanted to form a committee, seek their advice, like how people have come here. Then we will take a call, a collective
BJP
call.
MP from South Bengaluru, Tejasvi Surya, is sitting here, and I was traveling with him during the election campaign. And a lot of what you are talking about, the Bengaluru metro, the elongation of the roads, the peripheral highways, he was telling me the BJP is getting done. Now, for example, yesterday you announced the big Foxconn investment for manufacturing of iPhones, which again is something which Chief Minister Bommai had announced, and at that time you had alleged that he was lying, ye jhoot bol raha hai, it's not happening. Now it's happening. Are you taking credit for some of what was actually done by the BJP?
I'm telling you, what is there in any credit? Ultimately in democracy, ballot is stronger than the bullet. The people have decided who did, what did, who takes. I know this was being presented by my officials with the Chief Minister and myself about this iPhone manufacturing unit. I know what concession they have given. We said yes, we don't want to stop any investment to Karnataka. It is Bommai or it is DK Shivakumar. It is Karnataka pride. It is Karnataka. We don't want to. What is there in the credit? Nothing is there. One who looks at history, we can't change history. You can't change history. History is history. Whether they do, whether we do, ultimately it is we are working for the people. We all are the representatives of the people. People have blessed us, we have to deliver us. Because Bommai did it, it is not fair on my part to see that cancel that deal. Ultimately, employment has to come, money has to come to us, taxes has to come to us. Karnataka has to be imaged. We will, as far as Karnataka is concerned, we will not, I rightly said, we will not go in a vindicative way. I will not. As far as DK Shivakumar is concerned, I will be always positive. What better we can do, we will deliver. Even if Bommai has done, Mr. Yedurappa has done, Mr. Kumar Sharma has done, anything good he has done to the state, definitely I am ready to appreciate it. What is there to lose? What is there to lose? Today we will be sitting here. No one is permanent in this chair. I can't be permanent in this chair. I may be a party president, I may be a deputy chief minister, I may be chief minister. Nothing is permanent. If anyone thinks that he is permanent, he is a fool.
Corruption has been a big problem in the development of Bengaluru and in Karnataka. One of your campaigns was the Pay CM campaign. The BJP says there will be more corruption under DK Shivakumar and this Congress government. What is your assurance to the people sitting here in terms of how corrupt or non-corrupt your government will be?
See, poor people, BJP, I feel sorry for them. What is there to tell about corruption on me? I was a power minister. I was an urban development minister. I was a cooperation minister. I was a jail minister. I was an irrigation minister. I was a Kannada culture minister. Have they found out one small incident, scandal on my administration? One commission whether they have formed? One case they have filed on me? What guts they have to speak on the corruption? I have made the world's largest solar park. 14,000 acres of land. I have not acquired a single acre of land. I have not purchased a single acre of land. With the confidence I imposed on the people of those land, keeping them as the partners, 2,400 megawatt has been done in only one place. When I was a power minister, 10,000 megawatt was in Karnataka. When I came out of power, it became 23,000 megawatt of power. How could this happen? They would have found out any scandals with me. They could not do anything. When I was in Tihar jail also, I saw an article. CBI is coming to look at. They have come and scandaled everything. Why they could not do anything?
The ED and the CBI are probing so many cases.
Does
it concern you that in what you are trying to do, this could become your Achilles heel, your weak point? That they could come and stop you from doing what you are doing?
I am least bothered about it. One who is born has to die a day. But when he is alive, what he can deliver is important. The cases what they filed to me, when my one MLA, Gujarat MLAs was with me, Ahmad Patel election was there, they brought 370 people they raided the resort where I was staying, they raided about 80 places, they are harassing me a lot, still today it is continuing. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. It is my bound duty to protect my MLAs, my friend, my party, my job. If they want to torture me, let they do. History will tell, history will repeat. The results have proven. What more you want? But I will not be afraid. I already said, the ballot is stronger than the bullet.
It doesn't worry you that you could get arrested at some time.
Pardon?
It doesn't worry you that you could get arrested because of all these cases.
Ultimately it is my conscience. I have to be afraid of my conscience. You can do anything. Today when I go back to my home, you don't know whether you reach your home or not. But with a short time what we are sitting, what I deliver, what I speak, what I communicate, what I get out of is important. So let the arrest. Who can stop them doing illegal actions? That they do. Who can stop you? We have seen so many things. All the channels have been purchased by various leaders. They are the mouthpieces.
Did you see our post poll or not? Ours was the only channel which was predicting exactly the number of seats that you got.
What number I was telling, your channel was telling. Huh? So what you are telling, what your channel was telling, it has proved right. It has proved right. Ultimately, I am telling you, I always said, history can't be changed. There is you can't change history. So the factual things can't be. You can little bit, you can make a cosmetic change. When I sit here, you can put some coloring that this can be done. Ultimately, your identity will remain. Rahul identity cannot be remain. You can change your coat, you change your dress, you can put some hairstyle, change it something. But more or less, it can't be changed.
DK sir, you were hoping to be Chief Minister of Karnataka. You said so publicly. As part of an elaborate compromise, you've been given the position of Deputy Chief Minister. Unstated is the promise that 2.5 years later you will be made Chief Minister. Are you confident? Because in Rajasthan, Mr. Sachin Pilot and Mr. Gehlot are at daggers drawn with each other. Could DK Shivkumar be the next Sachin Pilot?
See, let me not waste my time on the seat sharing, power sharing. That is the party which has taken a call. The Congress party has taken a call. It is the internal discussion between me, Rahul ji, Karge ji, and Sonia ji and all our leaders. I don't want to disclose on. Whether I become Chief Minister, I doesn't become, is not important today. First you took up issues on my poll promises. Today I'm sitting here. You picked me from there. You picked me and you brought me you arrested me. More or less you have arrested me today. You have arrested me. After making an announcement. After our first cabinet meeting, we announced that. Today there was a deadline. BJP media friends were crying about how we will do, whether we can do, whether we can't do or not. I know as a finance ministry what can do, what is different. Definitely, no doubt it is a big burden. Why we took this hard stand was, the country is suffering from the price rise. I said the word pickpocket. What is a pickpocket? From 60 rupees, they are paying 100 rupees. Petrol, diesel, gas, oil. Honorable Prime Minister promised in the BJP that he is going to bring black money and give 15 lakh account per account. That did not happen. As Achedin come to them, promise that every income will be doubled, whether it has been done. All these issues are there. Price rise is a big issue which is killing all common.
Where will you get the funding from?
That is why we decided to help a common man, help a human who looked after the family. We know that it is definitely a burden, no doubt in it. Where we are going to get to see that this 40% commission, no, if you stop this corruption, that is enough to sort out this problem. I can prove 100 rupees, 1000 rupees or 10 crores work. They have estimated to 15 crores. I can bring on records. Lot of things are there. You see the time of COVID. At this time of COVID, the central agency had fixed up a price. But in Karnataka, the price was more, double, 3 times, 4 times over the double. The corruption which has been. They were asking for, have you seen at the time of appointing police officers, they had to pay 80 lakhs, 1 crore. More than 100 people have gone to job and have gone to the jail. Anytime, changing a OMR sheet in Karnataka, they were asking for witnesses, asking a politician to give a witness where he was there. A minister, a former union minister of Karnataka, said that a chief minister post is for sale and a price has been fixed. Minister post is for sale. The one Deccan paper, Prajavani paper, came out with the list that what is for the postings, what money has to be paid. Their home BJP MLA, MLCs said that on irrigation, this is the corruption going on. MLA said that corruption, this is corruption. No one questioned. The contractor association writes a letter to the Prime Minister. Without 40% you can't do. One BJP Karyakarta writes to a minister and he suicided himself that I had to pay 30%. I could not pay. I have got suicided. It is our history? No. It is what they have given to us.
Let's look forward to the next set of elections. There's a BBMP election in Bengaluru. There's the national Lok Sabha election. The BJP gets confidence from the fact that they may have lost a local election, but Prime Minister Modi is very popular. That's why Tejasvi Suryaji and the others think, okay, no matter what may have happened locally, 2024 we will win. Because even now people say, okay, we want the Congress at the local level, but we want the BJP nationally. Do you have a plan or are you reconciled to defeat?
Let me not discuss things. In democracy, 49 is 0, 51 is 100. I have already said this somewhere. Let us wait for the time. People has given us an opportunity. They have given their numbers, they have given our numbers. Both numbers are there. We are there. Whatever we have spoken, we have committed before people, we have already started delivering it. Time will answer. Let them do their best. Let them win their corporation. Let them win any part of the state. I have seen, when I was after taking over as the party president, I know how many elections have come, what we have done, how much they have won, how much we have won. I don't want to say. What happened to the national leadership? They came here. Where all they went? What happened? You open a drawing. Where all Amit Shah went, where all Prime Minister went, where all their leaders went. In my constituency, to block my seat, they asked Mr. Ashok, former Deputy Chief Minister, Revenue Minister, to file a nomination. I never went to the constituency. I just now filed my nomination and I went the last day for an half an hour. Why did people give me 1,23,000 margin? They could have blocked me, no, for 2 days. Even 1 day also I did not. So they like this, they tried. I don't want to do any vindicative politics. We don't want. Let them have their say. We'll have our way.
Let them have their say, we will have a way. What the way is, he's not telling us. But I'll take some questions from the audience now. I'll start with Sagai Raj. Can we have a mic sent across, please? And then we can have a question out. And then if you have some questions, because he's the Bengaluru minister, but he's coming out speaking for the first time after becoming minister, so don't be too harsh. He said, give me some time as well. But Sagai, let's start with you.
Sir, I asked the same question with MB Patil and Dinesh Gundu Rao. During the time of infamous flooding which has happened in the IT corridor, many company CEOs, their house were flooded near Bengaluru side. And they had threatened the government saying that if you don't bring any kind of solution, if you don't address this issue, we will try to vacate Bengaluru, and along with them, they will also take their business from Bengaluru and go to other cities, sir. So as a Bengaluru minister, what is your blueprint for this IT corridor, especially Mahadevpura region where you frequently get floods, and that is the place you have all your IT companies?
See, we had to find out a solution to every problem. Every problem has to be addressed. We have to give it importance. It is very important because that is one of the area where we have the biggest number of revenue. The highest revenue is being flowing here. Even in the corporation also, almost 60% of the revenue for the corporation, Bengaluru City Corporation, is coming from that area. I have been asked my officer to look at the paint prints. I have asked a war room to get steady. I will be visiting all those places. On Monday, I have called all my legislators, parliament members to give their opinion. On war footing, definitely we have to address their concern. We should see that they are safe. We will work out a strategy and we will ask them also to guide us what better. There are better urban planners there. Lot of construction activities has been happened. Lot of big water issues are there. Many of them have blocked whatever the waterways are there, channels are there, they have been blocked, and that has caused to that. I will go a point of time as early as possible. We should see that will be looked into.
Sir, can I? Yes, please. Namaskara, sir. I'm Raj Kumar, founder of Citizens for Citizens. I have a suggestion and a request for Bangalore. One is, in terms of the traffic, can you kindly focus on public transport improvement in terms of BMTC, metro and railways? And the request is that the suburban rail project, it has been in limbo for too long. It needs a lot of push to be made ready quickly. It will help Bangalore's traffic, sir. And we have actually sought an appointment with you also.
That has to be helped by the central government.
Yes, sir.
They have been promising, they have been telling, and they had a government here. I don't know why ultimately that was a quick decision making. I don't know why they failed in that. But still I have the confidence we will take it forward. Whatever the internal Bangalore city railway system, which we have to give priority to that. At least with this metro and with that rail system, yes. I think, and the outer ring road which we have to create again now, we have to plan it. I think some traffic issues will be sorted on that. I will have a look at out on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Last question, Saurabh Majumdar, go on.
Mr. Shivkumar, Bangalore is known as the startup capital, has always been. But of late, Hyderabad has come up with T-Hub and many other initiatives there. What is your government going to do, and particularly you, to ensure that startups continue to come to Bangalore and set up their infrastructure here?
See, already Bangalore is known for startups. I said you the history of Bangalore. I don't want to compete with any of the states. They have their right. They have their own policies. I know why Hyderabad is growing fast. They doesn't have FAR, floor area ratio. They are free. They have connected a very big outer ring road. So it is growing. The land prices are cheap. Still for 7,000, 8,000 rupees, still you can get a square feet of housing in Hyderabad. That is there. But it is not so in Bangalore. Still Bangalore is costlier on these issues. Now they could see in the cyber city of Hyderabad, they could see that traffic is little bit coming congested. We have to plan it in a very bigger way on this issue. We know investments are important. Our students in Bangalore are very much brighter than Hyderabad. I can vouch for them. I can vouch for them. The quality of education in Bangalore is so strong in this country. I said you the number of technocrats being built. You go to any part of the world, any part of the world. Number 2, number 3 are Bangaloreans, Karnataka and Indians. We have a very big, either in the field of medical, either in the field of administration, we have on business management, on technical. Our students are very strong. Earlier, various leaders, various students from North India and other parts of it, they used to come and study in Bangalore on technical ground. Still, let they do whatever they want. I don't want to compete on them. It is their right. Their policy is little bit easier. I know the policy. Our policy is little bit tight. We don't have a lenient policy compared to the other states. But in the last BJP regime, they also have tried to liberalize some issues. I don't tell no. But now we should focus on their investment. I said we should look on an employer who creates more job. We should give strength to them. We should look at doing ease of business, easy of doing business. We should attract. That is why in our promises in the manifesto, we have come out that we are going to form a separate NRI secretariat in the future. Because we want outside people to come. Without outside people coming and invest, we can't look at our own people. They will bring money, it is their money, they will create jobs, they will help our state.
Shiv Kumar ji, the signboard says our time is up. We have Priyanka Chaturvedi ji, Member of Parliament from the Shiv Sena here, and my last question is about whether the opposition will be able to fight together. Will you all fight each other in 2024, or do you think it is possible, looking ahead to the Lok Sabha elections, for the opposition to fight as one against Prime Minister Modi?
See, that is the national question you are asking me. I am not competent to answer. When I come and sit in Delhi, I'll be answering that. Now I am in they have given me a border of Karnataka. The people, all these people, your friends have given me that you just look at here and you have called me to answer on Bangalore. My friend, Bangalore South MLA is also here looking at me.
You just downgraded him, sir. Poor MP, you made him MLA. Abhi hara nahi hai. He might win again, sir.
No.
You are demoting the poor guy.
No, I wish him. He is my personal friend. I wish him. He is my personal friend. My Mumbai leader is also here. I wish her also. She was also our voice. Time will answer.
Yes. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate this. You've dodged
I could have answered your my 5 guarantees.
You didn't tell us, yes.
I didn't tell you 5 guarantees. I said you. It is Congress guarantee. It is the word which we gave to the people of Karnataka. We have promised, we have delivered. It is for a common man. Since they were suffering from the price rise, we have tried to touch their hearts. Gandhiji tells one thing: if you want to control yourself, use your brain. If you want to control others, use your heart. So we have tried to touch their hearts. I think they have blessed us.
There are some who think that power is poison, but when you speak to DK Shiv Kumar after this big victory and you see the smile on his face, you realize here's someone who relishes a good fight, relishes power. He's helped the Congress win a famous victory. And as you realize, there is, with this big victory, a lot of burden of responsibility now to deliver on the promises that you've made. We wish you all the very best. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, good sirs, for that fantastic session. While we do take this photo, I'd also like to request Mr. Nand Kumar, Director of Communications at SRM, to give a token of his appreciation. All right, you were all tuned into that session with bated breath. And since Rahul's already given us a little bit of a segue into the next one, Security Playbook, Data Privacy, Next-Gen Security, Governance and Compliance. In this session, we will have prominent politicians and well-known observers on public policy issues discuss the critical aspects of data privacy, next-generation security tech, and governance and compliance in the digital era. Can I please have the speakers on stage? Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament, Tejasvi Surya, Member of Parliament, Rajiv Gowda, former Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. And this session is moderated by Siddharth Zarabi, who's already on stage, our managing editor at Business Today TV. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
We'll wait for the crowd to settle down here, and it's going to be a very tough act to follow.
Like I said, no one
but we'll try and make this interesting. I'll request everyone in the audience to settle down. We are running on the clock and in fact behind the clock, but that's fine. We've had a great afternoon and great evening so far. With me, a panel that represents the best and the brightest in our politics. And India and Indians cannot get enough of politics, but I would argue that we should get more of the politicians who are here on this panel. Now, we are not discussing politics, we are not discussing potholes in Bengaluru, and we are not certainly taking pot shots at each other. The panel is slightly different and a tough one at that, but I will come to Rajiv first. As a teacher, as a professor, I want to ask you, in an India of 1.4 billion people and a very long civilizational history, of open society, and a foundation of belief that works on the system of, getting everyone along, what does data privacy mean in a world where the entire technology, the platforms are in the hands of foreigners who colonized us for hundreds of years? Explain that to the average Indian, sir.
Those foreign companies are run by Indians, actually, but the point is, I don't think it's a question of foreigners alone. It's also a question of what's in the hands of our own government. It's a question of what's in the hands of our own companies as well. So the real issue is who owns that data? I own the data as a data principal, okay, if it is my data, and I want to make sure that that data is not misused. That's really what we're concerned about. And for that, we've been spending many years trying to come up with, in this case, a digital data protection, privacy protection bill. And the reason we need to do that is because in today's world, the risks really are across the board. And especially now that we are seeing technology advance the way it is advancing, we cannot even fathom where things are really going. So, for example, we just saw a picture of the wrestlers in the, after their arrest, with their faces sporting a smile. And this was a deep fake, right? So now what happens? They own their, they own their picture the way they were looking, but someone has manipulated that with some other political intent. And obviously, they have every reason to be outraged. And not just them, every one of us should be outraged that this sort of a crime really is happening right in front of us and people are getting away with it. So, really, it's not a question of modern East India companies. It's a question of each one of us, our rights to privacy, our rights to a variety of collateral rights that come with that, right to be forgotten, right to control and port the data that we have. All of those rights need to be enforceable. We need to have a legal framework that supports that. And we're still, that's all a work in progress. So I would, change the framing substantially.
Well, that's a good context to put for the conversation. And Tejasvi, I'll come to you because, while you were here as a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party, there is a policy response which is in the hands of the government at the center. So allow me to go to Priyanka ji first. I just saw this article that you wrote about most recently about diversity and AI, but I'll come to that later, but I really want to bring that topic before our audience. Please tell me that why is it that our parliament can't seem to arrive at a consensus? And this is a bipartisan question. I'm not doing Congress, BJP here, or Shiv Sena for that matter. On such fundamental things as securing the data, if we are so focused, and all of you MPs are so focused on protecting the borders of the country, of our great nation, why is Parliament taking so much time? And not in this government. The first argument about data localization actually started in the Manmohan Singh government. Why is it not happening, ma'am?
I agree with you about the delay, and it is not just the parliament which is in a logjam right now. We are also seeing the select committee which is talking about it, discussing about it. There's dissent within that. While we all on this platform would agree, and I have also written to the IT minister earlier as well, that as far as the data is concerned, like you mentioned, the East India companies of today, we have to be very clear who owns this data. The personal data, of course, belongs to me, belongs to him, belongs to him. But the non-personal data belongs to my nation. And right now we are sitting on a data which is very rich, very diverse, and every company is looking at it to monetize it. So we need to have these processes in places. Unfortunately, we're seeing a personal data protection bill which is coming from the perspective of governments controlling the data. What we need to look at is a more neutral framework. Today, probably Bharatiya Janata Party is in power. Tomorrow, it could be another party in power. So how do we ensure that our people who have put the data and who are using this data is being used is not misused? That is where the concern comes, and I totally agree with you. This should have been passed much earlier than we still talking about it and still not presented in the parliament. We are talking about it coming in the parliament now, in the coming session. And let me also remind you that the earlier bill was withdrawn by the government and sent to a select committee because there were discrepancies. And discrepancies, I again go on to say, by using the national security angle, national safety angle, you are interfering in personal spaces. That is where you reach a gray zone, and that needs to be clarified. And I think we should look at it from a totally non-political perspective and from a perspective which matters to my nation more than it matters to my politics. That is how I would want to.
That's a good point. Tejasvi, as one of the youngest members of parliament, and what I would say also on the panel very obviously, you are a digital first native. You're part of the digital generation. Respond first to the point about the government wanting to be the big censor, wanting to influence public opinion and control the right of free speech. The point that was just made. Respond to that, please.
Well, Siddharth, the data protection law, whether it was the earlier version or whether it is the one that is in the works now, tries to harmoniously balance four important principles. One, and the paramount one being the right to privacy of the data principal, which the Supreme Court, in the Puttaswamy judgment, which arose, just to remind you, in the context of the UPA trying to curb citizens' fundamental rights, that was the way the judgment, originally came, tries to keep that right, the citizens' right to privacy, as paramount. Also, make sure that it is harmoniously balanced with the interest of the security of the country in exceptional circumstances where the rights of a society, rights of a collective will have to be given more importance than the right of an individual. The third important aspect that it also tries to address is to allow for space for innovation so that the new startups that are coming today are not burdened with regulatory compliance burdens. The fifth point being that the data protection law tries to make the principles India-centric and not, say, GDPR-centric or Australia or Singapore-centric. So these are the four primary principles around which the data protection law is being framed. And the opposition today may be trying to, cry hoarse that the government is trying to act all big daddy, etc. But I would only say that they must, at this juncture at least, wait for the bill, the final draft of the bill to be presented in the parliament. Because most of the suggestions which were made, including the ones that were made in the Joint Parliamentary Committee, which I was a part of.
Yes.
More than 2,000 representations and suggestions were made across the board by all stakeholders. Most of them have been positively considered. And the government has taken all of these concerns into account. And the draft bill that will be presented to Parliament, we are confident, will, to summarize again, give primacy to the individual, his right to privacy, allow for space for new startups and think tanks and data fiduciaries to process data lawfully, have an effective data protection board to enforce the rights that are enumerated.
Right.
Specifically give out the rights and duties of the data principal and the data fiduciary, and also harmoniously balance all of these rights along with the very necessary interests of the national security of the nation.
All right. Rajiv Gowda, should we have censorship of hateful content, of content that misinforms, of content that can lead to cyberbullying, of content that leads to sexual abuse? What's your position on that?
Absolutely, yes. These are essentially crimes. And these are the new age crimes that have emerged. And the question is, who are the entities that are going to regulate this? Who are going to take action? What do you do when, for example, if you're talking about fake news and regulating misinformation, when some of the biggest purveyors of fake news are colleagues of my friend Tejasvi Surya, right? And I'm just...
At the very outset, he said this should not be a plug fest. I can take much deeper political...
Okay, that's fine. Let me rephrase that.
Keep it more academic.
Let me rephrase that. Thank you. My point is that a lot of misinformation emerges from government-related sources. And the basic point is, who will regulate them if it's not a neutral fact-checking entity? Okay? You've seen this happen enough times. You're fully aware of this. And so we do need to create regulatory setups that ensure that, whether it is, what did you say, sexual exploitation, whether it's cyberbullying, all of these, that there are ways of going after the perpetrators. That has to be in place. And like Priyanka mentioned earlier, today it's one, or maybe you did, today it's one government, and tomorrow it's, another. So we should basically create a role for government, which is also, which also has its own constraints, so that you don't have excessive government roles.
Since you focus so much on the government, can I just interject? Which other country has been able to adopt what I would call, and I hope you don't mind it, a utopian model that you are proposing?
No, I mean, I suppose the closest would be Europe, which, tries to get closer to some of these things. But this is all work in progress. And there's nothing that comes in the way of...
Should we emulate Europe or
No.
come up
I
with
think we should go beyond.
Bharatiya solution?
What is a Bharatiya solution to tracking down someone who indulges in these sorts of crimes?
Okay.
We need solutions that work in our context, absolutely. And that is as Bharatiya...
if I may comment
Yeah,
on this particular issue, the only reason I'm getting into
No,
this
please.
is I'll give you an example. When you talk about fake news, social media bullying, etc., digital platforms being misused, if you recall, there was this entire issue of bully by Sully deals. I don't know how many of y'all are aware, but there was an intersectionality of women who are active on social media platforms, who belong to a particular religion, were being silenced. Let me also give you all a basic data. Women's representation on social media platforms is in single digit in India. That's one big, huge challenge that women are facing in terms of voicing their opinion. And those who are voicing their opinion, and if they belong to a particular community, a particular religion, they were being targeted. Their private photos were being used for a particular social media platform where they were being auctioned. जैसे बोली लगाते हैं ना, without the woman knowing. So that was a challenge they were facing. I remember approaching the IT minister then because it impacted me. It would impact any woman who's vocal and is seeing this kind of bullying. I wasn't part of that bullying. My face was not being used, but there were various women. And that's when the IT minister told me, and I would have no compunctions in saying that IT minister is open to suggestions, the IT minister we have now. But he said we do not have any law which can totally address this particular issue right now. We are willing to discuss this with you. I came up with best practices that are being used in various nations.
So Priyanka, taking the point that I asked Rajiv, and I genuinely mean this, much of what all of you say seems to be utopian because there is no regulatory architecture or algorithm which is not in the control of any Indian.
Here's my point. I was just coming to the point. The point is that you all need to have a system in place which actually means that if you mess around with the law, when you have, criminal law in force, when you do some indulge in any criminal activity.
But how do you regulate transnational entities?
No,
I agree. Your example of the CRPC is fantastic, fundamental.
And we also see every bilateral agreements that we have. I think we need to insert this entire idea of bilateral cooperation. When you're talking about transnational, we need to insist on bilateral cooperation.
So if the government of the day, Priyanka Chaturvedi, brings a foreign social media platform, sends a notice, then not you, but the opposition brings in politics into it. What does the government of the day do? Tomorrow you might be in government. What will you do?
Unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is a very selective accountability coming from these foreign platforms. Let's have a neutral accountability from these platforms. I'm saying take away the safe harbor from them. If you're planning to take away the safe harbor, take it away. But please make
that's
it
a good point. That's a good point. And allow me to ask you this. The BJP government has a certain very radical views about indigenization across sectors. But when it comes to safe harbor, do you agree that the response has been slightly weak-kneed?
Well, if you look at the discussions that have happened both inside Parliament, outside of Parliament, in fact, I myself had spoken in Parliament once and twice, in fact, echoing the same sentiment that Priyanka ji said just now, of how these intermediaries which enjoy this exemption from liability, how they must be addressed. However, this is not a problem that just India is grappling with. Like you very rightly said, this is an evolving space where tech and law are playing catch up. Therefore, there needs to be more deliberation, and that's what is happening in the country as we speak. But what I can tell you is...
How long? I will apologize, just for how long? Because I get the sense this is going the way of crypto regulation.
Correct, but this cannot, it can also not be a very knee-jerk reaction. The government, like I told you, has deliberated extensively. The new bill which will address most of these concerns is going to be presented in the parliament very shortly. But again, coming back to the issue of, hate speech and crimes that are already mandated as crimes under the CRPC, IPC, etc. And also how to make these platforms which are transnational neutral. I think we really need to deliberate on how we can have some kind of a algorithm audit. Because most of these platforms, when we say write to them, to their previous redressal agencies, they always blame on the algorithm. But the algorithm also has its bias because the algorithm is also written by certain, people, engineers and others who have a certain ideological bias. So I think, we will progressively move towards having algorithm auditing and such other things that is necessary. Not just I'm speaking in the Indian context, but globally. But, the problem in India, Siddharth, is that when I tell you that, a particular institution is going to be put in place, and if a certain order or a certain outcome comes which is not in favor of the opposition, then the opposition immediately starts questioning the very credibility of the institution. If you win elections, election commission is good, but if you do not lose elections, the election commission
is not good. Since we are in Karnataka, no one questioned the EVM this time around.
The election commission. So that's exactly what I'm telling. So tomorrow, even if you will have the data protection board in place and say somebody from the Congress or the Shiv Sena goes to the data protection board and they get a result that's not in their liking, then they may start questioning every single thing.
I have a couple of things to say. Firstly, about the guidelines. The guidelines are decided by, it should be decided on the basis of geography and on basis of diversity. It cannot be decided by those who are sitting in the US, who are the CEOs, even if they are Indian CEOs, sitting in the US and deciding what the guidelines for India should be first. Second, about they not agreeing, political parties not agreeing, let me tell you, they are proposing a national regulatory framework. We are insisting on state regulatory framework because every state is very diverse. So you're talking about, we are sitting in Karnataka today, you're talking about Karnataka related specific stuff. I may have an issue because I'm Shiv Sena, I come from Maharashtra, I have a very Maharashtra specific outlook. So I may think the national body may not understand what prevails in my state. So those are the differences which need to be ironed out. And let me just say one thing. Of course, it's an evolving process, but we need to have a broader framework under which we all work. If we continue to keep pushing this bill, and not coming out with something which is fluid in content, which can be changed as per the changing technology, then we are not reaching anywhere. And diversity, when I spoke about geographical spaces, diversity I also mean about gender, which I've written about. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to speak about it.
Rajiv Gowda,
Just
30
point. It's a good thing that Priyanka ji mentioned about it being flexible, which is why a lot of the principles that are enunciated in the bill is not cast in stone, and quite a lot of things that are important and should be flexible is left to subordinate legislation. But unfortunately, opposition makes it a political issue again, saying that so much is left to subordinate legislation. So I think these are issues which, like how we started off in the very beginning, that this is an evolving space, this is a matter of national security. There must be more consensus across the board. That's the consensus that we are striving to achieve.
There is no global model, and Rajiv Gowda, the very quick point, but before that, I think we also need to recognize that other countries, monochromatic countries, at best 80% one religion, 20% of minorities, 2 colors, 1 language, and compare that with the complexity and diversity of India, you realize that our policy planners at whatever place they are sitting and across the board, across parties, have a huge challenge. It's not an easy task. Rajiv Gowda, final point which I'll come quickly across the panel. Should there be large financial deterrents to achieve compliance and perhaps also reduce these fears of the government being a big brother? Is that the way to go, Rajiv Gowda?
Well, the kinds of companies that we're talking about probably will be deterred or will come into line only if there are large fines that they have to face. What will this do to the startups? What will this do to other companies that are not so deep-pocketed? You know, you can't have one fine on the basis of how wealthy one organization is when the crime is the same. So those are some of the challenges that are out there. But these are all part of the issues that we need to work with.
Tejasvi, you want to come in on that? And let me just also butt in that some years back, the government of India enacted a very far-reaching legislation in the UPA times, and one of the worst things about that was the financial deterrents. So there is a genuine fear about the government putting such financial burdens on small companies, because the first thing that a Sarkari Babu can do, fine laga do, band kara do. Tejasvi.
Well, as so far as the data protection bill is concerned, the approach is to not criminalize a penal action or non-compliance or any, rather to take the route of financial burdens or, placing financial penalties. And the point that Rajiv ji made, it also has been kind of addressed even in the present edition of the bill by looking at, say, startups in a different scale and looking at significant data fiduciaries, which are, say, large data processing entities in a different manner altogether. So I think insofar as the startups are concerned, there's a light touch regulation, there's a lot of sandboxing allowed for them. But insofar as the big data processors are concerned, significant data fiduciaries are concerned, there's a different burden of degree of burden that's placed on them. So let's see how.
No, but if they indulge in the same crimes, then you have an issue, no?
That's a different.
No, I just
we probably needed another half hour for this, but Priyanka, the final word.
When you talk about financial penalties, let me give you an example of not being a penalty but being taxed to death. is the crypto industry. And I'm not talking about crypto trade exchanges. Okay. You have killed innovation. You have got unicorns to flip out of this country. You're taking pride in over 120 unicorns. Most of them have flipped, and they've headquartered somewhere else.
I thought you were about to talk about the
also ensured
credit card tax on international transactions.
That also I've spoken about. If you had given me the time, I could have told you that also. But this is what I'm speaking about: financial burdening and penalizing them. I think that's a terrible idea. Anyone who wants to work in India needs a broad framework, and if you give them that framework, they'd be happy to come to India and work with you.
On a completely tangential note, how many of you oppose the tax that has been put on international transactions despite the clarification of 7.5 lakh? Okay, maybe that has to also do with the fact that the credit card base in India is not that much, but Rajiv Gowda? Well, we conducted this debate in English, but I know that at least 4 to 5 different languages could have been used right here in this panel. That's an example of the diversity of the country and the challenges of trying to provide data privacy. There are multiple other subjects. We didn't mean to just focus on one law, but that's the spearhead of the move to safeguard and provide data security in a digital Bharat. Rajiv Gowda, Tejasvi Surya, Priyanka Chaturvedi, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for such a fascinating session. Now, there is one announcement I have to make while we are changing things up for a very special session. You can make your digital avatars right there on the left. There's a lovely standby YOLOgram that the team has put together. So do take that souvenir before you leave. Another souvenir is a memory that we're working on right now because we're switching, gears to a very special session on gaming. Now, we're going to get right to it because we've been waiting for this for very long. I'd like to call on stage Rajan Navani, founder and CEO, Jet Synthesis. Sai Srinivas, co-founder and CEO, MPL, Mobile Premier League. And Sean Hunil Sohn, India CEO, Krafton Inc. India. A huge round of applause for our panelists. Guys, have you carried your phones on stage? This is where I make the announcement, guys, that we're just going to be playing a quick game of maybe Ludo or BGMI, and that's the session, right? See, so we also have our managing editor of Business Day TV who wants to come in and play the same game with us. But thank you, sir, for a stellar session. I'm going to join you guys on that end. Sai, Rajan, Sean, absolute pleasure having you here at the Tech Today Congress. If you've noticed, I've tried changing my wardrobe a bit so I look a little bit more like a gamer, yeah? I thought maybe it'll please the audience. But it's interesting because it's quite a critical time for gaming, just like we've been discussing AI, 5G, and what have you at this particular event. But Sai, I'd like to start off by asking you, it's been a roller coaster for MPL since you set up in 2018, consumption patterns in the pandemic, and now in 2023. What has changed at MPL and how are you charting the way forward?
Yeah, so firstly, I think it's never been a better time for gaming in this country. It is a privilege to be an entrepreneur in this country in this time for gaming, honestly. And I think the biggest thing that's changed is people, how in the mid-60s or 70s people took to the movies in India and people just enjoyed movies a lot. Yeah. I think this 5 years to 10 years, people will be taking to gaming as much because what Sean has done with their game, and I think what we are seeing across the board with a whole bunch of other games, this is time for that. And what is also happening is the enabling regulations that are coming around it is actually giving a lot more confidence to game developers and also a lot more confidence to investors alike to, build the ecosystem further. So I think those are probably my top 3 things.
Sean, a hot favorite, BGMI, and that's been the talk of the town. People have gone absolutely ballistic. In our office, they've been asking me, Sean's coming, ask him ABC about BGMI. People are excited. I mean, I'm guessing you're going to weigh in on that excitement in your answer, but how does it feel to get something as iconic back Of course, under the new rules with a set of terms and conditions to ensure that everything happens smoothly. But how does it feel? Is it an iconic moment for Krafton as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, I'm thankful for the government and the gamers who has been supportive for the last few months so that we can get the game back to the market, to the Indian market. And from like the corporate level, from the HQ also, we see this event as a like strengthening, thing that we are more committed to the Indian market. And absolutely, like for the last few days since we launched the game, we are seeing enormous sort of welcoming, trends in terms of user metrics and people's reaction. So I'm very thankful and happy.
What can we expect with the new BGMI edition, with it coming back? Gamers watching right now across the BT and the Tech Today multiverse will be watching and waiting with bated breath, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, like we have been like slowly starting to engage with the partners to start esports events, and also we started like small launching party for last couple of days. It will be on weekends too, so there will be fun. Fun. There will be a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Rajan, it's interesting. We're talking about what Sai's been doing with MPL and what Sean's now doing with the host of titles at Krafton India. But when we talk about indigenous game development, make in India for games, where do you think we at this point are lacking? Why can't we have an iconic title like maybe a God of War or an Uncharted coming out of an Indian gaming studio at this point, Rajan?
No, thanks, Ayush, and pleasure to be here with you. And I think it's a very relevant question. The fact that Sean is sitting here and so many others are looking at India as a market is because they believe that the future is here. I mean, the growth in the number of gamers, we have about 420 million gamers, as I was mentioning. The fact that 1 in 10 people in the world is an Indian under the age of 25, which is, the large category of gamers. I think it's only a matter of time before we see that happen. And I think the entire premise of Jet Synthesis was built exactly on that same fundamental that, there will be a time when Indian studios will create titles and also engage global gamers around subjects that are relevant not only to India but even to the world. So for us, we've been able to do that with cricket. In simulated cricket, we have a 65% global market share. We've been able to create a platform that is now getting people to play cricket, even though they don't understand how to play cricket in the real world. We did an India-US thing where one of the undersecretaries at the White House was the guest, and the US team beat India. Said, finally, US beats India in cricket, but it was electronic cricket, right? So the way you can take Indianness to the world could be through localized content here, but at the same time, we work with many large partners, including Krafton and others, to create markets in India, to see how we can build markets together in global countries. Because, say, Japan, India, for example, can be a very strong force, or Korea, India, for many other countries in the world too. So I think it is the time for India. I think what we really need is a commitment to building better talent. I think, we are too late to the game. Video game industry is a 50-year-old industry. And a large part of those who have created success globally are not sitting in India. And they're expensive talent. So we have to invest. We have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to build those kind of titles rather than the tens of millions that studios are spending today. And I think that shift is beginning to happen.
And in terms of exporting that sort of quality content, Sai, you made a big move of late by foraying into the African market. And then now I am guessing you guys have presence in 4 continents with MPL.
Yeah, I mean, through our other companies. I think in Europe, it's through Game Deal, which is an acquisition that we made. But yes, you can say that. Yeah.
So is that safe to say, something that Rajan was saying to build on, that perhaps that's the product that we make in India and perhaps give a platform to the rest of the world? Is that a good start?
Yeah, of course, that is a good start. I think our philosophy right from day zero with MPL was that we believe eventually there will be a platform where massive tournaments, tournaments where there are hundreds or 200,000 people, maybe a player from America is competing against a player from Africa is competing against a player from India. And we need a platform to make that happen. And there's nothing out there that can do that today. If they want to run a BGMI World Cup, they can't do it. right? I mean, a fair World Cup where 100,000 people are playing and not just 5 people on a stage. And that's what MPL is in the business to make happen. MPL is in the business of enabling those kind of tournaments. And to Rajan's previous point on building world-class games from India, I believe India in the long term should be a net gaming exporter and not an importer. And to that effect, we about 2.5 years back started Mayhem Studios, and the goal is to build world-class gaming content from India. And there are many other studios in India. In fact, there are many, many good studios who are building these games, including the studios that Rajan runs. And to his point, it's just a matter of time. We started making 35mm movies. I think we will make IMAX movies as well. We are now making them. So it's the same with games as well.
I love how you draw that parallel with the content world, because this is far more engaging for a lot of us. Well, I'm a rookie gamer, not the pro gamers that Sean and you are used to. But I have another point that I wanted to make and actually get your views on it, Sai, which is when we're talking about some of the government rules that have come about recently, how do you view them as MPL? Very simply put, is it 1 step forward and 2 steps back, or is it the other way around?
No, I think it's 3 steps forward, to be honest.
No steps back?
No steps back.
Okay, fantastic.
I mean, fingers crossed, right? So, in many ways, digital industries need, you can't draw a line and say these are the rules forever. You need a framework wherein rules can be debated and discussed and updated, like software, right? Imagine if you were using Windows 95 today. I'm sure life.
I'm sure some people are. Huh?
I'm sure, but I think it'll be a real problem to use it, right? The same is with rules for the internet age, right? Like you got to have the mechanism to keep updating those rules. And what is great about what we just saw in over the last few months is that the framework actually set it up in a way where it's, yes, 2-3 steps forward, but it also enables the ecosystem to keep improving itself with the requirements of what the industry and, in fact, more importantly, the consumers want. So that's my view. Yeah.
You mentioned the parallel, of course, with the content world. And out there, the question is subscription versus ads. And we're seeing so many players consolidating out there. Sean, I want to get your thoughts on this. How do you see the Indian market at Krafton, right? Is it a place where gamers are willing to pay as opposed to perhaps what's happening in Africa, in Japan, or even in the US?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very valid question to ask for someone like Krafton. I think there were general perception for gaming, global gaming companies that Indian market is not the market you can make money. You can get only
true?
data. I mean, you can get only active users, number of active users. That's been a perception since 2014, 15, 16, 17. But after we see the numbers through BGMI and other games, we found that it's not very similar to other markets in developed countries. But we could see that 1 or 2 best game in the genre is starting to make money. Not just user base, but also a certain number of revenues. And then that's why we decided to open an office, hire the local people, and continue to launch new games. I mean, the success will not happen every time, but I think that's how you enter the market.
Rajan, you want to weigh in on the subscription versus ads debate in the gaming world?
Yeah, no, actually, I think India is going to definitely create a new model of monetization, and we are seeing that. And I can tell you this because if you see this generation, right, I mean, the number of people who are spending time on gaming, the only way to reach them, they're not watching television, they're not reaching newspapers, there's no way to reach that audience. So I have a very strong fundamental belief that for brands to be able to reach those consumers, the kind of spend that you will see in a country like India is going to be distinctly different from what the rest of the world. Like Krafton always built games because, as I told you, and I think it's important for us to understand that earlier point. India never emerged as a mature gaming market because you needed to buy a console. Then it came PC and we didn't have internet access, right, to that extent, like what happened in Korea and Japan. And it's only when the smartphone and mobile has come, which is also where we have the lowest rates in the world, and the kind of mass usage, very hard to suddenly get people to spend. It's a $180 billion industry, larger than the entire movie industry, Hollywood, music, all put together. So I think India will create its own ways. There will be monetization happening the way Sean mentioned. There will be monetization differently happening through, of course, brands getting engaged with these consumers in very unique ways. And we are seeing esports particularly being that one space where, people who are watching it and really engaging with the content. And that's why we say you don't only watch, you also play.
Absolutely. Sai, with MPL, it's a very unique proposition because you have casual games, fantasy sports, and then when we're trying to add a little masala with this whole subscription versus ads debate, how do you see what you're doing with the MPL business going forward? How will it be impacted by this?
Sure. So I think firstly, I agree with Sean completely that I think over the next 10 years, we will see probably 20 or 30 stories like BGMI emerge or games like that emerge in this country. And that's been the same with any country which has a very large young population, right? So it's about just patience. I think it'll happen. As far as I'm concerned, I agree with Rajan that there'll be Indian ways of monetizing games, right? And Indian ways of monetizing games, and since there's, the way we look at it, there's IAP, which, is the free-to-play market, then there is PCG, which we call the paid competition, where you pay a small entry fee to join a competition. And I also believe that in gaming, there is going to be a way, there's eventually going to be a a monetization method where if Rajan owns a good-looking virtual good or a skin in the game, which I like I do in OLX or like I do in, say, Amazon, I'll pay money to Rajan and say, hey, Rajan, you know what, why don't you sell it to me? And Rajan will sell it to me. And I think these are things that are bound to happen, and it's just a matter of time. And at MPL, we are very excited about it, right? We believe in these different monetization models, and we invest in all the different models. Yeah, barring ads. We don't have anything to do in ads. We'll work with Rajan on that one, where we'll work with him to host these.
Rajan, are you open to that offer?
We are taking the harder route. We are really working hard to get people, get engagement. But I think all points are very well taken. And I think this entire mix, once it unlocks together, I think that will be the Indianness impact to the world in gaming.
Rajan, how do you view some of these rules that have been introduced by the government for the gaming sector? There was a lot of uncertainty over time. The distinction between, what is gambling, what is gaming, this sort of clarity was sought for a very long time. Do you still think that we need a stronger form of regulation, light touch regulation, or is self-regulation the way forward? What do you think is the ideal approach?
So, I have chaired the Indian Digital Gaming Society. It's been anchored by the CII. 6-7 years ago, we said that gaming will become an industry in India. And I think it's really started to pan out, in that manner. Now, gaming is evolving in multiple ways, right? And I think it's demand from gamers, it's demand from citizens. It's an exercise and an effort for government and people to come together to really understand and appreciate what will be the Indian way of, of gaming first to evolve, and then the governance framework around that, right? And I think that is where we have reached today. I think, we are people who will say ultimately whatever is the law of the land and as it emerges is really what will define this. So that process, if you look at it the way it is happening today, is happening in a collaborative manner. It is happening now, beginning to happen, like as I mentioned, in a little more trusted manner. Self-regulation, look at different ways, let the industry come together, industry becoming responsible. So I think this is something that will evolve, and what will ultimately stay and what will ultimately, look like. I remember the earlier discussion also, because gaming also lends itself to a lot of data, right? Because it's a lot of engagement and time engagement, and how it really shapes up is really what will stay. And I'm very confident that the right things will happen for India, for the country, as well as the ability for India to influence and impact the world at large. Because as I said, I definitely see, an Indian winning an Olympic medal 15 years from today in the area of electronic sports, right? Maybe an individual medal which we still strive not to earn, because just the sheer number of people who will participate in that will be significant. So India is going to be a large player there, and I think we will be able to influence that in some shape and form. Of course, like Sean and both Sai have said, it's a matter of time, and we'll get there.
Sean, it's a matter of time, but when we talk about, in fact, when Rajan was talking about, and Sai were talking about purchasing a skin in the gaming space, it sounded a lot like shopping in the metaverse. Now, I don't know what's happened to the metaverse and how the Web3 revolution shapes up. We're all firm believers in the potential of what can happen there. But gaming for a lot of people in the audience is genuinely, a lot of the games that are very popular, like BGMI, are like a precursor to the metaverse in terms of interaction, in terms of virtual avatars and some of the things that you can do. But Sean, we need to talk about disruptive tech even in gaming. And around the world, there's VR, there's AR. Are these some of the technologies that you guys are working on perhaps to increase your user base in markets like India and even around the world?
So I think it's a very good question, a timely question, given the change in the technologies. From our point of view, we have looked at certain VR projects using PUBG or BGMI IPs in the past. I think more disruptive technology that we are seeing is AI or deep learning, which actually enable like more efficient and more cost-saving or time-saving development process. I think we are now witnessing the beginning of that trend, and also this deep learning technology would enable certain new gameplays which we haven't seen before. It's still yet to see, but we have some like few pilot projects based on that. We haven't seen any commercially viable project yet, but I think there are many companies like us who are trying on this.
You know, we have a stellar panel out here, and there must be a bunch of pro gamers or parents or siblings of pro gamers in the audience. So I'm going to request the mic, here down the aisles, so if we can get a couple of questions from the audience. But until we build on that, Rajan, how do you see India generally attracting more investment in the gaming space? Are there things or steps that we can do to generally, we had a session earlier which was moderated by our editor at Business Today, Saurabh Majumdar, which was about a tech winter, right? And it's no secret. Sai can also chime in a bit, but what are the steps that we can take to really attract a lot more investment in the gaming world?
So, I think the investments in gaming are going to be both ways, right? I think your first question you mentioned is, when will an Indian studio create, global things? So the belief that an Indian studio will do that is itself the ability for India to actually go out. So through Jetapult, one of our platforms, we are now investing in acquiring studios globally, because we truly believe that our understanding of gaming today has become mature enough for us to be able to create a global impact, right? I mean, so one way to look at it is that way. The other way, I think, all the steps that we are seeing, right? Giving comfort to investors in terms of the regulatory framework, in terms of understanding how monetization is getting enhanced in a country like India, that is making it viable for investors to come and look at India as a market to do that. And to my earlier point, and we see a great, push there, especially with some of our Japanese partners, etc., where India can be a super partner to the world when it comes to gaming, right? Indian talent, as we know, has shaped every trillion-dollar tech company that there is, and the latest one has driven on gaming. So NVIDIA would join the club of Amazon and Alphabet, and the four company club of Microsoft and Amazon there is actually built on GPUs, which has been driven by gamers, right? So the time has come when I think the understanding of gaming, the ability for gaming, gamification, new technologies. I don't think there's a single technology that gaming will not adopt or adapt to quickly, right? Because inherently we're a digitized business. If you talk of AI, for 50 years, gaming is using AI, because when you're playing a game, you're being challenged just to that little level where you play a little better, right? So today, when you look at AI, you look at AR, you look at VR, you look at blockchain, what Sai was mentioning, the ability to create virtual goods, the ability to... Gaming is an early adopter of all of that. Generative AI today, I mean, you are saying something, create a virtual world, and it's getting created. So I am a very strong believer that even if investments don't come directly in gaming, the investments that are coming into these technologies and the people who are going to drive these technologies are definitely going to be out of India.
Sai, do you share that view? And then I'm going to get to questions from the audience. So do prepare one or two very neat, tidy questions.
Yeah, of course. See, I don't... If you look at even the broader industry, gaming companies are actually quite okay, most of them, right? And if you look at even the last 1 year, there are a significant number of gaming studios that have been funded. A decent bunch of them, right? So I don't necessarily think that this impacts gaming or gaming industry as much. I believe this is a good time to hunker down and build, and just focus on putting lines of code up. So I think in that way I don't see an issue. And to his point, the clarity in the ecosystem around what is allowed, what is not allowed, what is right, what's wrong, that's all that was needed, and that's touch wood happening, and hopefully we'll come to a conclusion sooner rather than later. And I think that will set up the stage for a lot of mid-stage to late-stage investors showing up. Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm guessing the mic is out here. Okay, we do have someone who stood up first, so we must let that question. Please do state your name as well, and a quick question, please.
Yeah, my name is Suresh. I'm playing this role of a father who actually has a teenager actually playing Fortnite and PlayStation for a lot. So let me be absolutely honest here. So one of the biggest pain when you are actually growing a teenager is that if they start playing games and stuff, getting involved, how are they going to focus on studies and academics, considering the part that the AI is actually ruling the whole world? So what would you suggest, considering the part that, the young kids can be attracted to some of these places very easily? So what is the level of restriction that the parents can actually look at it? And even the gaming industry, in the way that they are not carried away so much from there, and there is a point of time to do it. And people just get so fascinated that lose track of time and other stuff. That's kind of very alarming at this stage. And it's also some of these games are very focused on killing someone. So it also has negative impact in terms of psychology of working to that, which I feel there has to be some way to get this off this.
So you'd like this question directed to
Rajan.
But before Rajan does come in, a little bit that I want to chime in with, there are a lot of those guidelines and rules do address some of these things, but Rajan, over to you.
Yeah, so I think valid point, and today I think the responsibility on game makers is also there to ensure that, when you are creating content it's how it is handled by the audiences. And you see this applying even to OTT, right? You talk of binge watching, right? You have one season ends in a particular way and people are watching. So this is actually a digital content consumption problem, right? It impacts different sets of people. Just so that one can talk a little bit on the positive side of gaming. At least gaming, there are a few positives, right? There is a lot of emphasis today when you're seeing like sport coming up, right? There's a lot of hand-eye coordination, sharp strategy thinking. There are a lot of good things that can happen, when you game and gamify things and do it correctly. It depends on the kind of content that, one is engaging with, right? And I think everybody is not made for, the same thing to do it in a particular way. So I think in a manner in which how one restricts or, creates an ecosystem at home, I think most families have been able to figure that out, particularly when it comes to, content consumption at large, right? I think digital and the phone being accessible to me is that medium, which is really a larger challenge there. But I don't know, Sean and Sai might have some other thoughts as well.
Sai? Sean?
Yeah, I think this reminds me of how my parents used to stop me from watching TV. When this Cartoon Network had just come in India, and there was like immediately after you come back from school, SWAT Cats used to play, and then Centurions, and then so on and so forth, all the way till 9 p.m. in the evening.
And then TNT.
Exactly. It's good. Very few people remember that, right?
Which we weren't allowed to watch, yeah?
Yes. So I think, I'm not yet a parent, so I don't know, is my honest answer. But I think that maybe you should have a very open and an honest conversation. And I think the most important thing to do is to not say that you can't do something. I think it's like, when my parents used to tell me, don't go and play cricket, I used to go play cricket more, right? So I think you should, I'm not the right person to be giving any such advice. I think, Sean.
I think I can give, not really on advice, I can share my experience as a parent. I have 3 boys, 10, 7, 4. And 7-year-old, my youngest, start now playing game, this one. So I share the pain, it's very difficult to kind of control the needs for the content consumption, especially when the device is now very portable and very convenient to handle around. But I remember when my father actually bought a Apple PC for me when I was maybe 9 or 10. He spent like 1 month's salary, maybe 2 months' salary to buy the PC and gave me. And then that actually gave me some responsibility of, feeling of responsibility to control how to use the PC, given that kind of like, the money he spent and his expectation on me on the self-control side. So actually that helps me to find how PC or computer can do a lot of things, not just gaming, but for also other things. Of course, I spend most of my time on gaming rather than other stuff. But actually that gave me needs to learn English, because back then all games was only available in English or Japanese. Anything not available in Korean. So I have to learn English to play the game. That opened up a lot of opportunity for me for the rest of my life, I would say. So I think you should, I'm trying to kind of make a narrative or story why you should do this, or why this game is important for you, or and things like that. I think that kind of share of responsibility, share of story in your life and their life, I think that makes things much easier.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, you can also gamify it by telling the kid, like,
Suresh, if you could hand over the mic,
you can do this.
get a quick question.
Done?
Yes, please.
Yeah, great conversation. Really, the online gaming going to get a lot of revenue also. My question is going to be a little bit put you on spot. While online gaming is so great, everything, there are other side of the online gaming. If you look at with the betting, okay, so a lot of things are happening, betting, and a lot of suicides are also happening in the country. So, are there any measures you guys are taking? While the gaming is good, gaming with the betting and betting without control, how do you get that one? That's one part. Second part are the kids also. You all know about the blue whale, whatever happened. So what are the measures you guys are taking as the leaders of the gaming industry? How do you restrict and protect those particular pieces also?
Okay. Let's get that, because we have very little time on the clock. Sai, Rajan, Sean, who'd like to take that first?
Okay, I'll take the spot question. No, it's a very important question. See, I think with any technology or any form of content, it's important to understand that the content will have positive impact and negative impact. The rules or the laws of the country are very clear on what is betting and what is not, and what it is, those websites, etc., have been actively blocked. In fact, it's very hard to make digital payments on those websites because most payment networks shouldn't work, ideally shouldn't work. And there's also meaningful grievance redressal in the, in the regulations that have been set aside. But beyond that, I think as companies, there are meaningful responsible gaming guidelines that we all adhere to. Meaningful advertising guidelines that we all adhere to. And I think those guidelines are free for everyone to see. And if there is any need to, if there's feedback, please feel free to share that feedback. I want to also say that the other example of what you just spoke about, the blue whale thing, that had nothing to do with gaming as far as I remember. It was something else altogether.
Fair enough. Leading from the front, taking the questions on the spot.
Thank you.
We have very limited time. Now, Sean has already taken us down memory lane with his Apple PC experience. I'm going to go first and then leave it to the two of you all as well. In one word, my first tryst with gaming, Nintendo 8-bit and then a PlayStation 1. Sai.
Same, Nintendo 8-bit.
Rajan?
Atari.
Ooh.
He's the oldest guy on the panel.
Okay, that was just a quick way of summing it all up, guys. I hope you've enjoyed this session. Game on, and the next session is going to build on just this. Thanks so much. You've been an absolutely stellar panel, and you've been a lovely audience as well. Thank you. All right, we have a very special session lined up. I was too captivated by the gaming nostalgia. But Tech Today is something very special and close to our heart here at Business Today. Of course, it culminates in a TV show, but there's so much action on digital, on the Business Today website, on our social media handles, and of course, the Business Today magazine, which you can grab outside, an AI special waiting for you. But just to give you a little sneak peek of the Tech Today journey, we prepared a small little AV for you, and then we get on to our next big session.
Demystifying tech, bit by bit. With a little help from the biggest voices in the technology world.
India is at a tipping point. The feeling that anything here is possible.
We do not want to have a Chernobyl for AI, where some really serious consequence.
Every failure you learn something from viscerally. Feel it and remember it.
Privacy is paramount to us. We take everything on protecting your data and your privacy very strongly.
I love what I do every day. I get to work with incredible people every day, reimagining the future of fulfillment.
The digital twins are emerging, so therefore it's just a matter of time until finally we are gonna move some shape or form into the metaverse.
It did not take away jobs, it created jobs. Now, this is exactly what I think about generative AI.
It's really about making your sound quality and your audio better. It's about making your gaming experience better and delivering all of this with AI as a common thread, right, to kind of enhance those experiences.
The India Today group been using artificial intelligence in different ways. We've got a news anchor, Sana, who's doing the news through AI. We've generated covers. We had Sundar Pichai on the cover of our anniversary issue for Business Today, an image generated through AI. But I'm very anxious about how you're trying to prevent its misuse.
On the country's top technology platform, Tech Today, on stands, online, on air.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for coming to our signature tech event. A huge round of applause for all of you all at this point. Thank you, guys. And the next session is one that we've all been waiting for, relishing the prospect of a conversation with someone who understands artificial intelligence better than most. I'm joined now by none other than Dr. Manish Gupta, Director Google Research India, where we'll be talking about artificial intelligence and a whole lot more. A huge round of applause, please. All right, I'm audible now. It's been so many digital avatars of me just floating around, so sometimes technology doesn't always catch up with all of us. And that's going to be my first question to you, actually. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence, Manish. And you've been doing some fascinating work for Google in India with their research labs. Not a lot of people know about, everyone talks about, like in our previous session, about some of the big tech titans coming from India, but a lot of that research and core work in terms of AI is happening here in Bangalore. You've got to tell us a little bit about the work that you do at Google and how much of it really contributes towards Google Bard, the real contender rival to ChatGPT.
So we are doing, ours is a relatively young lab. We started less than 4 years ago, and pretty much the entire team was built from scratch. But again, we had this very intense focus on both making foundational contributions to AI, as well as applying it to solve big problems, especially those that are inspired by the Indian context. So it includes work on, one of the things that we really wanted to do was to democratize access to information. It's very nice for those of us in this audience, you and me, who understand English. We have information at our fingertips. What about, let's say, that farmer's daughter in Haryana or the laborer's son in Chhattisgarh? How do you level the playing field for them? Get them access to information, again, in their native language. So our team has been taking the lead on building these multilingual models, which in a single model will provide support. Initially, we released a model which provided support for 16 Indian languages. It was used in the Google Assistant product as well as made available to the researchers and practitioners, to now working on a model which will support over 100 Indian languages. We are collecting speech samples from 773 districts of India in partnership with Indian Institute of Science. And already some of these models are beginning to make their way into kind of some of these Google, not just existing products like Assistant, but also upcoming products like Bard, that we have been working closely with those teams to improve their capability to understand and respond in Indian languages.
Because Manish, the potential for Google to really be a game changer, disruptor in this space is immense. When we talk about other chatbots, a lot of their data sets are restricted to 2021 or 2022. Google Bard, with Google's repository of search data, can give you answers in real time. We'll touch upon that in a bit. But I also want to allude to what Ramesh Vadvani, who had joined us earlier at the Tech Today Congress, virtually of course, he mentioned this concept of AI for social good. And from your first point, I think we can segue into that. How much can Google really leverage its expertise, its research, and its understanding of AI to look at solving problems for the underserved?
Absolutely. So we believe, again, AI has this enormous potential to benefit humanity, and which was why one of our very clear focus right from the day one of inception of the lab was to develop AI in a manner that brings the benefits to the underprivileged. So when we started the lab, we in fact organized a workshops where we invited dozens of nonprofits and academic groups to come together and start identifying problems that they were grappling with. And we initially funded 6 of those efforts, and in the following year, another 30 efforts. It has already led to some very, very significant, impactful work. One example would be our work with a nonprofit called Arman, which runs these programs to improve the health of expecting mothers and their babies within the first year of their lives. They found that these helpful tips that they deliver during every week of the pregnancy and during the first year of the child's life results in measurable improvements in outcomes both for these mothers as well as their babies. And yet, so many of these mothers end up dropping out of that program. So they posed this problem to us: can you use AI to help us predict who are at the risk of dropping out? And with the very few human volunteers that we have, because we have thousands and in fact now lakhs of women enrolled in the program at any given point in time, with the few human volunteers, who are the most important women that they should reach out to keep them engaged? And this AI model has actually been deployed in production, and it's already, we have conducted rigorous studies that show the benefits of this model in keeping these mothers engaged, and which is leading to improved outcomes for themselves as their babies.
When you look at the pace of innovation in the world of AI, it is not rapid, I'd call it frantic. And in that sense, when we speak about something this week, maybe next week it could sound a bit dated, given some new thing that's happened in the world of AI. But another theme that's really erupting in the technology world is responsible AI, right? As these language learning models get smarter and smarter, there's an onus on tech companies to really ensure transparency, accountability, and approach this responsibly. What do you think?
Absolutely. So Google, in fact, in 2018, came out with this set of principles for responsible AI, which we have been really strictly adhering to in all of our both research projects as well as development of products. These responsible AI principles both talked about what we will not do. We will not apply AI to cause harm to humans, start developing weapons, and engage in surveillance and so on, to also how we would develop AI in a manner that enhances the safety, that does not perpetuate biases. So right from the life cycle of an AI project to using data sets, we have been, for instance, creating these methodologies and best practices for how to make sure your data sets themselves are diverse, and in fact making a lot of these tools available to even other practitioners, so that they can in turn make their AI models fairer. So that was kind of, I guess, several years ago, right, which was ages ago in this world of AI. With all of these amazing advances that we are seeing in generative AI, one of the things, again, we are espousing is this combination of being bold as well as responsible. Because on one hand, these generative AI technologies have this enormous potential, right, to amplify our human creativity, our potential, our ability to write kind of really wonderful documents, even if we don't have a very good command of the language, to beautiful presentations, to small businesses being able to create amazing ads that help them attract more customers. But at the same time, that potential, right, to create malicious deepfakes, to create misinformation. So it is really important, right, for us to develop these technologies in a manner that is responsible. And we are also calling out for the government to take the lead on coming out with regulations that really amplify the positives of AI, the potential for AI to really improve human lives, while really clamping down, right, while really being able to control the harmful effects of AI, which are very possible with the kind of advanced technology which we are continuing to develop and which is just advancing at an amazing pace.
Manish, now that we've warmed you up, I have to address the hottest topic of 2023. Sundar Pichai at Google I.O. made a bunch of announcements. The word artificial intelligence featured right up there, I think 143, 149 times, because that is Google's commitment towards AI. And the real embodiment for the end consumer, some people think it's Google Bard, but I'm guessing you could correct me and anyone who had that thought process, saying it's also the ecosystem of devices. Google Assistant is on every Android device, right? That's why I say that, Google has a disruptive potential in terms of what they can do with Bard, maybe in stock Android in a Pixel device. Tell me a little bit more about Google Bard, and we can also tell our audience about it. And I'm sure Manish is not going to talk about it, but I honestly think, like I said earlier, that Google Bard will be a game changer even in places where ChatGPT has not managed to find success yet. Over to you, Manish.
Yeah, so we have been both kind of coming out with things like Bard, which engages in a conversational manner with the user, and again in a manner that again can really both provide extremely useful information as well as avoid some of the potential for harm in the form of, again, hallucinations, making up facts and so on. And one of the things that Google has already started doing is to integrate some of these capabilities with the traditional strength in search. And so, in fact, at the Google I.O. event, again, you also saw some new advances in kind of Google search, in how we now start providing all of this information, but grounded in real facts. And again, presenting some of that information from a variety of websites in a very concise and understandable manner, and being able to then take that conversation forward, right, from the previous query to the next follow-on query and so on. And increasingly, you're going to see, again, these capabilities get richer. We are starting with text-based interfaces, and very soon, right, you'll find not just Google, pretty much the entire industry also moving to multimodal forms of input and output, where already we know in India, right, a lot of people are much more comfortable asking for information through voice rather than typing. And also we tend to be, both people in India, even the Generation Z, right, in the US, often prefers visually rich information, right, rather than only text information. So you're going to see a lot more, I would say, further advances in the capabilities of all these models to really provide both rich information and delightful experience to the users.
It's interesting, a tech visionary like Bill Gates recently said that the winner in this AI race that we've been speaking of, the AI revolution that everyone's spoken so fondly of, will be the tech company that cracks the personal or digital assistant space. Now, what I find fascinating, Manish, from your last answer, is that India could be really the right sort of testing ground for something like this in terms of it being conversational AI, because I've noticed, comparing Bard to a lot of other chatbots out there, that the conversational nature of it really gives it a cutting edge. Is that the future, according to you, generally for the field of AI, to develop a strong conversational product?
So, first of all, at least, I mean, Bill Gates is an amazing visionary and successful. I wouldn't put myself anywhere close to, but I would say the real winner, in my view, is ultimately going to be the user, who will benefit from all of these enormous capabilities, right, in enriching their own lives. So, in my view, yes, one of the very important kind of ways in which we will benefit from AI is to have these very intelligent kind of assistants, which would be around to assist us in various aspects of our lives, right? It could be in giving us access to information. It could be in helping us learn more effectively. It could be helping us lead healthier lives, because we also know, right, so much of the burden of disease today in the world is lifestyle diseases, which can in fact be warded off and kind of significantly addressed through simple lifestyle changes. So I believe, yes, I mean, a very significant part, I mean, I do not look at that as the only thing, because there's also the scientist in me that feels that humanity is also going to benefit from AI accelerated science. That I think we will be able to make fundamentally accelerate our ability to accelerate scientific discoveries. We've already shown glimpses of that, right, through the work done by my colleagues at DeepMind on protein folding, which has been like long considered a very, very tough problem. And they came and through this AI-based approach, essentially solved that problem. And they made protein structure for 200 million proteins in the known to humanity. They made AI-based predictions of those 200 million proteins available for free for the research community, for the pharmaceuticals and so on to use, which would have estimated, I mean, each protein structure is today takes about 5 years of PhD time to develop. And so 200 million years of PhD time was just kind of done, right? So in my view, it's also things like that which will accelerate scientific discovery. I mean, at least I certainly am excited about a future where AI helps us as scientists, right, kind of do discoveries, right, which are the equivalent of 1 million papers, perhaps in a given year.
It's very reassuring to know that the AI revolution is here, and it's in the able hands of scientists like Dr. Manish Gupta that we are entrusting this particular movement to. Thank you so much. It's been an insightful session, and thank you so much for putting some deep tech into the inaugural session, inaugural rendition of the Tech Today Congress. You've been a lovely audience, and you've been an absolutely amazing guest. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ayush.
right, before Manish leaves the stage, and now my virtual avatar has come here to address you guys, Dr. Shantanu Patil, Associate Director, Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, will be felicitating Manish, a token of appreciation. Now, the Tech Today Congress has been a very special one. We've had the who's who from India Inc. We've had gamers, creators, policymakers, of course, and it now culminates in a mega session. As one of the top ministers of the government, someone highly regarded and considered instrumental in driving the digital agenda of the nation and fostering a conducive ecosystem for innovation and growth. In this session, we will be chatting with Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister for Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, to hear his vision and insights on how tech can enable social and economic development, enhance governance and service delivery, and address the challenges of the post-pandemic world. This session will be moderated by my colleague, Managing Editor at Business Today TV, Siddharth Zarabi. Sir, please join us on stage. We have a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Ayush. A very long day, but the final session of the evening upon us. Minister Vaishnav, a minister who is currently handling some of the most important portfolios in the Government of India. Union Minister for Communications, Union Minister for Information Technology, as well as the Minister for Railways, a member of the Rajya Sabha representing Odisha since 2019. A very warm welcome to the Business Today, Tech Today Congress, Mr. Minister. This is the first such event by the India Today group, and very clearly an event where all of us are very keen to hear your thoughts on multiple subjects and multiple portfolios in your with you, and obviously some of those, Mr. Minister, is what you're going to be talking about. Warm welcome once again.
My heartiest congratulations for organizing this very nice, very comprehensive Tech Today gathering. I'm very thrilled to see so many, the brightest and the best of the technology world are today present here. Congratulations for this.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by asking you about India's digital future. Ashwiniji, the Modi government has completed 9 years in office. As you look back, what have been the biggest achievements of the government? Because a lot has been done as far as Digital Bharat is concerned. And how would you describe the journey that you yourself have also been involved in over the past several years, Ashwiniji?
If you ask me in one sentence, the fundamental change which has happened is technology has been democratized. Technology has reached the last person in the society. Technology has today permeated so well in multiple sectors. So let's take the example of India Stack. Imagine 10 years back when the country was kind of coming out of a very severe economic situation. When Prime Minister Modi ji took the responsibility of the country, he focused on multiple initiatives, and Digital India was one of them. So the technology stack which got developed over the last 9 years and got used by people over the last 9 years has made a significant difference. The UPI system today, smallest of the small payment is being made by UPI, large payments also being made by UPI. New digital credit solutions are getting built over it. The Aadhaar and the India Stack combined are being used for developing solutions in healthcare sector, in logistics. ONDC is another big platform which is bringing empowerment to the small and medium enterprises. So in a sense, one complete suite of technologies which is today bringing lots and lots of benefits to the general, every common family in the country.
Ashwini, let me try and take some of those specifics that you have just mentioned and address them one by one. The first part is obviously the communication backbone that has been built in the country, and we are amongst the few select countries where we have such a robust network that is underway. There is also an indigenous manufacturing attempt. There is also talk of 6G. I want you to tell our audience here and our viewers in terms of the communication infrastructure and the cutting edge technology that has been deployed, how would you describe where India stands at this point of time?
That's a very important one. In last 9 years, so much progress has happened in the telecom sector. The sector has come out of deep issues, deep problems, and today it has become a vibrant, growing, investment-driven sector. So 4G and 5G technology stack that India has developed, again we followed the same principle. The core has been developed by CDOT and the radio network has been developed by private players. So in a sense, we have created an ecosystem where we have created this PPP model, public-private partnership model, by which very complex solutions can be created in a very trusted and transparent manner. So 4G, 5G technology stack has already started getting deployed, and almost 20 countries in the world have shown their interest in importing this solution to their countries, to their telecom service operators. I also would like to mention the 5G rollout. Last year, 1st October, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he launched 5G in the country, and within a short time frame of just about 8 months, we have already covered 200,000 sites, 2 lakh sites in a very short period, and without taking any names, one of the largest countries in the world, they could reach about 1 lakh, and we are at 2 lakh sites today. We are doing about 1 site a minute. 1 site a minute is getting commissioned. That's the pace at which 5G is getting commissioned. And by the end of this year, hopefully a very large part of the country would already be covered. So overall, developing technology, rolling out the leading edge technologies, and preparing for the next growth cycle. So already we have more than 100 patents in 6G. And our Prime Minister has given us a very clear target. We should become leaders in 6G. So developing lots of subcomponents, the antenna system, the innovations in radio, the innovations in signal processing, many of these things we are working simultaneously, and 6G India will emerge as one of the key contributors to the world.
Mantriji, in terms of the 6G ecosystem that you just touched upon, we earlier had sessions about 5G and whether 5G was, how will the ecosystem develop?
So globally, the whole world is looking at 6G in its inception phase at this point of time. 6G, what would 6G be? How would it look like? What are the parameters? What are the technical specifications? These are the things on which work is going on all over the world. It appears from discussions at ITU and other international fora, it appears that 6G will become a commercially deployable technology by 2029. That is why we should start today, so that by the time the technology standards are getting prepared, we are also part of the game, we have a seat on the table, and we become a major contributor.
Well, that's a good point. While we are still rolling out 5G, we are also working towards 6G, and earlier the better. I want to take up the issue of manufacturing, and this is a point that has come up during the day at the Tech Today Congress, several comments being made about how important manufacturing was, including, for example, in the semiconductor sector. And over 20 years, ago, I'm reminded when calling party pays was introduced, almost to the same time. Where do we stand as far as manufacturing is concerned, this drive towards Atmanirbhar Bharat in the entire electronics system, including mobile handsets, semiconductors, eventually? What is the scope?
See, 10 years back, electronics manufacturing was practically negligible. Today, we have crossed a major milestone of $100 billion, $105 billion to be precise. So, it's a huge jump. And not only mobile phones, but various deep tech, high tech devices. For example, in the telecom sector, very high speed, high capacity routers, radio equipment, very sophisticated radio equipment, very sophisticated microwave equipment, E-band radios. All these things are now designed in India, manufactured in India, and quite a large consignment is being exported out of the country to Europe, to US, to Japan. So that kind of process has set in today, and it's a very exciting journey, because electronics manufacturing was almost 17% CAGR over the last 7 years, 8 years. So at this pace, if we grow, we are all set to be a $300 billion manufacturing country over the next 4-5 years.
$300 billion, that's a very big number. Let's move on from telecommunication to another big portfolio that you have, which is IT. And within that, I want to come to the semiconductor issue that we have touched upon earlier. There's been a big effort, a PLI scheme. That PLI scheme has been revamped as well. Where do we stand as far as our efforts are concerned for semiconductor Atmanirbharta? As far as semiconductors are concerned, the importance doesn't need to be repeated. It is very crucial for our long-term ambitions to become an economic superpower.
Very good progress has been made. 15th December 21 is when the Cabinet and Honorable Prime Minister approved the semiconductor program. 1st Jan 2022 we uploaded the policy, and within a short time frame we have been able to convince the entire world that the ecosystem which is required for a good, healthy semiconductor industry is already started taking shape in the country. So, for example, talent is a very big point. The industry says that semiconductor industry is today $660 billion globally. It will become $1 trillion by 2030. This will require 1 million additional talent. So our policy was probably among those very few policies which focused on talent as a key strategic intent. So within a short time frame, we have tied up with 106 universities, including global universities like Purdue, where we are developing talent. We have courses which are focused on semiconductor, BTech courses, MTech courses, PhD programs, and the clean room and other operational talent kind of talent. So all those things we have developed, and this is being highly appreciated by the entire semiconductor industry. Second, making sure that the very complex, about 250 items, right? Very complex gases, chemicals, specialty chemicals, how they have to be handled. All those companies we have got connected, we have understood their requirements, and we are in a sense addressing all the points that needs to be addressed for getting them into India. Third, one of the sites that we have selected, Dholera, that site absolutely fits into for a major semiconductor complex to be created there. For example, Hsinchu in Taiwan, which is semiconductor capital in a sense, that is 4,500 acres. In Dholera, we have earmarked 10,000 acres for semiconductor development. Second, it is served by 5 large ports. Third, it is being served by 3 international airports. Fourth, it will be fed by 20,000 megawatts of green energy. Now these things are noticed by the people because everybody is worried about scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 emissions. So 20,000 megawatt green power available for this complex makes a very big difference. So the way we are approaching, and all the state governments are supporting, other state governments have also taken many steps for developing their semiconductor ecosystems. So in a sense, our country is today, India is being seen as the next big semiconductor destination as the industry grows. Then comes the point of cost. If 100 is the cost of manufacturing in Taiwan, the other geographies which are rolling out large semiconductor programs, I won't take any names, are at least 150, 140 kind of cost. Whereas India is like 80 at the cost. So very high quality talent, good policy support and lower cost. What else do you need for developing a very large industry? So that's the way we are thinking. The global experts have all, recently I went to US and met 45 companies, and all of them they had full understanding of our program. They were very happy with our step-by-step approach. They were very clearly guiding us that don't make mistakes that other people have made. Don't rush through. Focus on making sure that the entire ecosystem is in place as you grow up in the value chain of semiconductors.
What more announcements can we expect in this regard, Ashwini-ji, as far as semiconductors?
We will have very big announcements in the near future. It would be imprudent to make any announcements here, but stay tuned.
Well, semiconductors is a very fascinating subject, and earlier we had a very power-packed panel talk about the potential of semiconductors and how it could create a massive amount of jobs in the country. Forget the technology, it's also about the labor-intensive nature of parts of that industry and how Indians could do very well in that. Let me now get on to another point, and this is something that this audience here uses, our viewers are using, and are very proud about, which is the Unified Payment Infrastructure, UPI. And as far as UPI is concerned, it's not just Indians who are using it. A lot of countries overseas seem to be interested in it. In the past, this has come up. What more can you share with us in this regard?
So, it was actually a very good development. And about 20-25 countries are talking to us. Actually, now more than 30. More than 30 countries are speaking to us about what exactly is India's stack. And in G20, India's stack is one of the key components of discussion. In the SCO, the digital public infrastructure, the concept as well as what we have developed has been accepted formally. So the entire world has accepted the approach that India adopted towards technology and its democratic spread. So when Japan evaluated it, they found that the system is very robust. The settlements happen in less than 2 seconds on an average, and a large population can be covered using this solution, and it's very easy to use. So all these factors together, and actually the Japanese government has given a patent to our UPI, by the way. There is a Japanese patent for our UPI which has been granted. So all these factors combined helped in this decision, and we have already started working with the Japanese government for having their implementation of the UPI stack.
Okay. What about the further progress as far as the India stack is concerned? I believe several new developments are...
The approach has got very standardized now, and the model has got proven. In this model, we can create population scale solutions, and we can involve a large number of ecosystem players. Large number of stakeholders can be involved. So we are taking this approach now to health sector, to logistics sector, to e-commerce. So our approach is basically no single or no few, in any sector, a few companies should not have dominance on the technology. It should be democratic, it should be inclusive, it should reduce the cost of transaction, it should not create disproportionate profits for anybody. It should basically make sure that it creates significant value for common citizens.
Okay, one of the other things that has come through the day at the Tech Today Congress is also in parts to do with the policy environment, the need for regulation, and a lot of work and progress that has happened in this regard. But I also want you to reflect on the topic of artificial intelligence. A lot has been, what are your views really as far as artificial intelligence is concerned? There are, at one end, it is the technology that can drive rapid transformation. At the other end, there is a section of people who are saying we need a regulation. There are also fears in the Indian context that that it may lead to some sort of problems. What do you have to say on that?
Look, AI has huge potential for sure, right? And it has been there for many years now. So many different solutions we have seen which have a part of the solution is AI, right? AI, machine learning. The way AI has progressed and the applications which have come up recently has thrown a lot of serious concern about what would be the future of AI, what would be the future of humanity, how social concerns and technology should play out. These are concerns which the whole world is today debating. We certainly will have to put some boundary conditions and some regulatory guardrails for AI. And this every society in the world is looking at. In our government's view, we have always promoted innovation. We have always focused on using technology for the good of the people. So we will like to create a balance where the power of the technology can be put into good use while the harm that can come from this technology can be controlled. That's the approach we will follow.
Okay, that's an important point. But one of the other fears that Indians have, and we have a huge demographic burden. Ashwini ji, you will agree with me on that. A lot of people need jobs in this country. Is AI a problem as far as jobs are concerned? How do you view this as far as this very important and touchy subject is concerned?
So the overall impact of AI on entire society and economy is yet to be fully evaluated. We need to fully understand what will be the impact, what kind of job losses are likely to happen, which are the sectors which will have big impact, and then we have to take this comprehensive view. We also need to take all the stakeholders and especially all the entire political spectrum on same page so that the country comes to a conclusion as a united voice. This is something which is too important to be debated without coming to a final conclusion as a one team, one India kind of philosophy. So I think we'll have to work together between all the different shades of political and the industrial and the different professions and different stakeholders in the society. All will have to come together to find a good solution to it.
Will there be a necessity for a broader global dialogue when it comes to AI regulation? Because AI is again a transnational subject. Some companies are doing work which will impact people all across the world. And how much really do you think is there a necessity for global conversation on fixing the AI debate?
This will be a global dialogue. This certainly will be a global dialogue. At G20, at G7, every large forum is today debating this and coming to a almost universal conclusion that will require proper global understanding and global same voice for addressing this new development. So certainly it will be a global thing. And just by the way, on crypto, India's stand has got vindicated. Over the last few months, whatever developments have happened, India's stand has really got vindicated.
From a global subject like artificial intelligence to domestic regulations, various policies in place, a digital bill in the works, what can you share with us?
Okay, so we are creating a very comprehensive regulatory structure where telecom, digital, citizens' rights, all these things are being placed in a proper framework. So the entry of digital economy is telecom. So a very comprehensive, modern, a new, very simple words, and looking at a technology agnostic use, having proper framework for spectrum allocations, all those things are getting drafted, and the first draft was placed for consultation. We received many inputs, and now the final draft is on its verge of going for a cabinet approval, right? So telecom bill on the first is the first pillar. The second pillar is the digital personal data protection bill. Now this addresses the rights, citizens' rights, the right to privacy, which was upheld by the Honorable Supreme Court. It addresses that. Now this cuts across all the different layers of technology. It's a horizontal. Then comes the Digital India Bill. Now so many new technologies are coming up, so many new developments are happening. How do we address these developments? Can we create a legislative framework which is adaptive to such changes, rapid changes in technology? That's the big thought process behind Digital India Bill. Second, today users are, technology is such an integral part of our lives that users are dependent, citizens are dependent on various technologies for multiple functions, for multiple services. Now, how do we make sure that within this entire ecosystem, users are protected? So, user protection is a key part of Digital India and the other two bills that we are currently working on. So, in a sense, all the three bills together would create a modern, a good comprehensive and a rapidly evolving technology space. To regulate that kind of technology space, that kind of speed, that kind of change, we will have a good legal framework.
Ashwini ji, we had a panel of politicians who also spoke about data privacy and what needs to be done. In the past, you have cautioned against blindly copying regulations from overseas and applying them to India. What would you say will be our model?
That's a very important point. Our society is unique. Our social requirements, our social diversity, the way our society is structured, these are very different from any large economy of our size, any large country of our size. So we must evolve our solutions keeping our realities in mind. Yes, we must be open-minded always and learn from wherever we can get a good idea, but we should always shape that idea as per our needs. So that is the thought process which has gone in the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill and in the Telecom Bill, and now that very same thought process is getting into the Digital India Bill also. So in a sense, whatever we are doing, we are catering to our needs. We are making sure that we create a template which the world can use.
Okay, a template for the world. Thank you very much, Ashwini ji, for talking with us today at the first BT Tech Today Congress. A clear headline on artificial intelligence and how it needs to be regulated in the Indian context, and a lot of work that you are doing in other areas, which perhaps hopefully we will get a chance to talk to you some other time. But once again, I thank you very much for your time with us today. Thank you very much. With that, it's a wrap on this session. We thank
you. Wish you all the best.
And over to you, Ayush.
Well, trust BT and Tech Today to harness the power of technology to bring everyone from around the world to be here. Now, I had a script all along, but someone seems to have taken my technology away, and I'm a little clueless about what's happening next. But what I can tell you is that I am getting a bunch of queries and requests from a lot of tech companies who are tuned in, saying, great session for the Tech Today Congress, but what exactly is the viewership like? How many people are tuned in across the BT multiverse?
20 million across the multiverse.
Okay. And there's no chat GPT on me, but that's a little creepy. But let me just figure out one more bit, because the other question is, who is the biggest tech personality that has been on Tech Today till date?
Should be Tim Cook or perhaps, I think, James Dyson.
Okay, this is very strange. Manish, we had a session, and this is really interesting that ChatGPT or something has some sort of voice over here. Is this the voice of God? But I think someone's just pulling my leg from the audience, and I see it's a jam-packed show. So let me get one last one in over here, because if this was my script that they have access to, what do I want for dinner today?
Italy from IDC, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, now this is really someone unlocking my mind. Who's doing this in the audience?
Sure.
Please come up on stage, my friend. Rockstar mentalist Narpat will now join us on stage. And caveat, audience, because he's going to be getting inside your minds and honestly giving AI chatbots a run for their money. Narpat, over to you, buddy. A huge round of applause for our mentalist in-house.
Thank you.
Narpat. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on now? Thank you. Round of applause for him. Come on, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna spend next 10 minutes with you. So the energy of the room is not enough. I'm gonna demand a lot of energy. So I'm gonna start walking from here. Although none of you guys know me, I'm gonna start walking from here. I'm gonna land here. All of you will act and clap like I'm bloody Shah Rukh Khan. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on, guys. I know that's very cheap. I know. But my job is to up the energy of the room. Can I have a high? No, you can do much better than this. High. That was too much though. By show of hands, how many people have seen me before? Somewhere in newspaper, internet, you hired me, but otherwise, okay, outside. Okay, 4 people. It's very embarrassing. Show is over, guys. Thank you. Again, by show of hands, how many people have no clue who I am? Get out. My name is Narpat. I'm a professional mentalist. I read minds for a living. Whatever's going to happen for the next 10 to 15 minutes is going to sound and feel supernatural, but I promise it is not. But my job is to make it feel real. So without going much into how I do, I want to show you, like in real life, what is going to happen. I'm looking for the right eye contact. Everybody's avoiding eye contact now. Ma'am, you look extremely happy and I love your smile already. Is it okay if I borrow you on stage for a bit? Sorry? You will get my love and warmth. Okay. Ma'am, could you please stand up? What's your name? Sorry? You're correct. A few got the joke. Meenakshi, you are the first participant to come on stage and rock the stage. I will say 1, 2, 3, you'll stand up and sit on this chair. People, you promise me you will go mad clapping for Meenakshi. Not it. I will build up for you. Please stand up. On the count of 3, you will walk there. People will go mad clapping for you. Is it a promise, guys? 1, 2, 3. Come on. More. What is this more? Hi, Meenakshi. How are you? Please. Meenakshi, there's one more chair vacant here. I want you to point to any good-looking man here.
Man, huh?
Yeah.
A nice smiling lady is sitting in the front.
You want to go for lady?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because first I saw she was...
Anything you say, please don't send the mic on. So.
Ma'am, please come.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, no, wait. You're the you need appreciation, guys. Come on. More. Last row. Come on, more. Hello. Hi.
Your name? Hardeep. You didn't ask her name.
What's your name, ma'am? Hardeep Kaur. Okay. Cool.
Hardeep Kaur.
Thank you.
Meenakshi SM.
Meenakshi SM. Okay. How Do you both know each other?
We just know each other from past lives. That's how I connected with her. Through the power of aura and intuition.
I'm so glad I brought you on stage. Thank you.
You said I have a smiling face because I'm an advertising professional, plus I'm also a wellness coach.
You're
I'm
always
always in bliss.
You're always in bliss. Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to have both of you think of, let's say Meenakshi, I'll start with you. I want you to go back to your school days, like 5-10 years before. Say yes.
Yes.
See? I'll get the payment later.
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine going back to your school days, and let's say your first crush back in school is walking in. Yeah?
Okay.
What are the chances she could know the name of the crush? Can she know?
Yeah, if she meditates and all, she can try.
On the mic, please.
If she meditates, maybe she can try.
Do you meditate?
Or if I give a clue, she can try.
If you gave her a clue, she can. Okay. How would you spell your full name? Mike.
HARDEEP.
Okay. Based on the answer, I'm gonna ask you to think of, imagine your right hand like this, index finger. Your right hand, index finger. Imagine a globe is spinning right here. Imagine you're touching, the globe is spinning so much, but suddenly you want to touch this random place on globe. It could be a city or a country. Commit your mind to either a city or a country across globe. Got it? Put your hand down. So you are thinking of your first crush back in school. She is thinking of a random place, city or a country. I want both of you to understand what exactly both are thinking of. So I'll go a little far. I'm going to close my eyes. Don't say anything out loud. In fact, touch notes. Notes. Yeah. Beautiful. Take the phone. I'll take the mic back. I'll put the mic here. I want to type this, the place name, and show it to her. I hope she... Sir, you're going to make sure I cannot see anything? I'm right here.
Oh, yeah, you can see.
I wish my life was that easy.
I saw.
Yeah? Hit space.
Okay.
And type the name of your first crush and show it to her. So both of you understand what's happening. I'll do this. I really wish my life was that easy. Once both of you have seen, delete everything and lock the phone.
Lock the phone.
Can I turn back?
Yeah.
Put the phone face down. Even if I come close to the phone, I should see nothing. Okay. Hardeep, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to throw a random word at you. Whatever, on the mic, take the mic. Whatever comes to your mind first, based on the random word I'm throwing at you, you will say it out loud without giving away the place. Okay? Let's say if I said nut, what comes to your mind?
Walnut.
So that tells me this place you're thinking of is also something, the number of alphabets will be very similar to walnut. Walnut is W-A-L, 1 L or 2 L, walnut, okay. 1, so I'm so bad already. 6. That tells me, based on the answer you gave, the place you're thinking of is also close to a 6-letter word or a 5-letter word, right? Beautiful. My second would be apple. What comes to your mind? Say, please, fast, what comes to your mind first?
Kashmir.
Let's say Vienna, the place. What comes to your mind?
Nothing actually.
Say. Oh, thank you, sir.
Some haunted house.
Haunted house. The way, there is no logic to this, right? The place you're thinking of, if I'm right, you will say Narpat, you're right. If I'm wrong, you will say Narpat, you're wrong. Okay? The place you're thinking of is not in India.
True.
Okay. Egg, what comes to mind?
Boiled eggs.
Violence. Ending. E-N-D-I-N-G. What comes to your mind?
Movie.
This is the last question. Nagpur, what comes to your mind?
Oranges.
Beautiful answers. From the answers you gave, I'm going to show this to you. From the answers you gave, I'm going to backtrack and try and figure out exactly which place you're thinking of out of, I don't know, which whole world. Close your eyes for a second. You please, ma'am, you also please close your eyes. All of you, I want all of you to see this. Think of the place. No! Keep your eyes closed. Now, no, please, let me build this up. Guys, come on. Oh, Hardeep, you can open your eyes. You can open. I've written down something here. She has seen, people have seen. In a superbly loud and clear voice. Sexy voice of yours. Please say it out loud. Out of so many places, which place are you thinking of?
Yeah, it was London.
Right. Think of this crush name. I'm sensing it's a male.
Of course.
Okay. Just within your mind, close your eyes, just within your mind, count the number of alphabets in this crush name. Start. You just stopped. 6, right? Beautiful. What if I told you there is one letter that is kind of repeating in this name, right? That's an N. Oh, in fact, the first alphabet and the last alphabet both are N. Convey my regards to
Spoilers, huh?
Convey my regards to Naveen. No, guys, no, why? No, but one second. The questions I was asking you to Hardeep was not random. You thought of Naveen out of so many people, right? Because nut is N. This is an A. This is V, Naveen, E-E-N. When was the last time you met him?
In my primary school.
Primary school.
High school.
This is going to freak you out. I had a feeling I'll bring you on stage. I had a feeling you'll think of Naveen. That's why I brought Naveen. Naveen? Not today. Not today. Someday Naveen will walk. I'll end the show with that. But right now I'm ending the show with this. Thank you guys. Enjoy. Thank you. Enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, now let's do it in Narpal's way. A huge round of
picture.
applause.
Picture.
Such a sporting mentalist. He's been here all day and he's been unlocking our minds right from the start. And now we want to bring in someone who's going to weave a little bit of magic in the end to really outdo this session, if we can, our managing editor at Business Today TV, Siddharth Zarabi, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Impossible task to outdo a mentalist, and I know I'm standing between all of you and the food and the refreshment, so I'm not going to take too much time. I just want to say on behalf of the Business Today multiverse, thank you very much for your time and participation, to all those who flew in from various locations to be on the panel, those who were not on the stage but listened intently, the hundreds and thousands of viewers who have tuned in all across our platforms for the content, the sponsors, SRM, MediaTek, ThoughtWorks, and particularly SRM. I believe SRM has taken one key sort of nugget among so many from today's sessions, that they will work on expanding their learning curriculum as far as the semiconductor industry is concerned, and that would be wonderful, because you heard Ashwani ji saying that there will be a very large number of jobs that will be required. So once again, thank you very much to everyone here, and Ayush, we can probably officially say that the bar is open now for those who want to go. Thanks once again. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Come.